modern militaries being forced to take a city. And I'd use probably the best example that I had any experience with was Fallujah, where the U.S. Marine Corps, for a number of strategic or tactical and political reasons, had to take that city, and they invested it, but they then used a very, very smart sort of operational plan to take the city street by street, block by block. Actually, one of the men who came up with that, just out of interest, a very fine Australian officer, General Jim Molan, died recently, became a senator, died of cancer recently, which was very sad. But there is I'm putting a caveat on what you've said. I agree with everything you've said, but if you do want to take a city, if the Russians do want to take that city, it requires really experienced troops, well led, with a good concept of operations, executing a combined arms assault, and it needs a hell of a lot of resources. And the takeaway I get from the fact that the Russians aren't doing that is simply they don't have the command and control, they don't have the resources, and nor do they have a concept of operations or a strategic, tactical plan that would allow them to do so. So I think the takeaway from what's going on in Bakhmut is we are dealing with a severely depleted military. Their incapacity to take what is effectively quite a small town. I mean, I stand to be corrected here, but I believe Bakhmut is significantly smaller than Fallujah was. The US took that, I think, with a Marine Division minus, but with a very, very good operational concept. So I'd agree with everything you said, Chuck, but I would say, if you want to take a city, an experienced and capable professional military should be able to do it.
Yeah, Fusilier, you brought up a wonderful point, and right in the middle of what you were saying, I thought the next thing that came out of your mouth, which was, the quality of the individual troops. And Fallujah is written in the history of the United States Marine Corps, and obviously very well trained and very well motivated and very well led soldiers. And I agree with you 100% that if the Russians want to advance in the urban area, they are going to need a lot of things that I agree with you. I don't think they have. Not the least among them, leadership. I think you'd agree with me. It doesn't matter how many Wagnerites you send across the Bakhmutka River. They are not the kind of troops that are going to be able to clear anything block by block. And, this is a stumbling block. As professional officers, we look at it, and I don't see Russia closing the training gap here. I don't see them being able to deliver reinforcements, replacements to the front that have any business being on the battlefield. Would you agree with that?
I absolutely. I mean, there's nothing I've seen, since February the 24th that would lead me to believe that they've got anywhere near the capability of any Western division, regardless of whether light or heavy. There was a point made earlier, and I think it sums it up. Somebody once explained to me, I suspect it was at Staff College, but I can't remember, that the moral will always beat the physical. And this is, this is a classic example. And what I mean by that, is good leadership and well-motivated troops, even in small numbers, will always overcome, physical superiority, superiority in numbers, but poor morale. And that's what we're seeing played out day after day, week after week, month after month. And at some point, that balance is going to tip. And when it does, it'll tip quite significantly, in my view. But we wait to see whether whether that's going to be sooner rather than later, I think.
Yeah, Fusilier and Chuck, I just want to leave it with Fusilier's final words here. We wait to see. We wait to see tomorrow. We wait to see on Sunday and Monday. We wait to see when Chuck comes back on Tuesday night with another edition of Bullet Points. But because Chuck is such a fantastic guy, he may be here before Tuesday night. It depends on what happens. It depends on what the Ministry of Defense in Ukraine reports to us, because we don't know everything. We know very little, really, and even Chuck knows only a few things. It's what he is able to determine from reports out of Ukraine and from open source intelligence. But he's the best at that, and that's why he's here at MriyaReport. Chuck, thanks so much for coming up tonight. Really, really appreciate it. I hope I see you before Tuesday so I can hear some unbelievably great news.
Well, thank you, Alan. Doc, thank you. Fusilier, great, great talking to you. You embody all that's great about our community here. We've got people listening. We've got military commentators. We've got cultural commentators. We've got people who know a lot about what's going on and share it with everybody. And Alan, I thank you for your tireless work, and it's great to be your partner on Bullet Points. And I suspect I'll be talking to you before then. But everybody is cleared hot to have a good Friday night. So I'll talk to you soon.
Thank you very much, Chuck. See you very, very soon. Folks, please retweet this space. It's MriyaReport.org. We're here 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We've been here since February 24 last year when Russia launched its genocidal invasion of Ukraine. Pardon me. So please do retweet this space. Go to MriyaAid.org. See what your contribution can do tonight. That's MriyaAid.org. And thanks for doing that. Welcome, Prince. We also have some more news to talk about. And if you give me a moment, I'm going to clear my throat.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Alan, you can't lose your voice right now, man. You just can't. we've got we've got a few sick people and things going around the co-host group, and it yeah, you can't lose your voice too, Alan. It's just been interesting. Um, anyway, one of the things that I thought. I pulled up right here to bring up when Chuck was done because I thought it was a very interesting story. Um, do you remember a while ago when the Ministry of Defense of Ukraine purchased that satellite with the money of donations from Ukrainian people that helped to identify and destroy thousands of equipment? The Department of Intelligence of the Ministry of Defense, I think is what that says, put out a report today that I saw on Telegram that I thought was really, really good. So they said the Ministry of Intelligence of Ukraine began using the People's Satellite, is what they call it, on September 24th. Since then, the security and defense forces of the state have been receiving the necessary intelligence from space during the 5 months of the use of the ICEYE is their acronym for it. Employees of the GUR of the Ministry of Defense of Ukraine conducted space radar reconnaissance of almost 1,000 areas of the location of units of the aggressor state in temporarily occupied and other territories that were of interest to the armed forces of Ukraine. During this time, the resource of the spacecraft allowed to discover 360 tents in the locations of Russian occupied army, as well as 7,321 objects of enemy military and special equipment, in particular 45 aircraft. Now, this is all because Ukrainians put their money together and helped to buy the access to this satellite so that the Ukrainian military and defense forces and the intelligence agencies all can look over the battlefield to make good judgment calls on where places to hit, to attack, all of these different maneuvers and methods of taking care of things. And I am sure that they have not told everything. I'm positive of that. But I am thankful that they were confident enough to put out this little update to let the people know exactly what their money is contributing to and how it is helping the defense of their country. So I saved that today because I thought that was a really cool thing to bring up. And I wondered if you had any input on that, Alan.
You know, I saw that post too, Prince, and talking about what Ukrainians and others around the world are giving to achieve. Their contributions are achieving a lot. With this satellite, as Prince just pointed out, the armed forces of Ukraine have identified tens and tens, hundreds of rich targets. And you can see this post. Well, we should put it in the nest so you can see exactly the clarity that the Ukrainian military can look down on the battlefield with. Makes a huge, huge difference. But you know, Prince, there is a tweet in the nest right now, and it shows us General Zaluzhny paying his last respects to Da Vinci. Who was Da Vinci? Simply put, he was a brave Ukrainian who devoted 9 years of his all too short life. I think he was 24 when he was killed 3 days ago. And he was also the commander of the infantry group that James Vasquez is a part of. And James is a guest here often. We hear from James a lot. James told us this was devastating news, and you can see how effective General Zaluzhny is at Da Vinci's funeral, which was held yesterday in Kyiv. General Zelensky, President Zelensky was there. General Zaluzhny was there, paying tribute, and an emotional day in Ukraine, and a day when Ukrainians recommit themselves to victory because of the sacrifice of this one soldier. I'd like people to take a look at that and come up and talk about it.
I noticed you couldn't help but notice all of the tweets today about that funeral for Da Vinci and how many people were there. There were so many people there, and I was impressed by how many people were there to pay their respects, how much the leadership in the government and in the military were there to pay their respects. And I was happy. Well, I'm not happy to see. I don't know how you say that. But it's not the right word. I was. It was nice to see that in her visit to Ukraine today, the Finnish president um, took the time to also go with President Zelensky to pay her respects um, during the service and the events that were happening to pay respect and memory and um, such to Da Vinci. But it looks like we've inspired some hands, Alan. I'm not quite sure who got their hand up first between Shaggy and Delish. I will leave it up to you to decide, but I know George was last. Sorry, George.
Okay, I think it is Shaggy, Delish, and George. But I just want to say, when you look at the photographs uh, of General Zaluzhny, I don't know if he'd met Da Vinci. I imagine he had, but you can see the loss that he feels and that strikes through him to his core. And this is because Da Vinci is one of the best that Ukraine has lost. And this is what's happening in Ukraine. They are losing their best people in this war for freedom, and the Russians are losing convicts. That might tell you everything you need to know. So Shaggy, Delish, George, and then Doc. Shaggy.
Yeah, thanks very much. Just a little bit of news I came across a very short while ago, actually. It was posted by Visegrad24. It says that Pakistan has offered to give Ukraine 44 T-80 UD tanks in exchange for some Western financial support. I don't know how truthful that is. I mean, I kind of trust this Visegrad one, but I'm just wondering if you've heard of that.
I have heard, I have seen that, and I was sort of reserving judgment on that. And I have seen also some indications that it was not accurate information. So I think this is something that's going to have to play out over a few days to see if it was accurate or isn't accurate, and wait for some more reliable sources than just the couple of tweets that I've seen. I think it would be, it wouldn't be a bad thing to happen, but I don't think we know for sure if it's a confirmed thing or not. Alan, have you seen anything about that?
That's the first I've heard of it. Haven't seen it, so I'm going to go look it up. It would be great if it's accurate. It would be great news. So we should go to Delish, then to George, then to Doc. Delish.
Good evening. Hi, Alan. Thanks so much. I did want to get back to Da Vinci. I don't know if anyone has seen the photos posted on, actually, I don't know if it's posted on his fiance's Twitter, but her name is Alina Mikhailova. And what struck me were these photos of her at the funeral. And honestly, before his passing, I didn't know. I knew of both of them separately because they are iconic. And I didn't know before he passed, before he was killed, that they were actually engaged. And it puts a fine point on the utter loss and devastation, before these two had a chance to start their lives together. And so there were photos of her at his funeral, and then there were photos of Zaluzhny kneeling in front of her and then bowing his head. And I think he had his head on her knees, and it just absolutely gutted me. So if you haven't seen those, I urge you to look for them and pay your tributes. There's also a video or two on Alina's Twitter of them dancing. There was a dance routine, and it was so stark and wonderful to see this military man, so loving and in the prime of his youth with his lovely bride to be, and it's such a profound loss. So I wanted to share that with you all, to seek out those beautiful photos. Thank you.
Thank you, Delish. That photograph of General Zaluzhny bowing his head is actually in the nest, and there are other equally compelling photographs of General Zaluzhny. He felt this loss, as did the entire Ukrainian nation. And that tells you something.
May I say one more thing, Alan? Doesn't it show you the heart and soul of the Ukrainian military? These people who are battle hardened and battle weary can show such vulnerability and emotion and caring and compassion. I would compare that to the videos of the Ukrainian mother who said that she could lose all of her sons in battle and it would be okay because she would just have more. So, right there, that just tells you all you need to know.
I think it does. George and then Doc. George.
Hey, Alan. Yeah, well, here's a young man that what started fighting when he was 18. You know, a, a third of his life, 9 years, a third of his life, given to defense of his country. Just imagine. So, at 27 years old, he gave 9 years of his life. You know, and paid the ultimate price, made the ultimate sacrifice for his country. I mean, you know, and was respected at 27 years old. He was a well-known, well-respected unit commander. A unit that went by the call sign, that had his call sign Da Vinci in its name. So, and you saw the outpouring of grief. I mean, uh, just in that square in Kiev, where you know, in 2014 the Maidan started, and for all those people to come out for this one young man just tells you the respect he commanded, not only from his soldiers, but from the officers above him and from the people that had heard of him and knew him, and people that didn't even know him, that just heard, probably just lately after his passing, what commitment he had done to the country, and for that they came out to pay their respects. Um, you know, it goes to show you what these people are made out of, and the respect they have for each other.
And the respect they have for human life, and the dedication of individuals to win this war. In as I said, Prince and George, yesterday, because this funeral was held yesterday in Kiev. It's an emotional day, but it is a day that continues to unite Ukrainians. And President Zelensky was there. General Zaluzhny was there. Defense Minister Reznikov was there. And thousands of ordinary Ukrainians paying tribute, giving thanks. And this is a hero. That's all I can say. And as Da Vinci came to the central square of Kiev, we saw what we have seen so many times. Crowds and crowds of Ukrainian citizens bowing down on one knee to honor this hero. This is what happens in Ukraine almost every single day. Every single day, as they lose their best people. Doc, please go ahead.
Alan, Prince, thank you for hosting tonight. Good to see both of you guys, all of those listeners. I posted that let me say this first. I take exception with one thing you said, Alan, and that's when you said ordinary Ukrainians. There are no ordinary Ukrainians, right? These are amazing people. I get where you're coming from, but of course you know what I mean. I posted that in the nest earlier today. There are many more threads with pictures, and one of the things that struck me the most is the reverence in these people's faces, in their eyes, in their tears, genuine and real. And if you, many of us have listened to General Mark Hertling before and seen him on this space as well, sharing. If you ask him what one of the most important things he's doing with his military career is, he sits on the commission of the American Battle Monuments, or it's the American Battle Monuments Commission, and that's all about that reverence for those that have given their lives in service to the nation, trying to stand up for democracy and freedom. Um, that makes that so special. You know, Arlington National Cemetery, the reverence that goes on there every single day. The guards at the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier. It's a powerful place to see. And when you look across those fields and get a grid map to find anybody you're interested in looking for, the sheer numbers are just astounding. And there will be statues to people like Da Vinci, right? There will be. He would hate it, of course, but he represents so much of the best and the brightest that has given their lives for those same ideals that we fought for. The parallels, the good fortune that all of us have to witness the passion and fight that our forefathers in this country exhibited when they had their own battle for freedom. The ones we heard about from elementary school on up, the days we celebrate, uh, the Memorial Day, Veterans Day, these different days across the country in support of the people that have done this. And it shaped us as who we are, as it's shaping them now. We are watching history that will define a nation and a people forever and ever to come before our eyes. And it's yet another gift that Ukrainians are giving to the world. They have given us so many gifts, the gifts of perspective, the gifts of relevance, the gifts of mindfulness, focus, of love. And he's owed that reverence as all of the lives given up in this war, civilian combat, just sheer brokenheartedness that people must be feeling. I'm sorry, I've got a lot of feelings about this. It brings up so much for me, and I think about all my relatives that have fought in wars. And I remember my grandfather's funeral, where the VA comes out, or not the VA, but Veterans of Foreign Wars comes out, and they do a gun salute, and just powerful stuff. You know, I've saved the videos of that, and I go back and I look at it when I go and visit his gravesite, and it's amazing and powerful, and it reinforces why I am here till the day there's not a single Russian on Ukrainian soil, because it matters, and they deserve it. That's what I thought.
Thanks, Doc. You know, as a boy, I wore a poppy in my lapel on Armistice Day for my my great uncle. But I think, even though it's a larger flower, we might all want to replace our poppies with sunflowers. Fusilier, please go ahead.
Real quick, Alan, sorry. I am growing sunflowers this year for the first time in my life. I'm growing those in my garden. I've just planted them, and I'm really happy to see those come up.
You know, the best thing about sunflowers, Doc, they're easy to grow. They're big. They get your attention, and they are a beautiful flower, and the bees love them.
Amen.
Fusilier, you've had poppies in your lapel.
I certainly have, and actually, it's a really good segue. Thanks, Alan. To what I wanted to say. Look, I spent just shy of 30 years in the British military, and for every one of those years, sadly, the British military was on operations and lost, a couple of soldiers each year, but often many, many, many more. And again, sadly, I've lost soldiers under command, and I remember each and every one of them and each and every one of their families, from Conrad Cole, who was 17 when he was killed in the Gulf War, and Kieran Turrington, who was 18 in Iraq in 2003, to my great friend Rupert Thornlow, who was killed in Afghanistan, but many others. And it's not weakness to show emotion at their passing, and I think we all have. It's part of serving with your brothers, and that brotherhood one feels when you're on operations, or you share experiences with somebody else. What I would like to say is that emotion you're seeing, it actually results in something, and what it results in is an absolute iron will to first and foremost complete the task that they gave their lives undertaking. But secondly, to live your life in a way that they would be proud of you. We don't all achieve that, and I certainly have had my moments. But I can tell everybody here who's been fortunate enough not to experience that loss, not to have sat alongside the coffin of one of your great friends, taken far too young. I can tell you that you dedicate yourself to completing the mission when that happens, and I am absolutely sure, with no doubt, that Zalezhny and every other Ukrainian serviceman, when they lose a comrade, whether they know him or not, rededicates themselves to the defence of their country. I think the stark contrast, and I think one of your other listeners just now made a very clear distinction between the grief and resolve shown by the Ukrainian leadership to that shown by the Russian leadership. I mean, I may be wrong, but I haven't seen Vladimir Putin at the graveside of any Russians killed in that war. I haven't seen Shoigu, the defense minister, Gerasimov, any Russian senior leader stood in a graveyard filled with the results of their absolutely appalling and aggressive war.
Oh, Fusilier, you're completely right. And there are two reasons why we don't see Putin or Shoigu or Gerasimov. Number one, they don't want the Russian people to know about the loss of life. And number two, they just don't goddamn care. But the other thing I really want to emphasize that you said, Fusilier, is that each of us, although we may fail, must pledge to live our lives in a way that would make these fallen soldiers heroes, heroes now, but ordinary people just like us. We must live our lives in a way that will make them proud. And we can only hope to do that. We have every day in which to do it. If we do it just in one day, maybe that's all we can do. I don't know. I don't know about that. Fusilier, thank you so much. And Bloke, please go ahead.
And just to add to what Fusilier says, whenever Putin attempts any sort of PR, it's staged with actors and it's theater, and everyone sees right through it, including the Russians themselves. And there is something we can do. We can donate tourniquets. I have, individual first aid kits. You can do that by donating to Maria Aid, and it makes a difference. and I've donated. I would encourage others to do so. There's no overhead. We get shipped directly to Ukraine, and that's something we can do to save some of these lives and return them to their families where they belong after they kick the Russians out of their country.
Bloke, I was just about to say that. That is a way you can make a difference and live your life in a way that fallen heroes will feel proud of what you're doing. You can go to MriyaAid.org, MRIYA.
And call your MP.
AID.org, MRIYA, AID.org, make a contribution. And yes, as Bloke says, call your member of parliament, call your member of Congress, make them. Don't just encourage them, make them give Ukraine what Ukraine asks for. What are they asking for? The tools they need to finish the job. They're fighting this war for us. American soldiers, Canadian soldiers, European soldiers are not on the ground in Ukraine. Ukrainian soldiers are fighting and dying every single day. Ukrainian civilians are living and dying every single day in the cities that Russia targets in its war of terrorism. So please go to MriyaAid.org, make a contribution. You can do it tonight. You can do it right now. It will make a difference. Humanitarian supplies to Ukraine. That's why we're here. Asking you to step up and giving you the news you need to understand what is happening in Ukraine. Mark, you came up, raised your hand, it went down, but I have a feeling you have something to say.
Actually, that was a mistake on my part, I think. But yeah, it's no. I'm sorry, Anne. I don't have anything else to add at the moment. I think listening to those people who've served, you understand what they've gone through. I would say I've had relations who have served, and they normally don't talk about it. They bottle it up, and I know there's a lot of issues around mental health for ex-servicemen. It's a major concern, isn't it? And we're going to see that probably in Ukraine.
Of course, we're going to see it in Ukraine. War is not made for people, and people are not made for war. It's something that we are called to do, and some of us are able to do it, but we pay a price for it. I say we. I've never been in combat. I have cousins. My father fought in the Second World War. I have uncles and great uncles who also fought. One thing they never wanted to do was talk about their experience. And it's because it's just so damned difficult. I mean, difficult isn't even the right word. And I remember asking my father once, and only once. I might have been 10 years old. But I'll tell you who told me about the loss of war? My mother. My mother told me about the loss of war. As I say, war is not something that we want to engage in, and yet for all time, since the Peloponnesian War, men and women have had to answer the call and go forward. Doc, go ahead.
So that reminds me of a story. And when I talked about my grandfather, let me clarify. My mother's parents were murdered by Russians in World War II, incidentally. So who I called my grandfather is actually my uncle. because he married my aunt. He was a sergeant in the Army. And my aunt adopted my mother. She was much older than my mother when her parents were killed, and brought her out of war-torn Germany to the United States. And he raised me like a grandfather. You know, he was my uncle, but he raised me like a grandfather. And um, it meant so much. And boy, Ellen, I had another point I wanted to make with that, and I just spaced on it. Sorry, I do that sometimes. I'll come back. Remember? No. I remember. You were talking about your father not talking about it, and nor did my grandfather. But I used to go to his reunions with him because he volunteered to go in so that he could go with his buddies. And this was the deal back then. He grew up in a little bitty small town called Abbott, Texas, near Hillsboro, kind of between Austin and Dallas. And son of a sharecropper, amazing guy, oldest of 12 kids. And here he goes, and he goes into the Army. And this guy had been a squirrel hunter and a rabbit hunter and a deer hunter all his life. He quickly became a master sergeant, tough, hard as nails, but the sweetest guy you would know. But when I would go to his reunions is when I would hear the stories about him and what he did in the war that he never ever shared with us. So it was really interesting and impactful to have that experience.
Yeah, he was probably also a good shot, right, Doc?
A crack shot, the guy, and he never suffered a fool. Wonderful guy.
Well, there you have it. We're thinking about Da Vinci today. Tweets are in the nest showing you the emotion that General Zaluzhny felt at losing this Ukrainian hero. We're thinking about what Ukrainians do every single day in defense of their country. We're thinking about their losses. And we are hoping for the day that they regain their freedom, their sovereignty, their independence, and their future, because that's what they're fighting for. So please do retweet this space. It's MriyaReport.org. You can also go to MriyaAid.org and make a contribution. And you can also go to Spotify and search Maria Report and find podcasts, archived interviews of all kinds of people who come here to talk to us. Most importantly, Ukrainian voices. And Ukrainians who are members of the Rada. That's the Ukrainian parliament. The CEO of the Ukrainian Railway. He's moved up. He's now working to integrate Ukraine into the European Union. But please do go to Spotify, listen to these interviews. You can hear military experts, historians, cultural experts, people who are delivering humanitarian supplies to Ukraine. It is well worth your time. And it's well worth your time to stay here at Maria Report. Retweet this space. Bring people here who need to learn about what's happening in Ukraine, because there is a genocidal war being waged by Russia against Ukraine, erasing culture, killing people, abducting children and deporting them to Russia. You need to know what is happening, and you can find out here at Maria Report. Prince, I'm going to throw it back to you for a moment. Otherwise, as you know, I will go on until at least 10 p.m. Eastern Time.
Yeah, you can. But that's okay. Now, since we're talking about these sad events and we talked about Da Vinci a bunch, I'm going to go back a few days earlier in the week when we all saw the awful video of the Ukrainian soldier being executed. And today it came across my screen a preview of an interview with his mother that is going to be released tomorrow. And I'm going to keep an eye out for it. But to me, from what I've seen of the subtitled preview of this interview, she discovered that her son had been killed in Ukraine by opening up Facebook and watching it happen on a Facebook video. So then she called her daughter-in-law and they watched it, and then her grandson. And so, what an awful way to find out that your loved one has been killed. It's not necessarily my favorite news outlet, but it's an interview, and we should be seeing that interview tomorrow with her. We'll see what time that comes out. And now let's look a little bit hopeful, though, too. I have fallen in love with the Ukrainian national anthem. It is a beautiful, beautiful piece of work. Now, I'm sort of picky. I like it to be just a certain way. I need it to be a very strong, lower registered, like men's choir singing it. But today, evidently, well, our today, their yesterday, celebrates the day of the national anthem. And I found a tweet that was put out by an account. I actually saw it in several places. This is just the one I happened to bookmark. That strings together people playing and singing the national anthem in different locations, and it's from bomb shelters and subway stations to trenches to liberated cities, the front lines, just everywhere. They string all of these people together and make one video of people singing the national anthem. And right now it's playing on my screen, and there's just this little girl in a bomb shelter sitting at like a school desk and probably doing some art projects to pass the time, and just screaming out the Ukrainian national anthem at the top of her voice. So it's a cute and fun little thing, but it's also it's become one of my favorite songs in the last year or so. I still haven't found the exact perfect version to blast on every Alexa I have in the house, to make the birds wonder what on earth is going on. But I just love the national anthem. I fall in love with several Ukrainian pieces of music, but the national anthem has to be my favorite. So yeah, and wondering what else I've seen in the news today.
Well, Prince, I love the Ukrainian national anthem too, and without having listened to it, I just looked quickly for a recording of the national anthem, and threw it up into the nest. It's worth listening to. I have the Ukrainian national anthem on any number of playlists that I listen to every day, and suggested we should play it at least once a day here at MriyaReport. Not the easiest thing to do because this is a Twitter space, but I listen to it frequently. It's inspiring. I can't tell you everything the words of the Ukrainian anthem say. Maybe you can. But because music is an international language, you don't need to understand the words. You can understand the emotion of music that's conveyed to you. And in this anthem, the emotion that is conveyed to you is deep, and it's sure, and it's inspiring, and it will live forever as Ukraine wins this war. It will just live forever. So I threw that up into the nest, and as I said, I hadn't listened to it.
Yeah, that is actually the video that I was talking about, that splices together different people in different places singing portions of the national anthem, but they've put it all together so that it, does it all in one song. So you have choruses singing it. You have, what looks like on Maidan Square from Maidan, and people in the subway, and people in bomb shelters, and people on the front lines in trenches. There's one image of a guy who's singing the national anthem at the top of his lungs while he's filling magazines with bullets. So that is the exact video that I was talking about. And you bring up playing it on the MriyaReport a couple times a day. I think that's a good idea, personally. I'm trying to remember exactly what time it was, but there was a video. There was a live stream feed that I watched before I found the MriyaReport, and they played it. I can't remember if it was midnight in Ukraine every day, or if it was like at 7 a.m. and 7 p.m. I can't remember if they played it twice a day or once a day, but that was when I fell in love with it. It was, expecting it to happen at that same time every day, and just listening to it and enjoying it. It's a strong song, and it's an inspiring song, and I'm sure we can look up the lyrics for it, but that would take a second for me to do. Do you got a minute to talk for still?
Of course, I have a minute. Midnight is the traditional time in the old days, for radio stations to play the national anthem of whatever country they're broadcasting from. So the BBC at midnight would play "God Save the King" or "God Save the Queen," depending on who was the monarch. And actually, in the United States, in the very, very old days, when we had black and white TVs, before the Farm Report, they would, and this would be at 5 a.m. or 5:30 a.m. They would play the national anthem, and and because I had a shortwave radio when I was a kid growing up, I heard national anthems from all over the world at various times of day, and still I cannot figure out what the hell time it is. For example, in Australia, I don't even know what day it is in Australia. All I know is it could be yesterday or tomorrow or next week. But the point is that on these radio stations, the national anthem was an important part of the broadcast. Usually, a delineating part of the broadcast, starting the day or ending the day. Mark, did you have a shortwave radio as a kid?
No, I had long wave typically. I think and I did have shortwave. I didn't listen to it very much, mostly long wave, I think. But I did pick up some very strange channels back in the day. But yeah, the BBC on the Radio 4, which is the main sort of serious channel, shall we say, always ends its transmissions with the national anthem, just a musical version, which is fairly peaceful. But then we have the shipping forecast, which is equally a very nice piece of music for that, called "Sailing By." But yeah, these sort of things do catch a mood, don't they? I was going to offer another topic of conversation.
Go for it.
Yeah, I was just reading on the Guardian website, the Guardian, which is a UK newspaper, about the new president of Cyprus. He was elected or appointed 10 days ago. Nikos Anasta. I can't even say it. Oh no, sorry, wrong person. Sorry, apologies. You got the right name. Yeah, Nikos. They're all called Nikos. Nikos Christodoulides, maybe. He's gone out of his way to denounce Russia's invasion of Ukraine barely 10 days after he assumed power. It was his first interview with a foreign TV channel. He was speaking to a Greek state broadcaster, and he said that opposing Moscow's self-styled special military operation put the island on the right side of history. As a country that has suffered something similar, we could not have a different stance, he said, referring back to the 1974 Turkish invasion. So that's quite nice, because obviously Cyprus, there's an awful lot of Russian influence in Cyprus. So that's good to see that. Cyprus isn't a member of NATO, but it is in the European Union. Yeah, I just thought I'd share that.
Oh, I think that's very good news, Mark, because Cyprus was a divided nation. I don't know if it is still a divided nation.
Yeah, it is still divided. It's still got the north is still basically a huge number of Turkish troops there.
And Nicosia is still a divided city?
And it's still split, yeah, exactly. With a, sort of like a peace line running along the island. Yeah.
So it's something like Germany and Berlin were a long time ago.
I think without the mines, as far as I'm aware, without the dogs, probably. But yeah, it's a different type of situation compared to Germany, I believe. Yeah.
Yeah, different. But maybe now's the time for nations like Cyprus and cities like Nicosia to be reunited. I don't know what that takes.
Yeah.
But it would take the Greeks and the Turks laying down the sword. So I don't know.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's a difficult situation. There was pressure coming locally to try and solve it, but I think you've got the national Greek side of things, then the national Turkish side of things, which probably, and there's always tension in the Aegean Sea. So I don't think it's going to happen soon, sadly.
Sadly, indeed.
Yeah.
And but this is a time of rising up and claiming freedom and declaring what how you want to live your life. That this is what we're seeing in Georgia, in Tbilisi, and Batumi, and other Georgian cities. They have continued to demonstrate. I don't have the latest news from Georgia. I do know that demonstrators asked the parliament to set aside this draft law that was under consideration. I don't know if that has occurred, and I don't know if the Georgian parliament sets aside this law and doesn't read it for a second time, and therefore into effectiveness. I don't know if that is enough for the demonstrators on the streets of Tbilisi. I would hope it's not. I would hope that they point their nation as they want to into the EU and into freedom and away from Russia. Will, you may have updates from Georgia.
Yes, sir. We covered last night. Last night for me. So about 10 hours ago now, the Georgian Parliament did take up that bill for the second time, which was required. The Georgia Dream Party had said that they were going to cancel it after the first read, but that's not actually allowed constitutionally. So they advanced it and brought it up again for a second read before they were going to next week, and they voted it down. So for now, that is gone. But Axel and others who know Georgia well, 10 hours ago, had said that it's absolutely crucial that the Georgian population keep up the pressure because the propagandists in Russia, Margarita in particular, or just incensed and saying we ought to attack Tbilisi right now because they are absolutely terrified of what could happen in Georgia based on the fact that virtually all of the soldiers who were in quote unquote peacekeepers from Russia in Georgia are now over near Zaporizhia. So the reason Axel and others thought it was absolutely crucial that they keep up the pressure of protesting and stay on the streets is the fact that this might be their only real chance to break this influence of the Russian government inside their country. And if they don't, it could get worse and worse because remember how many Russians fled to Georgia during the mobilizations. There are now so many Russian citizens there that are highly likely to be offered Georgian citizenship with this current government that they will totally dilute and Russify that country that it could be harder and harder and harder for the Georgian opposition to break this Russian influence. So they thought it was critical that the opposition keep up the pressure because they have no opportunity like now to break this Russian influence, which is kind of like the little green men went into Crimea. Well, now we have the little yellow tourist, I called, going into Georgia because all these cowards who ran from Russia so that they didn't have to serve in this genocidal war. But while these protests were going on in Georgia of the Georgians, many of those Russian imports were sitting in cafes just enjoying themselves and talking about, what does it matter? These are just Georgians. So it's like we were talking about weeks ago in relation to the Russian citizens that go other places, immigrate there. Like here in Australia, we have lots of Russian immigrants, but a good chunk of them seem to sort of stay above it all, right? I'm sure I'm going to sit here and soak up the largesse of the liberal democracy I live in, but I'm going to maintain this mentality that we're somehow better than that. We're above it all, and we'll reap the benefits of this, but we still believe that it's Russia overall, essentially, and that's exactly what appears is happening in Georgia. There's a whole bunch of new influx of these Russian tourists, if you will, but they're not really opposing Russia. They're only opposing their self-interest in having to go die in a war, and it's disgusting. And I hope that Alex and the others are right that the Georgian people can maintain the rage, so to speak. And if they could just get through to a sliver, a chunk of the Georgian military and the Georgian police apparatus, if they can just turn some of them, this could be the start of some good things in Georgia. But you know how these popular uprisings go. They're usually faced with such repressive force from the terrified minority that just as often they crush them. But I certainly hope Georgia maintains the rage and succeeds, because I also have a couple of Georgian friends that I met when I was in Russia, and talk about the nicest, most fun-loving, laugh at themselves. They're just lovely, lovely folks. And I haven't talked to them in a while because they're not living in Georgia or Russia now, so they're relatively safe. But I talked to the rest of the folks that I know, and it would be so great if David and the others I know could go home to a free and better Georgia, if you will, even though it won't be perfect. The Georgia's has a long history of problems, as did Ukraine. But when you look at when these countries really get a chance to reform themselves, look at the massive change that's taken place in Ukraine legislatively, on the Freedom Index. All the outside independent observers really, really show that Russia stayed in place or went backward, while almost all of their former satellite states of the Soviet Union that embraced the change and took the chance are just so much better places today. Not perfect, of course, but so much better than they used to be. And that in part is why the Ukrainians are embracing their opportunity and taking such a chance now. through the horrendous loss that they have to face in order to free themselves and stay that way. And we can only hope that Georgia gets an opportunity to do the same and press on with joining the European Union. Not in some sort of the West needs to dominate the world sort of thing, but just to allow the self-determination of these countries. As I've been writing since March of last year, about 3 weeks into the war, I don't have any vested interest in Ukraine winning this war, other than them winning this war. I'm sure, and doing what they want, what the Ukrainians want to do, what the Ukrainians decide they're going to deal with in their relationship with Russia after they remove them from their country. But you know that the Georgians, a large contingent of Georgians are fighting in Ukraine, and there've been a large amount of support from Ukraine to Georgia in the same way in periods of time in the past. That these folks are fighting for the same thing, and I hope they all get their opportunity sooner rather than later. And really, the answer is in Georgia, as in some respects, is by Ukraine keeping the pressure on and eliminating as much of these Russian forces as possible in their country as they drive them out. Russia will have less and less capability to influence its other neighbors in the nefarious ways that it's been doing since South Ossetia and Dagestan, the places that Russia actually holds inside Georgia. And I hope everybody goes back and just recognizes what's going on in Georgia for what it is, which is exactly the same modus operandi that Russia has used everywhere. They find these little enclaves where there's some sort of dispute. They claim that those are Russian speakers or Russian cultured people that they have to go in to defend. They carve out a little bit of these countries. They occupy them there, and they continue to foment discord and try to disrupt the governments that are there so that they can gain another satellite state and put the team back together, if you will, of the old Soviet Union. It is so patently obvious when you see it everywhere. And I'm still very hopeful that as this war ends with a Ukrainian victory and they've driven Russia out of their country, that then other nations will have the fortitude and know that they'll get the support from others to do the same, and then do whatever they're going to do. I'm sure in the future, Australia will have difficulties and arguments with Ukraine, but that's great. It's like before this war, right? None of us ever get along. We're always at the Yanks and the Canadians and the Brit and the Europeans all fight amongst one another. But once an existential crisis like this happens, you'll note that the liberal democracies snap to grid and support one another. And that's the true way of the world these days, not the old ways of colonization and domination by a power that only wants satellite states or enemies on its borders. And yeah, I'll be looking at Georgia more.
So, Will, just going back to the beginning of your conversation, I think more than 100,000 Russians have gone to Georgia. That's a lot of Russians to be in one place. I don't think they're all necessarily welcomed in any way. They're regarded with a lot of suspicion, and rightfully so. And of course, the other thing is, how does Russia divide nations? As Will suggested, they'll find a minor dispute someplace inside a nation like Moldova or Georgia or Ukraine, for that matter. Well, some of these disputes don't actually exist at all. Russia injects division and disputes into countries it wants to influence and potentially control, potentially take over, potentially invade. This is what they did in Georgia. This is what they did in Moldova. This is what they did in Ukraine. And then there are other nations, all former Soviet republics like Kazakhstan. They are going their own way now. It's not easy for them. It's dangerous for Kazakhstan, for example, to resist Russian influence. After all, Baikonur, which is the Russian space launch facility, is inside Kazakhstan. But Kazakhstan is doing its best to say to Russia, no, we don't want your influence. We don't want your help. We are an independent nation. And by the way, we are helping Ukraine. So stay out. This is happening all over the so called Russian sphere of influence. It's no longer a sphere, it's a balloon just being deflated. Mark, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Alan. I saw some comments or some tweets the other day about Russians leaving Georgia and heading back to Russia, which I was quite interested. I don't know how many have gone back, but maybe some have. I bet they'll get they may well get rounded up and sent to another destination once they cross the border. But I think just to pick up on the point you're making, I think with Russia weak, it really does give the opportunity for other people to reassess their situation and maybe be more assertive, whether it's Georgia or any of the other former Soviet republics, whether it's Kazakhstan or Kyrgyzstan or whatever it might be. All those countries are able to, with Russia weaker, they'll be reevaluating their situation and maybe trying to change their changing their relationships, won't they? And I think, as I said before, I think this Putin's invasion of Ukraine has given the best opportunity to get Crimea back for Ukraine. Thanks, Anne.
Well, yes, Ukraine will get Crimea back. Constantine, welcome. Please go ahead. Constantine, I hope you can hear us.
Yeah, I can hear. Did you call me? Did you? Yeah, sorry.
Yes, that's okay. Constantine, please go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to say two things that allow Kazakhstan. Difference between Kazakhstan and Georgia is that Kazakhstan has a border with China. Kazakhstan has access to Caspian Sea, even though the Caspian Sea is not that. It's a locked sea. It's not connected to world ocean, but it's still its connection to the China. It allows for it to be a bit economically independent of Russia, and its ties relationship with China also gives Kazakhstan some leverage there. And also, of course, Kazakhstan itself is a resource-rich country. It's very big with not that big of a population. At the same time, if you look at the Georgia, it's not landlocked, but it has access to Black Sea. However, it's access to Black Sea right next to right next to Russian military bases, and it does not have border with Europe. It does not have border. All the countries around Georgia are autocrat, or how to say, autocracy ruled countries, and it's much harder for them to be independent when you're surrounded by this type of of countries. Georgia not only militarily, was invaded by Russia, it also, unfortunately, economically greatly depends on the trade with Russia. So it's much harder for it than to do than Kazakhstan.
But regarding Kazakhstan, Constantine, they have done their utmost to support Ukraine. They've sent generators to Ukraine to generate electrical power. They have sent yurts to Ukraine to be used as warming places, so-called points of invincibility. But I also know Kazakhstan has next to no military, and so it is somewhat exposed. And as you say, they don't have a border with Europe. They are kind of out there on their own. Constantine?
Yeah, that's definitely true. But once again, uh, they have border with China, and China definitely. If you think that China and Russia are friends, it's not true. China may have its own interest, but China will never consider Russia to be as a friend. Their interests may coincide at some point, but they will never try to give too much leverage to Russia. The only common interest is that they want to weaken the West. They don't like the West, and that's basically it. But Russia or China would gladly take over parts of Russia if it gets a chance. And China does not want Kazakhstan to be under Russia's sphere of influence. Too much. So if Russia tries to move something against Kazakhstan, you will have China stepping out with really, really large, how to say this, like disagreement with that. And since Russia really needs Russia really needs China for its economic and it hopes future military industrial complex. I don't think that Russia has much influence over Kazakhstan other than empty words, threats or anything like that. That's my take on it.
Yeah, I think that's a good take. In other words, the tension between Russia and China is in its own way security for Kazakhstan. But
And if you don't know, they're like a relationship between Russia and China. They seem they're like friends, but that's not exactly true. If you don't know, there was almost was a war between Russia and Kazakhstan. Between Russia and China over an island in the river. I think I'm not an expert on that, but you can Google about that, and it was it's a relationship in which you go from a friend to foe in a matter of hours when you have two autocrats ruling the state.
I'm digging deep into my memory, but it was a river conflict between Russia and China. It might have occurred in the 1970s, and it might have been the Amur River. And again, not Googling. I'm just trying to use my brain, which is always a good thing for all of us to do. I don't need Wikipedia. I don't need Google if I have something in my own damn brain, which I
Yeah,
need to
if you do, that's great. I'm not. My brain, unfortunately, is flawed, and my memory fails me a lot. So I just have to remember where I stored that information and where I found it to find it sometimes. So, but if you have it in your memory, yeah, there was even though there were partners, friends with China in Soviet Union, then it with a snap of fingers they almost went to war over something. So keep those things in mind, and this can happen if something goes wrong with Kazakhstan. Trust me, China. If Russia tries to influence Kazakhstan, invade it, or do something with it, you will have China stepping in pretty quickly. And it's definitely China's interest to weaken the Russia just as much as it's in its interest to weaken the West. So there are no China has no friends. China is an empire on its own that has a very large geopolitical interest all around the world, and it's as close to an empire as one can be.
Agreed, Constantine, and thank you very much for coming up. Will, go ahead.
Spot on, Alan. That Brandon, you and I are staving off our dementia by remembering things. Yes, it was the Amur River. But the other thing I'd like to add, Constantine, get your comment on is I think one of the most important things Kazakhstan did at the beginning of this war was, there were multiple flights from Moscow to Almaty to try to get Kazakhstan on board, and there was that group of that alliance that Russia chaired to try to counter NATO. I think the two most important things Kazakhstan did at the beginning of this war were things it didn't do. It didn't show any support for Russia. It denied any assistance to Russia, particularly as a nation state, and it voted against or it failed. They didn't pass any motion of this alliance that Russia tried to get to a big paper tiger to show that it was taking on NATO, but with its own alliance. So those two defiant acts of Kazakhstan were the first of several that have happened, and I think are also clearly important to demonstrate to the world and to Russia that you're standing alone now, pal. I think no matter no matter the outcome of this war, even though I'm convinced Russia cannot win it, when they do lose it, I think they're going to lose hold on many of they're going to lose much of the hold that they have, other than the economic direct things that they control on many of these old satellite nations, and that's a good, like I said before, I think that's a good thing, and I think there's no opportunity like the present for all those countries that are still nefariously dominated or influenced by Russia to break free, because I think they'll get a lot of support, and I think that they'll find a lot of support they didn't know inside their own countries to become, truly independent and stand on their own. I think that from all the people I've talked to since this began that are Georgian or Kazakh or whatever, they really understand what's at stake here in Ukraine. In my discussions with them about Ukraine, and they feel and state the exact same things in their country. And when I would ask them why they support Ukraine, they've all clearly said, without any, all I asked was that simple question. So why are you supporting Ukraine in this situation? And they come out with the clearest, most well-defined statements of why Russia needs to lose. And it's because they're also sick and tired of the influence of Russia inside their countries.
Konstantin, do you have a follow-up?
Yeah, and for them, it's much the struggle for them, for those nations, to become truly independent is quite hard, and it's not as easy as people think, because of what I said before. Because of on the other side, like Kazakhstan, they don't have anything but China next to them, and it makes things for them quite hard to break free and be independent, because you need allies. In a world like this, where when you have one empire to your north and the west, and another empire to your south and east, it's quite hard to be independent if you don't have strong allies. And while Kazakhstan is an enormously big state, it's huge by size. Its population is really small. It's like 16 million people. It was 16 million people when I last checked, but it was 20 years 20 years ago. But I don't think it got bigger or smaller. It's probably around the same number. So and as you can imagine, if something happened defending your nation with such vast lands, with such little people, is quite complex. So the same goes for Georgia. It's a mountain region where they have Turkey to the north, and to the south they have Russia to the north. They have Azerbaijan to the east, and those are three autocratic countries that really, they want a piece of them, basically. And for them, it's leveraging their if at least they had a port where some NATO countries could sail in, it would be total different, maybe different story. But that's not true. No country will sail into their port. Like, no NATO countries will go into their ports, and it's quite quite scary to be in such to live in such neighborhood without understanding that police will never come to you.
Oddly enough, Kazakhstan is much in the same position that Poland was in, as Constantine points out, caught between two empires. The difference is that that Kazakhstan, a former Soviet republic, is an independent nation, and also a very Western-styled nation. If you go to Almaty or Astana inside Kazakhstan, you will see a cityscape that looks and feels very Western. And like so many nations, they do look to the West for their model of government and freedom. It's not easy, as Constantine said. In fact, a year ago, maybe a little bit more than a year ago, Russia sent troops to Kazakhstan in order to support the current president and to put down an uprising. And yet, this president in Kazakhstan has pushed back against Russia around its invasion of Ukraine. And as I say, they have sent supplies to Ukraine. And much like Turkey, they have denied transportation of goods across Kazakhstan into Russia. So it's a tightrope for Kazakhstan, as it is a tightrope for Georgia. But so far, they are crossing it successfully. Prince, I'm going to throw it back to you for just one moment. We don't have any hands, and so this is my opportunity to say, please retweet this space. If you have a question, tap the little mic icon at the lower left of your phone screen. Request to speak will bring you up. Tap the heart plus icon, raise your hand, and get in line. Prince.
I'm here, and thank you for the little bit of a break while I did some research here and a couple of things around the house. I wasn't scheduled to be on this early, but we, like I said, we've had some illness in the co-host squad, so we're sort of all jumping around and trying to cover spaces that need to be covered. But what we were talking about, and I realize we've gotten away from that, is the Ukrainian national anthem, and the translation is a difficult thing. But I think I found one that, from what I can tell, is fairly accurate. And it's not a very long national anthem, but boy, does it say a lot. Ukraine's glory has not yet died, nor her freedom. Upon us, my young brothers, fate shall yet smile. Our enemies will perish like dew in the morning sun, and we too shall rule, brothers, in our own land. Souls and bodies we'll lay down, all for our freedom, and we will show that we, brothers, are of Cossack nation. And I think that sums up Ukraine very well. And as I was looking at things, I saw that I believe it's the tune of the national anthem was adopted in 1992. I think I closed the screen, but the words were not adopted until 2003. It is based on much older music, but it was updated and tweaked a little bit to fit what would be current from them now. And saying that with the Ukrainian in the room, I I give him all free reign to correct me if I am wrong, because I'm just taking what I've learned off the internet. But boy, howdy, do I appreciate the Ukrainian national anthem. And my computer crashed in the whole 9 yards while I was doing everything, so I don't have all the tabs that I had up. And so I'm just gonna say please come up and join us. And Alan will be leaving us here in 20 minutes or so, and someone else will be joining us again. Alan, is your mic hot? Did you want to say something?
Well, I did want to say something, and my mic is hot. But Prince, can you just reread those the first stanza of the Ukrainian national anthem? From what I understand, these opening lines are incredibly meaningful to Ukrainians. Our freedom has not yet been lost. How does it go again?
Ukraine's glory has not yet died, nor her freedom. Is that what you were looking for?
Yes, that is exactly what I'm looking for. And we all understand why these few words at the very beginning, the opening of the Ukrainian national anthem, would be so meaningful today, because this is exactly the situation they find themselves in. The glory has not died, the freedom has not died. They are fighting to reclaim it. Every day they fight, they reclaim their glory. But until they win this war by defeating Russia completely, they will not have won their freedom. And this is what I think, especially Americans, need to consider. This is a war of freedom, not unlike the war of freedom we fought so long ago, frankly, that it's now myth. It's not history. But in 1776, when we fought for our freedom, uh, it has exactly the same meaning that that Ukraine finds today in its war of independence. This is what they're doing. Think about it. If you're an American with doubts about why we support Ukraine, compare our history to Ukraine's history and what is happening today. I know they're a half a world away, but they are as close to us in in wanting freedom, independence, and prosperity, and the benefit of Western values, democratic values. Consider that. That is why we support Ukraine. Remember, Ukraine is fighting this war for us. They've not asked for our troops. They've only asked for our help. Give Ukraine the tools so they can finish the job. Very, very simple.
Yeah, and it's interesting how different people pick up different things, because I picked up the first line pretty much of the refrain there. Souls and bodies will lay down, all for our freedom. And doesn't that just describe the tenacity and the willingness to fight for their country and for their brothers and sisters and for their people and for their freedom, for exactly what Ukraine wants, what Ukraine deserves, what Ukraine desires for their destiny and for their future. And if I go back to it all the time, the first when I watched Winter on Fire the first time, which was after the full scale invasion began, I turned it off and I said, well, clearly Vladimir Putin didn't watch this, because the dude's screwed. He has no chance. These people will not give up. They will not. They will fight for their freedom. They will fight with everything that they have. And that right there, souls and bodies will lay down, all for our freedom. And you've seen it in the Ukrainian people time and time again, over and over, that is what they are willing to give. They shouldn't have to give that, but they are willing to give it for their freedom, and that's what matters. And you can see it. Their national anthem says it. And yeah, so there.
Yeah, I really
Kind of
encourage.
speechless.
I really encourage people to tap on that tweet up in the nest and listen to the Ukrainian national anthem, because music is an international language. You don't need to understand the Ukrainian words, although Prince has just helped us understand what they're singing about freedom and sacrifice. But it's an inspiring anthem. Frankly, it's a lot more inspiring than the Star Spangled Banner, uh, but and also easier to sing, even if you don't know Ukrainian. But do listen to it. Tap on that tweet. Watch the video. Listen to the music. Music is an international language. You can be inspired just by the sound. And Prince has helped us understand just what they are singing about. So please do that. So Prince, you're saying someone's coming up in a few minutes to to replace me as co-host?
Rumors have it that way, but we'll see. We'll see
Alan,
who shows
no
up.
one can replace you as co-host.
Well, there's that, but yeah,
No,
but
that
there's someone has said that they had volunteered to help out this evening for my normally scheduled shift. But I also know that is one of our people who hasn't been feeling very well. So we will see. I won't feel bad if they don't show up. We'll figure it out.
that is so funny, Will. Anyone can replace me as co-host. And yes, Prince, for some reason, there has been a this river of sickness running through MriyaReport. I thought all you could catch here was Twitter pox, but people uh, have fallen sick, and but I don't think it has anything to do with being on Twitter and being at MriyaReport. It's just a coincidence. Will?
Well, it probably has something to do with the fact that it's wintertime or early spring when it is significantly more cold and flu season, and the fact that I do see most of us here on this space or doing research behind the scenes, any of the things that we normally do, you know, in the 12-hour per day range. So that might have a little bit to do it. So I'd encourage those who are ill to or feeling unwell, just to take it easy, get a rest, turn off the screen, and you'll be surprised. Someone will lift and help shoulder the burden while they rest and get better. I'm certain we have plenty of support behind the scenes, and yeah. But you couldn't be replaced, Alan. The thing is, about Alan, you are that you don't claim any special knowledge, you don't claim any special experience, but based on your experience as a journalist, you have served as a good pattern for those of us with zero experience in that area to try to carry out this function that we have no experience in doing, but have an interest in doing. And yeah, so I greatly appreciate your tutelage just through your own manner and your day by day work, because I have no special experience either. I simply live in the right time zone, and I was able to help, and I'm glad to do so. And you're my poor man's Edward R. Murrow friend. Can't get away from that.
That's very funny. And thank goodness you live in the right time zone. Will, you're not giving yourself enough credit. You're also a really good co host, as is Prince, who also lives in the right time zone. But, this is the great thing about MriyaReport. Uh, there's, I will be castigated for this tomorrow, but I'm about to say, uh, there is nothing professional about the MriyaReport. This is an organic community. Uh, None of us have professional experience as broadcasters or newscasters or anything like that. But now thousands of people have come here to participate. Why? they need information about Ukraine they can't get any other place. MriyaReport now has 60,000 followers. If they all came on here at one time, I know we'd crash. Luckily, we only get hundreds or thousands at any one time to listen to the experts who do speak here. I'm not an expert, never will be an expert in anything, although I've tried before, I've failed. Um, and this is what makes MriyaReport so special. An organic community. It grew because people who cared about Ukraine, wanted news about Ukraine, came here, found the news, and then went out in search of this news themselves and brought it to us, brought it to each of you. That is why MriyaReport is the new model for citizen broadcasting, for radio. Because to me, MriyaReport, Twitter Spaces, is radio. That's what we're doing here. It's just radio. And I love radio. Will, go ahead.
That's right. I mean, so people ask me what I do, right, with my free time these days, and I say, well, I can't go do that or this because I've committed to do 3 or 4 hours with MriyaReport today, and they say, what is that? And people lose attention if you don't have a 10-second answer. So basically, I have been saying that it's an international 24-hour radio show hosted on a Twitter space uh, in support of Ukraine. And that's the answer I use because I think it is radio. And the only other experience I ever had working on radio was at a college radio station. I helped fill in for my roommate with him on a radio thing. But you say it's not a professional organization, but organically grown up as it has been over the last year, the level of professionalism that's been brought to it to just be able to muster co-hosts for 24 hours, 7 days a week for 381 days is a great feat. So I think it probably will be recognized as something like that. And for any little small part I played, I'd be happy to say that I did so. Um, my hope is that we get to run our last 24-hour of this radio show live from Kiev or somewhere in Ukraine. I hope there's a capability for us to be able to do that, and then close down our last day because we know we're not needed anymore, and go back to our regular lives. But when I say go back to our regular lives, that I, everyone here has met some people who we now consider so valuable that I will probably know them for the rest of our lives. And to that, I'm very grateful, especially for the people that I hope to meet, like War Doggo. We talk to him every afternoon. I'm sure he'll be up here today, giving us his current take on what's going on in Ukraine. And I know that I'll end up knowing some of these people for the rest of my life, and I very much appreciate that. It's been my honor to participate.
Well, that is actually one of the fantastic things about this space, Will. I feel like I have gotten to know dozens and dozens of people in an extraordinary way. And I only know you by your avatars. Will, I know you are not a dog carrying a crocodile. And Prince, I know you're not a dog with a sunflower and a crown, but I still feel as though I know you very, very well, and I appreciate that. Maybe it says something that I shouldn't admit to, but MriyaReport is a community that has brought me new life because I found people here who care about the same things I care about, and and who were searching for the same things I was searching for, namely news about Ukraine, namely ways about how we can support Ukraine in its war for freedom. That's what captured me about MriyaReport. That's why I'm here. That's why I will be here uh, for as long as it takes just for as long as it takes. Will, go ahead.
Yeah, just for as long as it takes. And the other thing that basically, Alan, you and I and Prince and everybody sitting here doing research, finding out what's going on in that part of the world that we don't live in normally. It's like a PhD level degree on international relations and things from all we've learned in the past year, and the appreciation you get of places that you didn't know much about, you didn't hear much about. I mean, I had no idea the level of support between Finland and Sweden. So prior to their joining or attempt to join NATO, how they were on each other's side in support the whole time. Amazing to see the level of inherent support in Poland to their Ukrainian neighbors that I didn't know anything about. And Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Finland, Poland, those countries and Ukraine, I really believe are going to be the future of Europe and the future of NATO, because of the skills, experience, and resolve they've shown now. They really have stepped up in a way that you just couldn't have imagined a year and a half ago. And I'm really appreciative of getting to learn everything I have about places in the world that I didn't know. And having to come here every day, if you will, saying if you're take it on as a burden, having to come 4 to 6 hours a day to spend, and sometimes not get to cover a lot of news, so you drift into other areas which are not the absolute focus of this radio program, but nonetheless informative and educationally useful to know in the context of what's going on in Ukraine, because that paints the way forward in the future. And I'm honestly, it feels like getting another degree, which I really don't need, but but I'm getting one anyway.
Oh, I need more degrees, but the thing that strikes me, as long as we're just kind of going on here, Will, it might have been back in the 1870s. So this is a long time ago. Wasn't alive at that time. Charles Dickens, the English writer, made a tour of America, gave speeches, and I think it was in Boston that he was speaking, and he said the last great hope of mankind is the United States. History has gone by, and now I would say, although it's just a quotable quote, the last great hope of mankind, and today we would say humankind, the last great hope of humankind is Ukraine. That is why we are here. That is why we put our hopes in Ukraine. When we see what they sacrifice, when we see what they are fighting against, I think you can frankly say the last great hope of humankind is Ukraine. That's why we're here. That's why we have the national anthem in the nest. It's why we have General Zaluzhny paying his last respects to Da Vinci in the nest. Look at that. If you're not moved, if you don't understand, stay here and you'll find out. Just stay here and you'll find out. Will, go ahead.
So, and I mean, people would say what you've just said is rhetorical, but the truth of the matter is, this is the current last stand for liberal democracy in the world. If that, and it's why we've said repeatedly, Ukraine must win, because if Ukraine is allowed to lose this war, it does not bode well for the struggle between autocracy and democracy around the world. And no matter how flawed the liberal democracies are around the world, they're still liberal democracies, and they are the last best hope for humanity. So we cannot. There has not been a clear case, as I've said repeatedly, between good and evil in the world since the Second World War than what's going on today. And I don't believe that's rhetoric. I believe that is 100% true, because of the nature of how this began, the nature of the combatants, and what's at stake should Russia win. Is not a good place where for us in the world anywhere, and the signal it'll send to the other autocracies around the world. So it is that important. It isn't being hyperbolic or rhetorical to say that it is that important, and that essentially is what drew us all here. The attention on Ukraine from those who have looked into it and share that view is why we're coming here thirsting, starving for news every morning from the time we get up. You know, I get myself a first cup of coffee, and it's straight in to find out if there's anything new, and then I'll work through the day, and in the afternoon I'll check in to go, is there anything new and important? And if there is something new and important, what do I need to do now? Right? Have I been paid, and is it time to give a bit more money to Maria Aid? Is there something going on in Australia that I need to get stuck into a member of parliament or a senator about? What do I need to do today to keep moving this along? Because it really is. It's that important. It's like my father and grandfather talked about being during the Second World War. It really is. It really is that important. And that's all I have to say. It isn't rhetorical.
Well, thanks, Will. I can be rhetorical. I don't mean to be rhetorical. I don't mean to be hyperbolic. And just like you, I wake up in the morning. The very first thing I do is tune in to MriyaReport. What's the news of the day? What does Doman have to say? Tomorrow, I'll listen to Peter Doran with another story of freedom. And of course, I always talk to Chuck Farrer, listen to what Chuck Farrer tells me about what's happening on the battlefield. If I were living in my my grandmother and grandfather's house a long time ago, I'd have a map of Europe on the wall with pins on it, and those pins would relate to news stories that came across on the AP wire or were reported in the Boston Globe. And why did they push those pins into the map? Because they wanted to know where their son or their brother or their husband might be fighting. Where was the action hot? And that's how they followed the war news in 1942 and 43 and 44 and 45 in Europe. And now we follow it in a different way, but we need to care about it just as much. I don't have a relative or a friend fighting in Ukraine, but I do in my heart, because where do we find Ukraine? We find Ukraine in our heart and in our hearts. That's why I'm here, and that's why I care about every piece of news I get. That is actually why I care about paying last respects to Da Vinci. It's why I care about Sarah Ashton Cirillo, who's a medic who served in Bakhmut and on the front lines. She's been here as a guest. I listen to what she says every day. I care about her life and her survival and her service. It's a different way here in the 21st century of being at war, because we are at war. Every single one of us here at MriyaReport, we're at war. We do our part, whatever it is. We can't go to Ukraine. We can't be James Vasquez or Malcolm Nance, but we can give them a platform to speak. We can say our piece. We can donate to Maria Aid. And who knows? Maybe I'll be in Ukraine before you know it. And when I am, I'll be connecting with Maria Report.
So, Alan, is there
Wait a
anything?
minute.
Go ahead.
Will, wait a minute. Yeah, Raver, I'm gonna try, and I'm just, oh, please, God, somebody let Raver up. Raver, our dear friend, has been trying to get up to speak for 2 days and has been having error after error after error. And he's cycling again now. He has done everything that he could, and I miss his voice. So I'm sorry, Will, to interrupt you, but I was so excited to see Raver maybe connecting. I hope it works. I'm sorry if it doesn't, Raver. I missed your voice, and we got to figure this out. Will, go ahead.
No worries, Prince. You're the boss. You can interrupt anytime. And we should ask Raver whether or not he has got. I think there was a Twitter update about a day and a half ago that he might want to try to see if he can upload or download the latest update.
He deleted the app and reinstalled the app. Yeah, so he's been trying to do everything. He has literally downloaded the entire deleted and reinstalled the app. So he has done everything that we know how to do to help him to be able to connect. And for some reason, it just isn't working. It's just weird. Sorry, go ahead, Will.
That's okay. I'm just also reminded, Alan, that as we screen through the news and things that we do every day, and then we'll cover some of it here, that sometimes we probably forget that there are listeners in who pop in and then go out, and we fail to recognize that we might actually know something that we covered earlier, and we thought, oh, gee, I won't repeat anything because. I don't want to rehash everything we just did, but it kind of is important to rehash stuff if people have missed it periodically. So I was curious to know if there was anything that happened while I was away. Not, I've logged in this morning about 4 hours ago, but was there anything that happened in the 12 hours before that you, or I suppose anybody listening in that wants to come in and raise a hand, that they missed out on and they want to talk about, and we can back up and cover some of what we know from yesterday if people missed it. Is that a good idea?
Yeah, it is a good idea. And while I think about that, let's go to Christian, who did get up, and both Prince and I have tried to get Raver back into the space, and he just cycles. But there will be a solution. Raver will be back with us. But Christian, go ahead.
Oh, Alan, thanks. It's Christopher. I know you can't see all the characters. I wanted to. Am I coming through?
Loud and clear.
You're good.
All right, cool. Thank you, Prince. Thank you, Alan. I wanted just to piggyback, Alan, on what you said, because I've been trying to figure out how to get this small anecdotal story in there of my encounter with a technician at a hospital here in Brooklyn. I had an unfortunate run-in with a vehicle. I was on a motorcycle. I ran into the vehicle. Everything's fine. Just a little bit of a soreness. But anyway, as we were going through the 24 hours of tests and so on and so forth, I was visiting various testing departments, and I heard this accent, and I was parked outside, and I couldn't see the person, and I just said, Slava Ukraine. And the woman inside said, what? In her, and I said, Slava Ukraini, Heron Slava. And she came out, and sure enough, she was Ukrainian in her probably early 60s. And she started to tell me, first thing she talked about was the killing of the soldier, the execution of the prisoner. And then my tear ducts went downhill from there. She started to talk about her family and who was where, and the fact that everybody that she's spoken to in her family, they all want to go back, and they want to go back to help Ukraine whenever it finishes or whenever they can. And she asked me where I was from and why I was interested in this. And then I showed her the Twitter space. And she had no idea that there were people that were paying attention like that. And she asked me, why do I do it? Why do I do it? And I started to get really emotional. And then she grabs my hand and she says, because of your heart. And I lost it at that point. And I'm lying down on a gurney with a hospital gown on, and this woman who's coming up to, look at me. And it was just the serendipity of the situation and the realness that you feel, that I felt from connecting with her. And, I may never see her again. Don't know it. But in any case, I just wanted to share that. Wanted to find a place to put this into the conversation, and you left me that opening. So I appreciate you. Thank you kindly. I'm going to drop back down.
Christopher, that is a great story. And you know what? You will see that woman again, because that's what happens with connections like that. And so you're in Brooklyn. New York City has a great Ukrainian community. There's a great Ukrainian church down on the Lower East Side. I've been there a long, long time ago. But Christopher, I guarantee you will see this woman again. These things don't happen for no reason. Trust me on that, and come up and support me.
Alan, I'm gonna do it. You'll find out. You'll be the first. If I can get a selfie and with the woman, and you'll be the first on my list of being sent to. This may not be a professional organization as the tax man might consider it a professional organization, but it's certainly been much more professional than any other organization that I've ever been associated with in my life. So from my personal standpoint, from my personal sense of gratitude for everyone, Slava Ukraini. Thank you.
Herom Slava. And thank you. So back to Will's question. What's the news of the last 24, 48 hours? Well, I think a lot of people were fortunate enough to be here when Chuck Farah came up for a special edition of Bullet Points. And so Chuck, talking about Bakhmut, said it's still a critical situation in Bakhmut, lots of heavy fighting, but there are things there. There's good news for the Ukrainians. They're straightening out their line. They're succeeding to the southwest of Bakhmut. And I don't think any of us can just imagine how intense the fighting is, whether it's in Bakhmut or Kreminna or Vuhledar or on the banks of the Dnipro, where Ukrainians and Russians are trading artillery fire. Unfortunately, the Russians are able to shell Kherson, maybe reach as far as Mykolaiv, and they take Ukrainian lives every time they fire their artillery. But what we hope is in the next 48, 72 hours, we will see real success by the Ukrainians, whether it's in Bakhmut, up in Kreminna, maybe on the Kinburn Spit, in the river of the Dnipro, right near Kherson. But things will be happening. The weather is warming. The Ukrainians are rearming. They're retraining. They have plenty of enthusiastic, well-trained troops ready to take back their battle. Prince, you know who's up? It's Raver.
Yes, I just saw. I was just getting ready to interrupt you. I don't know what happened, but he's here, so let's take advantage of it.
Hey guys, it's obviously a problem with my phone. I'm on my wife's phone, so I'm not going to be here long. I've got to figure out what the hell's going on with my phone. So Just waving four fingers at a thumb at my Twitter family.
It's great to
Thank
have you
you,
here,
Raver.
Raver. What else is on your mind, though?
Massive frustration that I haven't been able to get up here and talk to you guys in 2 days. My wife's calling me a junkie and an addict, so you could probably hear her laughing in the background at me.
Yeah, but you know what? Your wife's phone has better audio than your phone. So why don't you trade phones with her?
Well, the difference is he's not like driving down the road in his truck while he's on his wife's phone. That's the big difference there, Alan.
Yeah, when generally when I log into MriyaReport, I'm in my Frontier, and I think there's an audio issue there, and it tends to blast you guys out. Here, I'm just talking normally with the phone in my hand.
And that's the best way to do it. You don't need headphones. You don't need Bluetooth. You just need your phone and Wi-Fi and a connection and your heart. And here you are at MriyaReport. It's great to see you, Raver.
Great to see
I'm
you all as
glad you
well.
finally got up.
Yeah, and I'm gonna go right back down. I got to figure out what's going on with my phone. Like I said, four fingers and a thumb to everybody, or 73 as we say in the ham world. I'll talk to you all later. I'll get this figured out eventually.
I'm glad we got to talk to you for at least a minute, Raver. I hope all's going well as it can at the moment in your life and your world. Thank you to your wife for letting you borrow her phone to troubleshoot, and we appreciate it. We appreciate all of you, and we think about you a lot. So I just wanted to add that. So, Alan, yeah. Oh my. So you're going to be taking off here pretty soon, I believe. And how are you this morning, Anda? Are you awake yet? Can you speak?
I can speak. I am awake. I'm not very joyful, but I'm awake.
Have you had coffee yet?
Uh no, but the water is already heat up, so the coffee is on the way. Um,
Okay, go away, and don't talk to us again until you've had coffee.
You know,
I like to give.
actually, Anda, I think you need tea and honey. Uh, you know, I believe you're here to switch with me, but in I can stay I can stay until next Tuesday.
well,
We saw what it looked like when you did that last week, Alan.
yeah. So the idea is, Alan, we help each other, right? It's true. I caught a nasty cold. It's the second one. Um, so it's not pretty, but we help each other, right? So I'm here to. I know you're here for some hours already, and you deserve some sleep like everyone else. And I will sleep tomorrow. In your tomorrow, my today, later today.
This is another reason I love MriyaReport. As Anda says, we're here to help each other. Mostly, we're here to help Ukraine. But if we can't help each other, how can we help Ukraine? Damn it, Anda, I love you. Damn it, Prince, I love you. I just cannot imagine being in a better place at a better time. And this is what MriyaReport means to me. I can imagine being in a better place at a better time. A better place will be a free Ukraine. A better time will be a Ukraine rebuilt. a new future with new prosperity. I can imagine that. And I want to be there to see it. I want to contribute to it. I want to help that come into being. And if there's anything I can do that I'm not doing, I'm going to find out what it is, and I'm going to do it. A better place, a better time in Ukraine, in Kyiv, in Kharkiv, in Kherson, in Odessa, in Mykolaiv, in Irpin, in Bucha, in Mariupol, in Mariinka, all over Ukraine. A better place, a better time. That's what we're thinking about and working for here at MriyaReport. Thank you all so much for being here. Anda, I hope your water is boiled, your coffee is strong, and I'm going to say to you and Prince and all of our listeners, Slava Ukraini.
Heroam Slava, Alan. Get some rest.
Heroam Slava.
There for a minute, I thought you were gonna break out in a West Side Story tune, but you didn't. So yeah, I was having real West Side Story vibes there. Oh, there's a place for us. Anyway, oh my goodness, that I know that even. So there has been. Friday is always a slow day as far as news. Well, not always, but Fridays tend to be a slower day news-wise. Um, and this was a piece of news that I came across that I said, really? Is this really true? So I did some digging and tracked it down, and I still I have concerns that not concerns. I don't think it's going to happen, but um, I think that the Ukrainian intelligence department felt and like it was worthy enough to mention. And I think it's one of those situations where, we know what you're going to do, so there's no point in even doing it because we're expecting it, is the kind of way I'm looking at it. And that is Russia is planning a large scale provocation on the Ukrainian Belarusian border and organizing coverage of the events. And that's just in a real brief summary of what they put out. But I feel like if the Ukrainian intelligence agency can say that the day before it's supposed to happen, and I put supposed to in quotes, it takes the wind out of their sails. So what's the point in doing it if we've already told that they're going to do it, and it's just this staged thing for propaganda? And it just, these kinds of things sometimes get me, but I always feel like Ukraine is one step ahead on it and puts the word out about it and takes the wind out of their sails and makes everybody aware of it. So if something happens, we all just roll our eyes and say, yeah, right, okay, we knew that was coming, so you haven't surprised anyone. Are you awake enough to make sense of what I just said, Anda?
I am, and I do understand you. So, and agree with what you're saying. There were some instances in which Ukraine, through their officials, announced, for example, some movement of troops, some events at the border. They sometimes happen and most often didn't. So I think it's important, you know. How should I put this? to fight on all fronts, including on information front, to see what's all about, to discuss, to prevent when possible, right? This is what you were talking about, to prevent, to show everyone. You know, one of the things, when you have the guts to say, I know you're gonna do this, that's not just it. Ukraine already prepared for it, so it's not only the deed per se what you prevent, but also the time. If you know they are going to do something, you prepare for it. You move troops there, you prepare your troops for the move, you arm your troops, so things are not a surprise for your troops if they happen. So the way it goes is through prevention, right? So it's not only the saying, it's not only the fact that they are saying, yeah, I know you're gonna do this, because it's not about lying. This is Russia's field. It's about exposing, correct? It's about preparing and exposing. So on one side, we prepare to receive you, and on the other side, we expose you to everyone else that you are planning to do this, and everyone else reacts. And this happened also with Moldova. Do you remember, Prince?
That's actually what I was going to. That's actually what I was going to say next. Is I also read today that according to the U.S. intelligence community, there was a story today that they believe that individuals with ties to Russian intelligence are planning to stage a protest in Moldova to try to foment a manufactured insurrection against the Moldovan government. So we see this happening, by Ukraine, by the United States, by different countries trying to call out these things before they happen, so that when they happen, people will see them for what they are. And so, and yes, like you were saying, it's happened with Moldova too, because that is another piece of news that I wrote down today. The intelligence community gave some stuff today about Moldova and about Belarus doing this provocation on the border with Ukraine, and it's good to have this kind of information ahead of time, because, well, it might actually make people not go through with what they were thinking about doing, because what's the point? And if they do go through with it, we as a community can look at it and say, yeah, we know what this is all really about. So it doesn't really mean anything to us, because we know what you're trying to do, and we're not going to let that happen. That's the kind of thing I'm thinking.
So, for a bit of context, in Moldova, yesterday, there was reported by their security service that they caught 3 persons, and they searched their cars, who were delivering money to the mayors and some officials from the Shore Party, which is the opposition party, and also the pro-Russian party. So Shore Party is the party who is staging for the past months all the protests, and they are staging them by paying people and paying the buses which are taking the people from the villages around Moldova towards Chisinau. So I think I mentioned this yesterday also. This is not a revolt like you see in Iran. This is not a revolt like you see in Georgia. People are not going in the streets. People from Chisinau are not going into the streets protesting. These protests are staged. People in Moldova know they are staged. Their security information system knows the same. They are following them for a couple of months. They are preparing the cases against the heads of the party, because the this is not what a party should do, right? Pushing for pushing for unrest on the streets is not what a party should do. Screaming something against another party, like you're bad, that's not a statement, right? If you are in a party and you represent the party, you say what are the problems, okay, and you try to counter them, right, and have a case, have a plan how to change things. Shore Party is a party which has strong ties with Russia. They their leaders are being paid, so they are biased, right? It's not like they are. Tell me, Prince, if I'm coming to you one day and I will say, I will pay you $1,000 to go outside your mayor house and protest for, I don't know, better education system, which is a very vague statement, right? When you when you have something on point in mind, that's one thing. When you protest on some vague statement that means nothing, um, that's manipulation, right? It shows someone that you're upset, but they cannot actually do anything like improving the system. It's a very big challenge, right? Moldova's problems are a big inflation. They have like 30% inflation, official 30% inflation. So in comparison, Germany has 11 or 12% inflation, and they complain that things are expensive. Imagine having an overall 30% inflation. Things are very expensive, right? And Moldova is one of the countries with a very low GDP, very low income at the personal level. So for them, the impact is big, right? They do have economical problems. They had problems getting the energy for last year. They had problems getting heat into the system, because in the big cities you have a centralized system for heating, and this means if you don't have gas to heat up the water which runs through the pipes, people don't get heat in their house, basically. So it's not roses and rainbows, and nobody says that. Nobody says that. But also, it's true. The party that is organizing the protests is paying the people. And that is not a spontaneous, is not a spontaneous event, correct? Anyway, I'm
Yes.
yeah, I'm going. I went away with this topic.
That's okay. I am more worried about your voice, but I know how you can go away with topics and just go on, but that's okay. Um, and uh, and you know, we could see. Yeah, I just had somebody message me that they might be able to help if you need to go back to bed. And yeah. Anyway, we'll figure it out. We'll get it all worked out. Um, but while we do that, I'm just going to encourage people to retweet and quote tweet the space so that we can get more people in here, so that we can have more people come and interact with us and try to engage the conversation and keep us going. Otherwise, you're going to have me asking you for a number from 1 to 6, and then I will take a subject from one of the 6 documents that I have with topics and talk about one at random, and you'll have to live with whatever it is, whether it's a good topic or not. MriyaReport has been going on 24 hours a day, 7 days a week since before the full-scale invasion. And I think Raver's testing again. I think we got him back. Raver, are you there? You're not spinning. Oh no, he almost made it. So we are a group of volunteers who sometimes don't do as good as we'd like to, but we always do as well as we can. um, we are always trying to improve, and I actually have all this written down in a much better way than I'm telling you now. But while you're listening to us, also go and please visit MriyaAid.org and consider making a donation to them. At Maria Aid, you can see all of the updates, see updates on some of the amazing things that they have done and they continue to do. 100% of the funds that they raise go to providing non-lethal aid to Ukraine and include such things as tourniquets, bandages, drones, and night vision. None of the money that they raise goes to overhead. It all goes to non-lethal aid to Ukraine. So I'm gonna go ahead and stop for a second. And Anda, do you have any topics that we might be able to try to cover?
I do. I also brought up Griffin and Isidro. I remember Isidro. We talked with him a couple of days, weeks. I don't remember exactly when. So I will first go to Griffin. He had his hand up. Hello.
Hello, good evening, everyone. Regarding Moldova, it's a pretty important piece. I really appreciate Anda's speaking to it. The Russians have contributed to the breakaway of a part of Moldova. I understand they have around 1,000 soldiers there, and their signal intelligence capabilities for listening in on Ukrainian army chatter and whatnot, and their physical ability to observe what's going on across the border in Ukraine, especially towards the southeast, is very important. And thank you, Anda, for bringing up that. One of the things the EU could do would be to help aid Moldova move towards European model of economy and economic policies and whatnot. But if pressures, military pressure from the Russians inside part of Moldova become a problem, it would be interesting to see if Moldova would ask Romania and the Ukraine for assistance militarily in terms of supplying expertise and weapons and advisors and whatnot to help counter what's going on. And maybe Moldova could make a request to NATO to get advisors in country that could assist them in pushing back the activities, the counterintelligence operations and whatnot of the Russians. Back to you, Admiral.
Well, I'm going to jump in before, we're so fortunate to have Anda, and we have some other really good friends in this space and other co-hosts who are from Romania. And so they have a very, very good view and look at this, I think, in a way that many of us don't. I know whenever I think of something regarding Moldova, I am always thinking that I want Anda or Daniel or Ilona's input, or Christian, I believe, is another man. We have several Romanian people. So, Anda, do you have something to input since you are the only Romanian here at the moment?
I will only mention that we have in the space at least two Moldavians, right? One is Vic. He comes from time to time during daytime when he can. And the other one is, I think Mila is her name. I need to check it. She came up for, I think, 2 times, at least when I was co-hosting. So it's great when we can have people with relatives on the ground. I know, or friends. For example, Ioana has family in Chisinau, so we try to keep up with friends and family, and with news, and find out what's happening there and how is it going, right? I think we can go to Isidro. Am I correct that you're from? Yeah, you're from Nicaragua and currently in Canada. We had an interesting discussion over children in the army some weeks back.
Yes, correct. And I always listening here, and I try to put my attention. I am aware of what invasion is going through, suffering the people from Ukraine, and trying to make it a little bit easy here. I cannot stay on the topic, but I can say you are looking. You said from like people who may be in Moldova, Romania, and it came to my mind very quickly that Spanish is very similar with the Romanian. So I just to make sure before I speak, I Google it, and turn out that 70% of the words in Romanian and Spanish are similar. So I will be the closest you have from Romania. um, as I said, like I try my best as I can to make the Canadian government aware of that I support Ukraine. I support what the Canadian government is doing, helping the Ukrainian people. I've been doing this even before the invasion. And but also I am from Nicaragua, going through a terrible dictator who is an ally of Russia. I mentioned it before. The Nicaraguan army was in Vostok 2022 military exercises. What it means is the Nicaraguan army was helping the Russian army being combat ready to kill Ukrainian people. I'm trying to make aware. I will trying to make it more formal and to demand the Canadian government stop any commercial or any dealings with the Nicaraguan army. And that's what is very important, that we all from different parts of the world stop trying to isolate Russia. Even Nicaragua is insignificant if you want. However, once that little voice, it tens of those get together, it helps Russia, and we have to stop that. Nicaragua is going through a very difficult time, to the point that the Pope um, gave a very good speech today in favor of Nicaragua, and bring me almost to tears, joy. I'm not Catholic, by the way. I was, and I'm seriously considering going. Actually, I'm going to go back to the Catholicism, just because of the strong words the Pope used today. And he also uses slang from Argentina called guarango. So if you hear or you read anywhere guarango, that means who is somebody who is vulgar, inaccurate, thief, all the bad adjectives. But going back to Ukraine, at least on my part, I think it's very important to keep in touch, to keep tagging, to keep tweeting to Minister of Defense Anita, to Foreign Affairs Melanie, Canada Foreign Policy Affairs, and about how bad it is to support even small armies like the Nicaraguan army who support the Russians. To give you how close they are, the Moskva, who, thanks God, is in the bottom of the lake, the ocean now, was in Nicaragua in 2013 visiting Puerto Corinto. And so the Russians at that time, 2013, 2016, they were trying to establish bases in the Americas to help with supplies for their expeditions. And we have the bombarders, long distance capable of nuclear arms planes landing in Venezuela. So we have all those dictators that in Latin America in favor of Russia, and we have to stop that. And I'm Latino. I'm very proud of it. And my daughter here is listening, and she's gonna get mad with me because I'm gonna say I'm very proud to have a daughter in the Reserve Navy in Canada. If you, I will keep adding if the time comes. Thank you very much. It was a pleasure to hear you guys.
Thank you very much, Isidro, and hug your daughter. Thank you. Thank her for from our part for her service. People are being protected, right, through her service, and this is important. So thank you, and thank you for coming up and supporting Ukraine and being vocal. It's really important. When you tweet out, you can organize your thoughts in threads, and you can tweet them and tag the officials you want to address, right? So they will be aware of the problems that you're seeing, and you can also tag other people that you want to see the post, in order for them to, for example, for them to tweet or retweet you. in case you need support. So I think it's a good idea to put this, to organize them and put them out there in a thread. And yeah, it's great to get information out. Thank you, Dave. Good morning or good evening. It's very late for you.
Yep. Good morning there. Good evening here. It's not very late. It's only 8:40, 8:50. But Isidro, you brought up the Pope Francis, and I was just reading his statement about how he's been turned down by Putin, but he's made himself available if Putin ever wants to talk to him. And I'm wondering what this is going to do for the. I don't know how close the Russian Orthodox Church is linked to the I guess the one in Rome, but I was wondering if Pope Francis is if he has any say whatsoever over what the Russian Orthodox Church does, because they've basically become another arm of the government, the FSB. Do you know anything about that, Isidro, or know about that connection?
With my very basic knowledge on religions, I can tell you no at all. What happened is that's why the church separated, like the the Anglicans. It's like the Anglicans sure have nothing to do. There is a closeness getting it, but in the chain of command, like an army. Sorry, we're gonna talk like that. The Catholic Church is the Catholic Church. The Anglican Church is the Anglican Church, and the Orthodox Church. I think actually the head's supposed to be in Greece, but also there is a difference between the Russian Orthodox and the Ukrainian Orthodox, which has been taken apart right now. And I will say no, the Pope will have nothing. Pope Francisco will have nothing to do with the Russian Orthodox Church.
Oh, okay. That's why I'm. Go ahead, Enda. You're a co-host. You don't need to put your hand up.
I wanted to bring the attention, as I'm not as fast as I used to be, right? So I'm not as loud. So what I wanted to bring as information, right? So the Catholic and the Orthodox Church split in 1054. Since then, they are like two separate entities. What is relevant is that in the Catholic Church, there have been some events which are considered miracles by the church and by the persons who were present at that time. And one of them was referring strictly to Russia. And this is actually a fact, right? Therefore, last year, the Pope prayed, had a special prayer for Russia. It's not in the sense of appeasing Russia, but for them to find the right way, to return as a good country, something like that. Because in being good is what you are asked basically two things, right? As to love God. These are the two basic rules: to love God and to love the other. And this was the core of this prayer, not in support of what Russia is doing, but against um, against their actions. Let's put it this way. Anyway, it didn't go any further than that, and actually the previous popes raised their voice against aggression, which this current the current pope didn't. He didn't took a stance from the start. He was kind of ambivalent going through. He received the wives and girlfriends of some of the Azovstal defenders last year, when it was really they were desperate, right? They weren't even Catholics. They went to him as you go to God to pray, right? Help me, do something. I'm in trouble. So let's put it this way: I expected much more. I know it's like talking to another country. This is how it's like between the churches. It's like talking to another country. You have no ruling over it. You can tell them it's not good what you're doing, but you have no ruling over them. So this is the reason for which it's more of a moral stance. It's more of an image at international level. And I think, and Isidro can correct me if I'm wrong, South America is preponderant Catholic, which makes the Pope's voice very strong. And in South America, Russia TV and other Russian channels are distributed, so they have access. They are being bombarded actually with information which is biased, with narratives which are biased, and therefore a strong stance from the Pope in this case would influence them in not listening so much to the Russians, in understanding that what Russia is doing is not good, in searching for information. Because when a person, and I can tell you this, and this I know from sales, so if you want to fight me on this one, I'm here to push back. So when you're training in sales, you learn that people fall basically in 4 categories. And this is important because based on the category in which they are, you have to alter the message that you're sending out, because it's not gonna work. You ain't gonna sell anything if you're not using the correct message to sell it. And it doesn't matter what you sell. You can sell information, you can sell goods, you can sell ideas. It's the way you're doing it that gets through or not. So one of the ways in which people judge what you're selling is if other people are doing it. And this is a real thing. People judge. If my neighbor is buying this, it must be good. If this person, which I totally appreciate, does this, it must be good. If a person I trust recommends me someone, that someone must be good. And I fall in this category, right? It's biased because that person who recommends you something could be wrong, right? It can happen. But I put faith in people. So if a person I trust tells me this is good and this is bad, and I don't have too much information about that, I will trust him and go with his opinion. If someone else tells me, this is good and this is bad, and I don't trust that person, or I don't trust them at the same level, I won't go with them, right? Just 1 second. And I'm not odd. A lot of people do that. This is why you have commercials with this star or that athlete, which is presenting you this kind of insurance or that kind of beverage or something like that, right?
Amanda, do you need a minute?
Yeah.
I muted myself. I needed to cough and I didn't want to.
No, I know that's why you were muting yourself, but do you
Sorry.
need a second to stop talking?
Yeah, I hope you got my idea.
I think Napo Dave might have a response, so I'm going to let Napo Dave go ahead. I just wanted to try to give you a break, your voice a break. So go ahead, Dave.
Yeah, we'll give your voice a break. Yes, that's understand that. On Pope Francis, I've been kind of ambivalent because he, at the beginning of the war, as you pointed out, he was not really decisive, and has sent some mixed messages. Like I think last year on Good Friday, they do this. They have the Way of the Cross procession every year on Good Friday, and they had a Russian and a Ukrainian holding up the cross. And of course, that was pretty, I guess, elevating, it was legitimizing Russia's invasion, saying, well, Ukraine and Russia need to just get along, which of course is not the case. That then, and a lot of people would say, well, we're supposed to love our neighbor. That's true. And guess who Russia's neighbor is? Russia's neighbor is Ukraine. Russia is not holding up, is not loving God. They're not loving their neighbor. And we know in some instances where Jesus in the Bible, used a whip to drive some men out of the temple because they were defiling it. So it's not like Jesus was completely passive and just let people walk over him. When situations arose that required action, he took action. And so I think that I think it's kind of weak and lame that a lot of people that claim to be religious are just saying, well, everybody just needs to have peace here. We need to appease Russia by giving them what they want, because that's the quickest path to peace. Well, the quickest path for peace is to Russia to start loving their neighbors and to leave.
Well, in the end, if someone comes in my house, trying, I'm going to be very blunt. If someone comes in my house and tries to rape me, I'm not. It's not like I'm gonna say, let's be friends. It's not. That's not the narrative. If he tries to kill my husband and to rape me and to take my child, yeah, he better prepare for something bad, right? At least I will put up a fight, and I do have knives, so uh, in the house. So it's not like um, loving your neighbor is helping them when they need. Loving your neighbor is not watching passively as someone is beat up on the street, and it's not aggression. So that's not what God wanted, right? So they can bless all they want, and I know their patriarch is blessing the weapons, and he blessed one weapon which has the name of the counterpart. So that's not that's using a ritual to enable a behavior, to enable the men. It's that's not religion, that's not faith. That's manipulation. That is using the religion and using the rituals in order to manipulate the masses. And I said it, and I will say it again. Whichever God you're praying to, because we are all different, right? I'm Orthodox. Isidro was Catholic. Other people are Muslims. Other people are from Hindu or other religions that I don't know, or simply with no religion. But there is a correct way of behaving, and there is a right and a wrong, and we should choose right. We choose light, not darkness.
Well, and what's interesting, Anda, is that there tends to be a consistency often between different religions as far as those core values are concerned, and I think that it's something we all tend to learn, no matter what our religion is, as far as how to treat other people. For the most part, I'm sure there are exceptions.
You're totally right. So I learned a lot. You will laugh at me, but I learned a lot how to behave from Muslims. And I'm an Orthodox, and this is actually true. You are totally right.
Yeah, the same theme tends to go through religion, through to the different religions. It doesn't really matter. There's this core core human value. So I'm curious to see what Carrie has to say. And I think you should give your voice a rest. If NAFO Dave is willing to take over for co-hosting for a couple more hours, then we can make that switcheroo. And if you choose to come back up and talk to us, that's fine. But I know you're sick. In the meantime, let's go to Carrie.
Hello, girls. How you doing? I'm having to be quiet because Elsa's here, and her bedroom is right near mine. Like, I live in the tiniest cottage you can imagine, and also I've got a puppy sleepover, so I'm a very indulgent puppy mother, a puppy grandmother. So I've got a puppy with me at the moment that really shouldn't be sleeping on my bed, but is like glued to my side when she's ever here. So I was thinking about core values and complacency. So I think that it's very easy when your values aren't truly threatened, and I mean truly threatened, to you say you believe in something, but it's very easy for that to be very surface, for it to not really reach into the heart of you, for your actions to be docile when your core values aren't threatened. And predominantly in the West, our core values aren't that threatened. You know, our lives are comfortable enough that our core values don't need to be threatened, and we see other things as threats. So, for example, I'm still very, very surprised when I speak to people almost on the cuff more about Ukraine. Less trying to lecture them, more just something that you use as a comment to try and get an in on a conversation. And my predominant response, and these are sort of colleagues more, so you know, I give them my view, but I'm not going to chew my ear off, and I don't have time to give them a lecture. So it's, you know, often in the workplace, and we're very, very busy as a school, so you don't get much time for people at all. And their major fear is still worries about nuclear war. Literally, that is their ignorant major fear. So I've, you know, obviously I have done my best to put people right on that. But if you look around the world, the main people that are prepared to literally die for what they believe in are people whose values are threatened, truly threatened. And that is when the fight comes out in many people. And I think this is probably where I have a core of, I hope, understanding of the position of people who are prepared to die for what they believe in. Because as you know, I have CPTSD, and in order to get out of my coercive control relationship, I had to be prepared to lose my life. I had to be prepared. I knew that if I didn't get out, I would go insane, either because I wouldn't cope, I would, you know, whatever it was, doesn't matter. I had to be prepared to fight tooth and nail to get out and put up with whatever that meant that my life would be. And it is challenging. You know, I lost so much. I lost so many friends. I lost so much money. But do you know what? I am so pleased I did. I don't care. And I am so pleased I got out. And I am more free. I'm more free. And that freedom is worth everything. And that's what the Ukrainians understand. That's what anybody who's been through a truly challenging, down to the core of who you are, knows, that you have to believe 1000% in what you're doing. You have to not bear where you are anymore. And you have to be utterly, utterly determined. And I think that is the time when we see people's core values and people's true strength if they are prepared to fight and die for that freedom. And that's what we see. And so it's a point around complacency, core values, determination, and we are too comfortable to truly appreciate that in so many parts of the West.
Oh, that's a really good analogy to explain Ukraine and Russia with as an abusive relationship. And that's, I think that will help us understand maybe why Russia doesn't seem to realize that Ukraine's never going to give in, Ukraine's never going to surrender, because they're the abuser and they're thinking, I'm the one with the power here and I'm going to control you, and they don't understand anything but that that they're going to be in charge. They can't comprehend that you are a person with your own wants and desires and independence. Ukraine exists for the sole purpose of Russia. I think that's a great analogy. Thank you for bringing that up.
Thank you.
Actually,
Sorry, I was just going to say that the flip side of that point we have to remember is that people whose existence has not been threatened, truly threatened, equally are complacent. They have not been tested. Their mettle has not been tested, so they cannot show. They cannot say. They cannot have that deep, fundamental belief in the fight for freedom or death.
Yeah,
yeah,
that's and you see that with with a lot of domestic violence victims. You get all this victim blaming from people who have never been there. They don't understand, and we see the same thing where we see lots of victim blaming of Ukraine. Saying, well, Ukraine brought this on themselves, and Ukraine, Ukraine should just make peace with Russia and give them what they want. And you hear that. That's a really good, I guess, a really good way to look at this. Anda, you're supposed to be being quiet, but I'll let you speak for a little bit.
It's very hard for me being quiet. So what I wanted to add about abusive relationships is that usually they don't start this way, they end this way. So to Carrie's point, some people are complacent because the level of the pain is still considered bearable. Is that moment when you say, yeah, he is doing this, but yeah, he is blah blah blah, but we still have this, but it's still okay. And I think we see this in Russia today. They are looking at Putin, they are looking at their economy, they are looking at their lives, they are looking at the coffins coming in with the soldiers that are dying in Ukraine. And they think it's not great, but, and after that, it comes some inner way of finding a reason for which is not that bad. We still have this. We are safe here. We blah, 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 right? So taking a stance and raising your voice and being the first one standing up and saying, no, I'm not going to go with you. I don't like this. It's hard. It's really, really hard because all the pressure is on you. When you have two people standing up, it's a bit easier. When you have a crowd standing up, it's a bit easier for everyone in that crowd. But unless a significant number of people raise up and stand and say, enough, it's enough, Russia won't change from within. They are the ones in the abusive relationship, which they are oppressed, they are used, they are being ethnically cleansed, and still they support Putin, most of them. And we had earlier today someone talking about the 500,000 men who left Russia because they were afraid of being incorporated. That's a lot. Like it's more than they have right now on the front lines, right? So they know it's bad, but they left. The ones that left were the ones that realized we're gonna die. We're gonna go in Ukraine and die for a stupid idea of a stupid person who has a fixed thought in his head. Others went, and the majority of Russia is still in this coping mechanism of but it's not so bad. Yes, it is. It actually is worse than you think. And as Carrie said, at some point, you need to take a stance and say, my way or the highway. And Carrie, I'm really, really proud of you.
Thank you, darling.
Okay, I'll stop speaking.
Yep.
For
Yeah. I'm gonna I don't know if some of you were on earlier tonight when we were talking about the national anthem of Ukraine, because the 10th, excuse me, hang on, was actually like the day of the national anthem of Ukraine. And so I looked up and went through a couple of different versions and sort of found what I thought was probably the best translation. So it's not long, and you're going to hear it again because I'm going to read it again, because I think what Carrie's described, what Anda has described, what we've been describing here, is a strength, and a willpower to overcome. And it's a similar strength and a willpower that we see in the Ukrainians, and I think that it is well worded in their national anthem. Ukraine's glory has not yet died, nor her freedom. Upon us, my young brothers, fate shall ye smile. Our enemies will perish like dew in the morning sun, and we too shall rule, brothers, in our own land. Souls and bodies will lay down, all for our freedom. And you will show that we, brothers, are all Kazakh nation. So I hope that made sense. I don't know. It is a very
did.
good, yeah. There's a strength in that. There's a strength in that has just been blowing me away. And it's the souls and bodies will lay down, all for our own freedom. We're willing to put ourselves at risk for the freedom of our country, for the freedom of ourselves, Carrie. And that's just what it it comes down to. Is there's a tenacity and a strength in that freedom and that willingness to get that freedom. And so that the conversation just led me to want to read that again. So I thought I would do that real quick. NAFO Dave, back to you for a second.
Yes, thank you for that. I've heard the Ukrainian anthem, but I've never seen a translation of it. So thank you for that. You know, that was one of the most emotional times. I went to a rally for Ukraine a couple of weeks ago on the year anniversary, and they at the end of the rally they sang the Ukrainian anthem, and I don't think there was a dry eye anywhere in the crowd. It was very moving. So I appreciate that. Now, let's see this. We have delved into some of the deep topics here for the last while. I felt maybe we can lighten up just a tiny bit. There's a video that's been going around about some Finnish. It was filmed by some Finnish soldiers. These Finnish and there's a stereotype of Finns as being quite taciturn and tough, and and I think they have that reputation deservedly, because especially I've always been I have a couple of friends that are Finns. One of them, she was only born with half of her right arm, so she's got one left arm and half of her right arm, and yet she has uh, she has 10 gold medals in cross country skiing. You know, in Finland, and the Finns always just destroy the field in cross country, because cross country is tough. There's no way to cheat against nature in cross country. You just physically have to put in the work, and the Finns do that day in and day out. And so as I watch this video, I would recommend it, because it's a video of it's from first person point of view. So a Finn had a GoPro or something on his helmet, and it shows that at first they're in a tree line firing, and one of his companions gets hit, and he hear in the, he's a few feet away, and he's like, I'm hit, medic, medic. And the guy jumps up and runs over there, and the guy's kind of panicking because he's been hit, and he's like, I'm hit, get the medic. And the Finn just says, well, looks like you got lucky, you're just hitting the leg. It's only the leg. And and the guy, and then it cuts from there, and then it shows him there in the city. I don't know which city it's in, but they're in the city, and you hear this, he's talking to another guy, and the guy says, he just kind of exclaims, "Oh, I just got hit in the chest by a sniper. My chest plate got hit by a bullet." And the guy's like, "Cool, dude." He's so calm. He's so laid back, and just taking things as they are. It's really fits the Finnish stereotype that they're very tough. They're very calm. They're very collected. I just thought that was a very telling video that of what kind of attitude the Finns have, and we know that if you go back and read about the Winter War, where Russia tried to invade Finland, and they got their butts handed to them quite readily by the Finnish snipers, because they knew how to. They were good at biathlon. They could cross country ski and snipe at the same time. the biathlon is, I think, one of the original Olympic winter sports for that very reason. The Finns, Norwegians in general, have to cross-country ski and hunt. So they have to be able to cross-country ski and then stop and shoot accurately at a moment's notice. And they showed the Russians exactly what it was like and why they win so many biathlon gold medals. So that's my little splurge about that story. Has anybody else seen this video and care to comment?
I did see that video briefly, and it. I think he was more worried about his car getting blown up than he was about any injuries that might have taken place. That just, yes, my knee saw it. I didn't even get to pay on it, or something along those lines. So yeah, that was one heck of a video to watch. Yeah, it was. It's something that just go ahead.
I thought it was more of he was relieved that the car got burned. Is like, the car got burned. Yeah, we didn't even have to pay on it.
Okay, that's another way to look at it. You may be very, very, very right on that. I don't know.
Is it on your timeline every day?
What did you say? I couldn't hear what you said, Gary.
Is it in your tweets? Is it in your timeline? Because I've not seen it. I wanted to have a look at it.
I don't know if I have tweeted this. I watched it, but I don't always retweet things I watch because I think I try to limit my timeline to, so that people don't just hit, you get some people that just tweet thousands of tweets a day, and it's just a deluge, and you can't keep up with what they're tweeting. So, but I'll tweet that out now if I can find it again. So while I'm trying to do technology and tweet and think at the same time here, Prince, do you have any additional topics?
Well, I just had something come up that I will go ahead and see if I can figure out where I put it on my miniature screen here. It feels like a miniature screen, even though it's a full-size laptop screen. But I feel like I need 3 screens. I thought I put it somewhere, but I didn't. Oh no, I did. I just pulled up the wrong document. What I prefer to read the Strategic Command military update at 0600 and at 1800 every day. And what the Strategic Command puts out is a much briefer summary than what the General Staff puts out. They summarize the General Staff one in a very, very concise way. So basically, they're saying in the past day, the enemy launched 29 airstrikes and 4 missile strikes on the Donetsk region. The occupiers also fired 100 rockets from multiple rocket launchers. The enemy does not try to enter the administrative border of Donetsk and Luhansk regions. The main efforts are focused on conducting offensive actions on Lyman, Bakhmut, Avdiivka, and 2 other cities that had a very unfortunate translation error. The last day, our soldiers repelled more than 100 attacks in the indicated directions. There's more to it, but I see Anda has her hand up, so I will go to Anda next.
Yes,
Anda?
yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
You were 5 screens away, weren't you?
Yes, exactly. 5 screens away and the phone away. Uh, um, um, what I wanted to bring up a topic, something I read in Ukrainian news, because you turned back to Ukraine, and one thing I'm following right now as a topic is the ammunition. So I find it amusing when you see a statement from a president of a country, in this case Serbia, who publicly admits at the Serbian TV channel that he is not able to control the re-export of its weapons to third countries. So he stated that the country's authorities and companies did not supply weapons to Ukraine or Russia. He also admits, on the other side, that the manufactured ammunition from Serbia often ends up in conflict zones. Mysteriously ends up in conflict zones. He's like, no matter what you do, your ammunition will end up in Syria, Mali, or somewhere where is war. I don't know. I don't know exactly how this works, but what I know, it was really, really hard to get those tanks into Ukraine. So it must be a way if you want to not do something, right? It's sometimes all these lies or these statements are so infuriating that it's actually a good thing. I cannot speak too much. So yeah, it's a good thing that through Turkey some ammunition ended up in Ukraine also, even if probably Russia is not happy about that. But well, he said he cannot control it, so yeah, what can you do? So I wanted to bring this up because I'm following up on ammunition and ammunition stocks, as all the experts said. If the production at the European level and not only is not ramped up, there are good chances to start seeing some problems with the ammo stock, and we don't want that, right? And as for now, we can see that Germany, through Rheinmetall, bought up a factory in Spain. If I don't butcher this too much, and therefore, with the help of that factory, they could produce during this year up to 300,000 shells. So that would be a good thing, right? In order to send them to Ukraine. So things are being done. It's not like they are being done right now, but they they are things are moving, and I think that's important. All right, so I will shut up. I have another topic, but I will let you speak. Yes.
And didn't your mom always tell you, say, I have a question? Or
Mom,
was that your grandmother? Your mom?
mom
Yeah.
hated me. Around when I was 3, I not only I asked thousands of questions. My questions were not why, but for what reason? For what reason is the grass growing? For what reason is the cow eating the grass? For what? So I was terribly concerned about the reason. I don't know why, but this is how I phrased all my questions. And I whenever I bring this up, she's like, oh, don't remember me. I'm so happy you're not asking questions anymore. And I was like, not to you.
But that's why you have the nickname, I have a question. Nobody's surprised when Anda comes up and says, I have a question. But you know what? It's part of what we love about you. I found today a new channel that has what I believe to be very reliable information. It is actually a Mariupol update channel. And from the mayor of Mariupol, I believe this is the mayor of Mariupol in exile, such as Ivan Fedorov is of his region. But he spoke out today about the water situation during a briefing at the Ukrainian Media Center. So, yes, that means he is in exile. According to him, the Russian occupiers are not engaged in restoration of critical infrastructure, but at creating a good picture. There is big problems with water. Its quality is low and its volume is insufficient. Today, water is taken from the reserve at the reservoir. The volume of this water is very limited. It is designed for a city of 500,000 people for 6 months. Today, fewer people live in the city, but they have been using the water for almost a year. Its volume is decreasing and its quality is terrible. And this is a big problem because summer will come soon. So, I have heard different things over the last year about the water supply in Mariupol. And we've heard different things about the water supply in all kinds of places. It's something that I remember renegade relief runners talking about very distinctly, and talking about how they're delivering water filters to certain places to help filter the water, because there are things that Dave probably can help us understand better. But there have in the past, I believe, last summer had some problems with issues of cholera in Mariupol, and I would imagine issues with all kinds of other diseases with water. And no questions. I saw you put your hand up. I know you don't have a question, you have input, but but the water supply in these occupied areas and recently liberated areas and areas that are under constant bombardment and constant shelling, and areas where, just to put it bluntly, Russian soldiers are dying and not being retrieved. Um, there's a big risk to things like water. And so next time that we have Renegade Relief Runners or Ryan up, I wanted to talk to them a little bit more again about the water filtration that they're doing, because I think it's gonna come in handy because just even collecting rainwater, we've seen pictures of women, people doing their laundry in the rainwater, in the puddles, and collecting water from the puddles, and that's not always safe to drink. And it's gonna make people sick, and it's gonna make things worse in the long run. So I am curious, actually, Enda, what you wanted to add, and NAFO Dave, if you have anything to add.
Yeah, water quality that's one of those things that nobody really thinks about until it's an issue, because it's in at least in Western societies, um, the foundation of a I guess a stable society is good water. If you don't have healthy water, then everything else kind of falls apart, because people are sick all the time. Without that, they're getting cholera or diphtheria or giardia or you know salmonella. There's hundreds of different things that you can get sick from if you don't have good water. So the I think that can't be the quality, having good quality water for Ukraine. Um, I know that there have been early on, they brought in a whole bunch of water purification systems, big ones. Um, and because I was, uh, one of my first interactions on the space was, I was talking about backpacking water filters. Uh, Before I was paralyzed, I was a really big backpacker, and I have all sorts of different handheld filters, because there's nothing quite like, quite as fun as getting giardia and spewing your guts out when you're in the backcountry. And I was talking about, well, why don't we just send them all these filters? And they're like, no, it needs to be big scale. They need to have filtration for thousands of people, not just 5 or 6. I still think it's a good idea to send these filters out to the villages where they don't have the nice big systems. But yeah, if you don't and if you don't have good water, um, really, it's really hard to function, to do anything other than just survive. You know, if you don't have a filter, then you spend all your time collecting wood or charcoal or whatever. I imagine that a lot of gas lines have been damaged, so you can't use gas to heat things up. You have to use firewood. So uh, most of your day could be taken up with collecting wood, and then collecting water, and then boiling it. So, the Russians have been targeting the infrastructure, which means water purification, electrical centers, gas. Um, it's it you know if you can barely, I guess, if it sucks up all your time just trying to get water to stay alive, you really don't have time to do anything else. Um, and and I brought up that, yeah, antibiotics are another big thing. Especially, I've read over the history, or the not the history, the reports coming out of hospitals in occupied Russia, and they are very, very low on everything, antibiotics included. Now, none of us here are old enough to remember life without antibiotics. Um, I guess maybe if there's some people that grew up, I guess, maybe if you're 90 or above, you would know what it was like before penicillin was really popular. Um, and we don't realize how many people died because of an infection. We've completely forgotten that as a society. And Ukrainians and Russians are learning that war it's horrible, and it brings death in all manner of ways. And a big one of those is infection. I remember reading that that's what killed most of the soldiers in the American Civil War was infection. They didn't necessarily die from their wounds. They died from the infection they got and then couldn't be cured. I'm sure it's the same here, that a lot of soldiers are dying, and a lot of civilians, because they're getting bombarded by the Russians. You get a big shrapnel wound, and it gets infected, and you don't have access, you don't have any antibiotics. It's pretty likely you won't make it.
You mean, I'm sorry to jump in, but you mean that the videos that we saw with fast training on how to plug a wound with feminine hygiene products is not working? How can you say such a thing? It's such an ingenious way of solving the problem, and all the West collectively didn't thought of it, and Russia was so clever. Yeah.
Well, yeah, Russia was clever by half. So these plugs have actually been around for quite a while, except the ones that actually work are infused with antibiotics. So you have the cotton plug type thing because the very first problem you have with a wound is hemostasis. You have to stop the bleeding. Let me retract that. The very first thing you have to do is make sure they're breathing. If they're not breathing, then it doesn't matter what you do about their blood, they're not going to make it. So breathing first, check their airway, make sure they can breathe. If they are breathing, then stop the blood flow. Stop them from losing too much blood. And this is where Russia thought they were clever. Oh, we'll just hand out all these tampons, and they're about the right size. You can plug them into the hole. The problem is they're not sterile, and so yeah, you have stopped the soldier from dying in the next 10 or 15 minutes. So you've kept them alive for that long. If they make it back from the front line, which is very, that's iffy if you're a Russian. You've seen these videos where they just leave wounded people behind and take off running. So if you're lucky enough that either you're close to the rear when you're wounded, or you're not wounded very badly, and so you can crawl your way back to to your trenches without getting shot again. But if you're hurt bad, they just leave you. And so, the tampons are kind of going to waste. But so they make it back there, they stop the bleeding, but then they die from infection 5 to 10 days later because they didn't have antibiotics to treat the infection that was caused by the tampon stopping the blood. It's kind of a I guess a domino effect, that you have to continually be stopping what's trying to kill you next. First, the breathing's trying to kill you, and then the bleeding's trying to kill you, and then the bacteria is trying to kill you.
I have a question. So
yes, that's what your avatar says. I have a question.
So my current question is, you mentioned antibiotics, right? And we know they don't have enough. A part of it is due to corruption, and part of it is due to the fact that someone has to produce it and bring it to the front lines. But there is a trick. To my recollection, and that's my question. To my recollection, not all antibiotics are the same. Meaning they are not working properly, even if you have them on everything, right? So regardless
Yeah,
what am
yeah,
I correct?
you are correct. There are especially. Did I just mute myself? No. Okay, good. As long as I didn't mute everyone too. Um, uh, so yes, there are, especially in modern societies, there are a lot of bacterial resistant bugs, because it's an arms race between us and the bacteria. We came up with penicillin, and that worked great for a few decades, and then but over time, as the bacteria is exposed to it, they adapt. This is one, to get off on a tangent, this is one of the best arguments for evolution that there is. So bacteria can evolve to be resistant to different types of antibiotics. Um, they have, and there are some bacteria now, especially different. You might have heard of something called MRSA, which is a multi-drug resistant Staph aureus. So Staph aureus is a bacteria that's fine. Everybody has it. It's found on your skin. It's normal for a person to have Staph aureus on their skin. However, when it gets inside your body into cuts and things like that, then it can be a big problem, especially if it's resistant to most of the antibiotics. Most, I would say, 60% of the infection cases that we have now are resistant to penicillin. Most of them are resistant to amoxicillin. It's a constant arms race. We're constantly trying to develop new antibiotics to overcome the resistance the bacteria have developed. Um, I did the lab I did my PhD in. I was studying breast cancer, but most of the people in the lab were studying antibiotic resistance. So I know a little bit about this. However, it's kind of dated. That was 30 years ago. So there's the Russians. They're going to be limited by just because they don't have the antibiotics. They don't have, and they even if they do have the antibiotics, the stuff they're getting infected with, because it's in a developed nation like Ukraine, there's going to be a lot of antibiotic resistant bugs. And, for those, you have to have very specific antibiotics that are not easily delivered. Most of them you can only deliver them IV. You can't take a pill. So,
So tough luck for the Russians, right?
exactly. I'm sure this is why, why we are drastically underestimating the amount of casualties they have, because we don't know about how many people are dying, a week or 2 weeks later after they survived. We see the initial, well, because I know that a lot of the counting just goes by visual, like, they'll say, well, we shot this person, and they'll see it in a video, or they see it in a drone video, or somebody got blown up, but then they got up and ran away. They don't see that a week later, that person that got up and ran away died from a staph infection. Yes, Prince.
Yeah, and when I'm thinking about this, I'm thinking of situations I've heard of with, just within the last couple of weeks, we had, I saw tweets from actually somebody I didn't know, but saying they were looking for a specific antibiotic for a soldier that was wounded in Ukraine, and they were having a hard time finding it. Our friend Nurse Anna, I've heard at times, talking about needing a specific antibiotic for a patient that she's trying to help. And especially with wounded soldiers who have been out in the field, and they're not clean, they're dirty. I mean, they're they're rolling around in the dirt and they get wounded, and all of that rolling around in the dirt gets in the wound. And so they're going to need some probably very specific and very strong antibiotics. And they're not always available in Ukraine even. They're having to, sometimes find them in one part of the country and drive them quickly to the other side of the country because they need them faster than the ever effective Eucopostra can deliver them. So then think about the occupied areas. Think about places like Mariupol, where they are not being treated appropriately to begin with. And do they have access to the antibiotics that they might need? And, some of the diseases that I mentioned having to do with the water, such as cholera, diphtheria, giardia, all of these other different things, they can all typically be treated with the right antibiotic if that antibiotic is available. Am I correct?
Yeah, absolutely. So that's it's it cholera has developed resistance to some of the main treatments. So uh, if they have a bad cholera outbreak, that could be iffy. But yeah, Giardia, um, that can be treated with standard antibiotics, and that's frankly that's the most common waterborne illness you'll see. And you keep putting your hand up, and your voice is supposed to be resting. So I feel conflicted when I ask you to speak.
I think she's speaking less than she would if she were co-hosting. I think she's at
Well,
least raising her hand and waiting now instead of just talking. So her
yeah.
voice is getting more of a break thanks to you, Nafo Devo.
Well, I'm trying to uh, talk so that she doesn't have to. And this is I'm thankful that that we got onto this topic because of her. She nudged us in this direction. I think knowing that I can talk forever on the subject, and then she wouldn't have to. But she does probably. Do you want to make a comment, Anda?
Just wanted to, just a short anecdotal comment, because Prince mentioned, she expressed herself something like they are dirty, being all day in dirt. I want to tell you that my grandfather, so this is from him, it's not from me. He said that when he got cuts when he was a child, the first thing he would do would be to take. He was from a peasant family, so the first thing that he will do was to take dirt from the ground and rub the wound with it to clean it. This is how he expressed himself. And he said, it really worked. I never got an infection back then. And I know it's not the same right now. He didn't understood why. He just told me, this is what we did. This is what I learned from my father. So there was this as an anecdotal information. And also, as we went through the winter, and you can hear me, my beautiful voice, they get cold too. Not the Russians and not the Ukrainians. None of them are superheroes. They are normal human beings. Therefore, they get cold, they get pneumonia, and other illnesses. So those pneumonia, for instance, is something that you treat with antibiotics, right? It doesn't go away easily with paracetamol or ibuprofen or something like that.
Yeah, ibuprofen isn't even an antibiotic. That's for pain. So yeah,
Yeah,
pneumonia is
but
treated
still,
with.
people take it. People take it. So you're a specialized person who knows what they do. As a layman in medical matters, people will take what they have at hand, hoping for the best, and they don't have antibiotics, so they take what they have, right?
Yeah, and it can help you feel better, but it's treating the symptoms and not treating what's causing the actual problem. It's interesting that you brought up the about what your grandfather did with dirt, because that there is quite a bit of data showing that that can be helpful, because most the at least in a rural environment where you don't have a high concentration of people that have all these that are using antibiotics and are then creating an antibiotic resistance in the bacterial, the bacterial population in that area. Um, if there's a lot of the bacteria found in soil won't grow in you. It because the stuff that likes to grow in you likes to grow at 37 degrees Celsius. So that's it. And stuff in the soil, obviously the dirt, hopefully is not 37 degrees Celsius. It's quite a bit cooler. And so most things in the dirt are not going to infect you. But that becomes a problem when you start getting antibiotic resistant bugs in the soil, that can be treated if they happen to cause an infection. So I would not recommend it now, but it was a thing, and it probably was effective.
That's really interesting. I never thought of that, but it makes sense. It makes a lot of sense. And it actually, there are two kinds of pneumonia. There's viral and there's bacterial. And antibiotics won't help with viral infection typically. But anyway, that's me being nitpicky with a little bit of medical knowledge.
Well, no, that's exactly right. There's bacterial, and so pneumonia is just when fluid. That's the term for when you collect fluid in your lungs, and bacteria or viruses can cause that fluid to collect. So you can get a bacterial pneumonia is generally is treated with antibiotics. However, viral pneumonia is usually also treated with antibiotics, not for the virus, but for the secondary. It's almost inescapable that you will get a secondary bacterial infection if you have a buildup of fluid in your lungs. So oftentimes they will prophylactically treat you with antibiotics, even though it's caused by a virus, to stop the bacteria from being able to establish itself. Oh,
I'm sorry.
so
I'm sorry. Something caught my
yeah,
funny bone. And
uh huh. Me too. I
Yeah.
we could go off and talk about the um,
Can we
uh,
talk about worms developing in wounds? And anyway,
yeah, we could talk about all sorts of things that can grow in
sorry.
hamburger, and oh yeah, we can get into gangrene and
No,
Clostridia
no, no,
perfringens.
no, no. Let's be nice. Let's be nice. Let's be nice.
Oh yeah, I worked in so one of my labs I did was a medical microbiology lab, and we worked with all of the nasties, every pathogen that you can think of. I worked with it, just because that's what you have to do in a hospital environment. It doesn't do you any good to only deal with the nice bugs. You've got to deal with the nasty ones like Clostridia and Haemophilus and Klebsiella and all these things and a lot of them, the best way to grow them is in rotten hamburger. So you can imagine what that lab smelled like. But
Yeah, okay. I almost hit the mute all button.
okay, sorry, I won't go
No, that's
into any more
okay.
detail. I mean,
No, but when you, but we're still, what we're talking about is important, because that time between when somebody gets wounded and when they can get to safe sanitary medical care, infection can set in, and those kinds of infections can be pretty nasty and require a wide variety of antibiotics. And the antibiotics aren't necessarily available very easily in Ukraine, and especially in Russia right now.
yeah, and to make things even more uh, complicated and critical, um, a lot of the like vancomycin that's kind of like the go-to. If somebody is resistant, if a bacteria is resistant to everything, then you go to vancomycin, and that usually takes care of. But there are vancomycin resistant bugs now, and that's really scary. But I won't get into that. The problem with
Yeah,
vancomycin is it has to be refrigerated.
it
So,
has to be refrigerated. It has to be done by IV.
yep, IV. So most of the
Okay,
IV antibiotics have to be refrigerated.
and you better come. Dave and I have found a topic here where we could probably go on and on and on, because I took care of my elderly father, and I know more about treating MRSA and certain infections than anybody would ever want to know as a layperson without a medical education. So yeah, I've done home infusions of vancomycin with my dad. So yeah, Dave and I could probably go on and swap stories about the things like that that are sometimes very difficult to treat. And yeah, so let's find something having to do with Ukraine. Even though it does.
So
It started with
I do
it
have
start
I
it
can lead
started
right
with bad
into
water.
started with bad water in Ukraine because the Russians destroyed infrastructure. They destroyed water treatment plants. Unfortunately, they also destroyed the water treatment plants in the areas that they claim to be Russian. So, that makes you wonder, if these really is Russia, why are they taking such poor care of it? Um, and there are a lot of people in the Russian occupied area because of because most of the doctors got out of there before Russia took over. There's a lot of people like you, Prince, that they have basic medical knowledge. They took care of they took care of one of their parents or a sibling that had infections, and so they know how to do certain things. And so, if they're presented with that situation, then they can be of help. But it's very uh, I guess very limited what they can do, and this is going to have long-term repercussions for the health of the people in occupied Ukraine. So, I'll, if we want to go to something even more directly related to Ukraine, I do have a story I've been keeping up on. So, Prince, have you heard of the 155th Marine Brigade in the Russian Army?
Yeah, the Marine Brigade that keeps on dying.
Exactly. Yes, they have in Voldahar, where things are just going swimmingly for Russia. I think that, they've one day they lost almost 30 armored vehicles in that area. And they've also, the 155th is there in Voldahar, and they are now refusing to fight because they have lost so many people and have been reconstituted. Some people estimate it's been been 9 times that that the 155th has been whittled down to less than 150, and then they bring them back up to a brigade size, which, not being in the Army, I'm still trying to figure out how big a brigade is. If anybody out there is in the Army knows how big a brigade is, I'm sure I could Google it. But anyway, yeah, they're now refusing to fight. And I'm wondering what Russia's going to do about this. What do you think, Prince? Do you think they have?
Yeah, I don't, I'm trying to remember. I mean, they have been reconstituted, I don't know how many times. I want to say the first time was Lucha or Irpin, or the original retreat from Kiev. But they have been, yeah, I think it started that long ago.
Oh, yeah. So the Institute for the Study of War has estimated it's been reconstituted 7 times. So I was wrong with the 9. 7 times that they have had to pull them back and re-inoculate them with Russian soldiers. Sorry, I'm thinking bacteria right now. Restaff, I guess, would be the human version.
But that could also be infectious.
Yeah. So, and so what that's left with the 155th is now basically there are no OGs. There's no original gangsters in the 155th. They're all new, including their commanders, and that has led to them. So it's kind of like a a, a, a vicious cycle, a negative cycle where they started out and their first time they lost a whole bunch of people, then they got new people, and the new people in the command were not that good, and so they lost even more people, and then they get even newer people, and the newer people are even worse, so they lose even more, and it's gotten to the point where they realize that they are not up to the task. I wonder if Russia is going to um, how if they're just going to shoot them, because I know that's a thing that Russian soldiers may not want to be in a war. They may not want to attack Ukrainians, but they figure that their chances of surviving attacking a Ukrainian is better than their chances of surviving the people standing behind them with rifles, waiting for them uh, to abandon their position. It's a really sad state of affairs.
Look, they could just surrender. Call the "I want to live" hotline.
Exactly, they could surrender. And in this regard, I wonder if the prisoner exchanges are inhibiting Russians from surrendering because they know that there's a possibility for them to get sent back to Russia. And
Well,
we've seen.
I can tell you this as a fact, and I'd have to look back for the source, but I looked into this a while back, and the Ukrainian government has assured Russian POWs that if they do not want to be exchanged, they will not be exchanged. So they have the option to say, no, I don't want to go back. So that I remember doing some research on and finding that conclusion that if a Russian soldier does not want to be exchanged, they do not have to be exchanged. They can stay as a POW in Ukraine.
That is good news. But I wonder how many Russians actually know that. I bet they're not being told that the Ukrainians are going to give them a hot meal. You know, they're not going to get 3 squares and a warm place to sleep. I hardly think the Russians are telling their soldiers that that's what's going to happen if they surrender.
Yeah, I doubt that they've told them that, you know, but if they find themselves, you know, but with how many calls have come into the I Want to Live hotline, you would think that word about that kind of thing is also being relayed, and that they that sort of gets spread around. I would hope. I would
Yeah,
hope that.
hopefully. I think I saw that it's that call line's up to over 10,000 now.
Yeah, that call line has a good plenty number of phone calls that have been taken, and there's a lot of them that are coming from inside Russia, and the belief is that people are making those calls um, on behalf of people who are fighting on the front lines, so that like the soldiers on the front lines aren't making those calls and getting found out that they're making those calls. So there are people back in Russia making those calls on behalf of their relatives who are fighting.
Yeah, that makes sense. You know, if I was in that position, if my son had been conscripted and sent off to fight in Ukraine, um, well, I would be out protesting, but I would also call that number and try to give him the best opportunity to survive. So we don't have any hands. Oh, speak of the devil. Hey, and I was just about to do a little announcement, but we'll take your if as long as it's short and you're not talking a lot.
You can do the announcement. I have some pieces of news to bring.
Okay. Well, I was just going to announce to our audience that if you want to, you know, we've been talking a lot about medical issues this, I guess this time. This section that we've been in here has been more than an hour, but we have been this program, I guess, we've been talking about medical things. And one of the things that Maria Aid does is it provides non-lethal aid. So MriyaAid.org, if you go there, you can donate and they will provide medical supplies to Ukraine. Um, and I'm not sure if they are in the business of providing antibiotics. I think they should be, but I do know that one of the things they are supplying is tourniquets. Now, you may remember back when I was talking about the order of keeping somebody alive. First, you have to make sure they're breathing. Then you have to stop the bleeding. And a tourniquet is really good for stopping bleeding. And so if you go to MriyaAid.org and donate, 100% of what you donate will go to helping Ukrainians stay alive. It will go to medical supplies and non-lethal aid to Ukraine. Now, that's why we're here at MriyaReport.org. We are not part of Maria Aid. We are our own separate 501c3, and we do not take any donations. If you send us money, we won't know what to do with it. You know, send the money to MariaAid.org because they are set up as a 501c3 specifically to provide aid. We are a 100% volunteer force. If you think about that, Alan has brought this up a few times. He's one of our longtime co-host that also did media. He was a news announcer and worked in news. So he's really good to listen to because he knows what he's doing. The rest of us, we are all amateurs. We are all volunteers. And yet we have kept this going 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for over a year because we're here to support Ukraine. And I'm about to get teary-eyed, so I'll send over to Anda to lighten the mood a little bit. Maybe give us some news.
Well, I have some good news. Several actually, so you're gonna like them. Stuff that arrived in Ukraine. Military aid that arrived to Ukraine. Because they need our help after they are wounded. They need our help when they are in our countries, but they totally need our help to win this war. Everything else is futile unless the war is won by Ukraine. So we need to help them win the war, right? As Dave said earlier, the patient needs to breathe, right? so they need the weapons to fight back and push Russia out of their territories, and some of the vehicles that were promised arrived. So I was really excited to share this with you. There are some self-propelled howitzers. Their code name is M109L. They are from Italy, and we have visual confirmation of them in Ukraine. The Italian media reported they are going to transfer them to Ukraine last year, but right now there is visual confirmation that they arrived. So they are basically a version of the American one. I'm sorry for the background sounds. And they undergo they are basically the Italian army performed a check on each and every one of them and made sure they are combat ready before sending them to Donetsk region. So this is why you always hear we need to check them. They are in storage, and basically before they send them, they want to see if they work properly or not. And the number that was promised, it was around 20 to 30. So hopefully all of them arrived, and at least some of them were reported, were confirmed visually as being in Ukraine. So this is one great news for today, and another is about 25 armored vehicles. Their code is FV103 and FV432. They are from the United Kingdom. They were acquired due to a program which is called Unite with Ukraine. And it's an initiative of the Ukrainian World Congress. So this is considered the largest simultaneous shipment of armored and tracked evacuation vehicles by an international non-government organization since the beginning of this war, since the second invasion, actually. So this is actually tied, if you want, Dave, with what you talked earlier, because you need the vehicles to evacuate the wounded after you give them first aid, right? Everybody's talking about that golden hour, and this is where these vehicles will come into play to help.
Yeah, exactly. That's those vehicles are very, very needed. That reminds me of a story that Heather brought up yesterday. I'm still laughing about it because I made such a good joke. I have to repeat it. So Latvia, they've started a program where if you are arrested for drunk driving, they impound your car and send it to Ukraine, so Ukrainians can use it for transportation. And I made the comment that right after that law was passed, the vodka exports from Ukraine to Latvia jumped by 50%. So Ukrainians are trying to get the Latvians drunk so they can get all their cars.
Let's send some beer over there, and yeah, it will work.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the first 7 cars arrived, but they are going to continue to do it. It's a really ingenious program. They have moved lightning fast to think of this and then put it into law and then start to make it happen. So I think it's a brilliant idea. Brilliant idea. So instead of them being auctioned off, they are being sent to Ukraine, which is great.
Yeah, I think Ukraine encouraging drunkenness in Latvia is good too. um, so
I'm going to give you a little update on a story that caught my attention in mid-February. There was a petition started that would require President Zelensky to respond if enough signatures were required, and enough signatures were acquired. And the petition was to change the name of Russia to Muscovy, basically. Because yeah, it should be the Empire of it should be Muscovy instead of Russia. And it did gain enough votes. And I actually this just came through on one of my Telegram channels here. Oh no, I didn't lose it, did I? Oh wait, I wrote it down here. There we go. President Zelensky has instructed the prime minister to work out the issue of renaming Russia to Moscow, together with scientific institutions. The president responded to the petition, which was posted on the website of the head of the state and which received more than 25,000 signatures. Its author believes that Moscow is the historical name of Russia. She also asks to replace the terms Russian with Muscovy. This is a translation thing. It was originally translated as Muscovy, but this translator's translating it to Moscow. Um, the Russian Federation with Moscow Federation. The issue raised in the President Zelensky says the issue raised in the petition needs to be carefully worked out, both in terms of historical, cultural context, and in view of the possible international legal consequences. So Zelensky's being a politician when it comes to this. I still think it's a brilliant idea, and I think it's rather funny. And I, I am sort of looking forward to sort of tracking where this ends up going. Um, if they're just going to say, "Oh, this is going to be way too complicated to do it," um, or if they're going to try to make some move on it, because it would be fun. It would be fun and interesting to talk to Dr. Nick about this. I don't think I ever have talked to Dr. Nick about this, but her input on the appropriateness of changing the name of Russia to Muscovy would be very entertaining and interesting, and I think it would be a very worthwhile conversation. And I think the fact that Ukrainians have put this petition together and gotten enough signatures so that it has to be addressed by President Zelensky, I think is a beautiful thing. So it's just one more way that the Ukrainians are trying to make a very clear and valid point through all of this.
That's interesting that that they're you brought up the renaming thing, because I just was reading an article about so China is renaming restoring Chinese names to cities on their border that have Russian names. Kind of, it seems like they're kind of poking the bear, so to speak. But I just thought that was interesting that, you know, these people are, that, and I've seen that this trend to kind of de-Russify the lexicon, to you know, change names back to Ukrainian names, and it's easy now to tell if somebody's pro-Russian or not because of how they spell Kiev or how they say it.
This is very true. It's been a lesson that I had to teach autocorrect at times.
Yeah. So I've got some interesting, some more things to add on to what Anda said. That they're all Ukraine is also getting NASAM units from Norway. So they Norway is providing these NASAMs, which me not being an Army guy, I'm not exactly sure what an NASAM is. Is that air defense, or okay? That's what I was thinking.
It's an air defense system.
Like yeah, okay. And and also in so Finland, so that's from Norway. Finland is preparing their, guess how many aid packages Finland has given to Ukraine so far, Prince?
8. Just random
14.
guess. There
They're
you go.
preparing their 14th military aid package to Ukraine. So I don't think anybody can doubt where Finland is, who Finland is backing here. You know, not that we would anyway, because they despise the Russians because they did so well in that winter war. Also, Finland has sold a lot of their D-30 howitzers to Estonia, and they have given Estonia permission now to send those howitzers to Ukraine. So it's kind of like the earlier when Andrew was talking about how you know, I think it was Estonia also. There was a story that you can't. He said the prime minister there said you can't track third-party sellers. You know, we can sell our arms to one country, but we can't control what happens after it gets to that country. Well, here's Finland's saying, go ahead, send these howitzers to Ukraine, which is great. They really need as many howitzers as possible before they begin their counteroffensive.
Well, okay, I'm gonna interrupt you there and say that 8 Poseidon UAVs and control posts have been handed over to the Ukrainian military. These are drones, and we know how important drones have been in the in this particular war or invasion. They were handed over by an NGO, and we have seen I've seen these before. They are pretty little drones. And actually, I saw a video yesterday, and I wasn't sure which kind of drone it was and who had provided it. But now I'm seeing um, that they came from, let's see, Petro Poroshenko. Wasn't he the former president just before Zelensky? But through an NGO, they provided these, and they are bigger than they look in the video here that I'm looking at, and they were pretty. It took off very pretty, and it was really nice. So it's always good to see Ukraine getting more UAVs, and we know how helpful that these are in the current fight for Ukraine. I see Constantine down there, and I know that he's done a lot of fundraising to provide UAVs for the Ukrainian military also, and he does a great job. So back to you, Dave. You can keep on reading there.
Okay. Well, I was going to go off on let's see, what was I going to talk about? Oh, yes. So there has been speculation about where the leopards are in Ukraine. There has been one that has been sighted in Bakhmut. Usually they travel in packs, though, so I'm sure there's more. But I don't know if that's it's probably we haven't heard much about it because of the media blackout, a news blackout around that area for OPSEC. But that's it. I'm encouraged because a few months ago it was always, well, we're sending, all the news we would hear was US is sending this and UK is sending this and these countries are sending it. But now the stories are they are arriving. They have been sent and they're arriving and they're about to be used. I really wish though that people had realized the seriousness of this situation a year ago, so we wouldn't still be here talking about this. But at least now they are arriving and they're going to be used. And I think we're going to see quite a shift in Ukraine's strategies once they get really good mechanized infantry going. So we have, if we've been talking up here for a couple hours. If any of you in the listeners are bored of hearing my voice or Prince's voice, go ahead, click on that microphone in the bottom left-hand corner. You can come up here and speak. We are generally open to most topics that are related directly to Ukraine. So no question is too stupid. No comment is too mundane. We will help you. We will help answer any questions and address any comments that you may have. And Via, you have been there listening for a while, and I think I got you to say something.
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you for hosting. And I was going to say something earlier, and the topic moved away, and I'm just not great at getting myself into a conversation. So, thank you. I'm gonna pop off for a bit now. Um, but yeah, I just wanted to say thank you for doing this. Okay. Good night.
Oh, thank you. You're welcome. And we do tend to shift topics rather frequently when we get, because people come up with different questions, different topics. And so we're used to just bouncing from one topic to the next. Um, for all those people out there with ADHD, it probably helps them to pay attention better. uh, at least, that's how I am. And um, we will have a few words from our resident sick person.
Well, at least I'm not spewing my um, viruses or whatever this is too close to you. It's just remote work. But I wanted to I wanted to just point out that more often than not, my questions are not really bright. So I'm a perfect example that people don't get annoyed with questions, um, and they do answer. They do answer them and try to see behind the question what was my concern, for example, regarding that problem, that topic that I'm bringing up. And actually, this is one thing that captivated me early on in the space. The fact that I could come up and clarify the things that were not um, um, some of them didn't even make sense, right? I'm not a military person. My background is economics and communication. So most of the war related topics don't even make sense. So I learned here in the space what's the difference between mortar and howitzers. Um, why do they need special vehicles, armored vehicles, to get to the front lines? Why some of them um, are fighting vehicles and some of them are just for moving troops from one place to another? What can you do with them? How they work together with the tanks, for example? Why some vehicles are not tanks? That was kind of confusing. um, what else?
You've also learned how to drive a Bradley.
I learned how to. I I am so fond of the Bradleys. They have such a lovely name, and they are so useful. And actually, when we had here Angry Ants, he said that if I'm good, like a good child, right? In a quiet period of the night, he can easily teach me how to use the Bradley in order to aim and shoot at a distance, using the thermoscopes, using the night visions, because the Bradleys actually can hit targets pretty far away. So you don't need to be 100% accurate. And as a driver, you can learn other skills during the periods in which you are just waiting to do something else and you're not resting. So I got, sorry.
Exactly. I'm right there with you in the learning part. asking questions from the back of the class. I'm back there leaning against the back wall with you with this space because I'm not a military person either. So and that's one of the things that when I first started listening, you were one of the. It seemed like you were always up here as co-host. I know you sometimes spend 10 or 12 hours as doing this, and it made me feel more comfortable about my lack of knowledge when you would say, well, I need to ask a question from the back of the class. Just explain this to me like I have no idea what you're talking about. And that gave me kind of the courage to come up and ask different questions that I had, because I didn't want to look like I was stupid, because I really felt stupid. This has been a very humbling experience for me. It's been many years since I was in a room and did not feel and felt like such a noob. It's been a very long time since I felt like a noob in any conversation. But throw me into this military stuff and I'm a complete noob. I have no idea. So if anybody down in the audience is listening and thinking, well, I have this stupid question. Well, if it's military, I probably, unfortunately, will not be able to answer it. But I understand how you're feeling, because I feel that way all the time. And that's one of the great things about this space, is that we have, through the different co-hosts, and guests, we have experts in military. We have people that have, we have a colonel, we've had generals up here. We have Navy SEALs, we have, people that have been in combat and can explain what is exactly going on. We have military tactical experts that can explain, the maps and where things are happening and what to expect, because they know military strategy. It's completely beyond me, but I am grateful that they're here and they're in this space. And that's one of the unique things about this space, is we get all of these experts and we get all of these noobs too. We get people like Anda and I that are just here to learn, and it's a great opportunity. So, and we have Amos up. How are you doing, Amos?
I'm doing all right. I had a curious question for Anda, because you guys are talking about, how she learned to drive a Bradley. And I'm reflecting back. I remember a couple of conversations months ago, I guess. And I didn't get the whole context to that. And I just wondered, Anda, did you train on a simulator, or did you actually get to drive a real Bradley?
Actually, it was more fun. We had here on the space. So the other co-host that was with me back then, his name is Charles. He and I, in order to make things entertaining for the audience, and to get and to walk them through. Back then, the Bradleys were one of the topics of the hour, because they were in discussion to be sent to Ukraine. Some of them were already prepared in Grafenwehr in order to receive Ukrainian soldiers to train. And we wanted to showcase for the audience what are the steps and what's the life of a Ukrainian soldier who is going there, and what would he face, right? And it all started with a joke, because Charles said, it's so easy to drive a Bradley that I can teach Anda to drive one. So I said, okay, teach me how to drive a Bradley. So this is how it started. And he basically laid down the steps through which you learn how to drive a Bradley, what you do before you get into the Bradley. What do you need to know as a driver? What are so for example, right? As a driver of a Bradley, right? I need to know what I have, like angry ants who actually drove a Bradley. He came here and he said, you know, um, the old Bradleys used to have like two sticks. If you push them forward, the tracks will go forward, and you push them back, the tracks will go back. So basically, if you want to turn the Bradley, you should push one forward and one back and accelerate, and the Bradley will turn. And he explained this was the old system, because the new system actually has a wheel. So it's really, really easy to be used. And you can do it and learn really fast, like in 3-4 hours you can get the hang of it. You're not proficient, it's like learning how to drive another vehicle, but if you have the basic skills of driving like I do, you can learn this. And for example, I'm not a tall person, so this is something that I can do. Driving doesn't require you to be tall. It just requires you to be tall enough or have legs long enough to hit the pedals, right? So after you get the hang of the vehicle, then you learn how to um, drive with other vehicles together. And there are formations. And he explained formations, like you can drive in a line, you can drive in a wedge. Um, um, there were two others that I forgot in the meantime. I will remember them. So, and the way you drive and the way you stick to with the other drivers, that's important. And how, for example, you get to watch the others back, and you have a certain sector that you watch when you go forward, when you go backwards, um, and how you defend. He explained basic maneuvers in those lessons. And Nancy was also up with me, and he will basically, it's like explaining to a child, right, what you're gonna do. Um, and he took us to the basics and made us understand what's happening um, for non-military persons. So this is what happened, and we had some sessions um, during mornings, usually around the same hour. So it kind of got entertaining for us to learn and to see how much work is behind the lines, how much training goes behind the lines, not only in push-ups and um, learning how to shoot a rifle, what you see in movies, but in coordinating with others and in um, becoming a unit. He for example, he pointed out that at some point um, they lost comms, right, within the vehicle he was in. He wasn't in a Bradley, he was in a 117, I think, when he was back in the army. Anyway, he said, for example, if you lose comms with the driver because it's very loud, he cannot hear you. And if you're back and the commander is back there and he's not near you as a driver, and he needs to tell you go left or go right, they had a stick and they pushed the they pushed the driver in the back like with a stick on the left and on the right um, to steer him one way or another. So this was this these were part of the things that he shared with us, for us to understand that it's not only it's not only bravery. Sometimes it's um, sometimes you need to adapt and overcome, right? Sometimes problems, you get problems that you don't think you will have. Angry Ants told us, for example, coming here in the space, he told us a story when um, he was in a Bradley, and the Bradleys have really thin um, windows outside. You don't really get to see outside very much. So when he was to go from the back of the Bradley out, as they were going out, they were under fire. So he directed the troops to the right, where he saw through the uh, through the window there was a ditch. He from his position in the Bradley, he didn't had any view of what was surrounding him. So this was the only information he got before going down the Bradley, right? So he got down and he directed everyone in a ditch, and that ditch was filthy and filled with water, and it was filthy. And they had to stay filthy for the whole day, basically, because even if they went off that ditch, um, they got their clothes with them, right? So they didn't have where to shower, where to go, and they had to remain like this for the entire day. And he realized later that on the other side of the road there was a perfectly safe facility in which he could have went and stayed dried and defend themselves. And this was actually one of the problems, one of the challenges that the guys from behind the Bradleys face, because they are protected with the armored vehicle, but they don't see what's outside, so they don't know what's outside. So the commander of the vehicle and the driver need to share information with them. And as technology developed, it's easier to do this, but sometimes I will put $10 in that swear jar. Sometimes shit happens, and you need to adapt, and you need to overcome, and stay alive by the end of the day, right? And that was basically what this training of how to drive a Bradley was, and it's sort of an internal joke that I continued to have here in the space. And for example, when Daryl is up, because Daryl is a mechanic, he was a mechanic. He will come up and say, I will be really tough on you as a driver. You need to take care of that vehicle until you bring it back to me, and you need to change oil, and you need to do this and that. And he started explaining what a driver should do. And through these jokes, we actually bring information in the space in a fun way, but through and honest information about what's happening on the front lines and what the guys from the front lines need to know, because they need to do this. And the Ukrainians they do take care of their vehicles, and they try to learn as fast as they can how to do that, and they try to fix them by themselves because they need them. The last option is to send the vehicle back to be fixed. So if you can fix them on the front lines or with the with the mechanics that you have, you will take that option, right? You will patch it up. You will send for spare parts. You will ask your colleagues to help. If, for example, as a driver, I will say, okay, I'm a reckless driver, and I hit something, and I bent something. What do I do then? And he will explain, and he will also explain the fact that he will bash me for that. He will, um, uh, right? He will not be pleased if I bring the vehicle back with a dent in it, right? So this was the scope. Um, it was a way of asking, like a banter, a way of asking questions and getting information from people who actually did work with Bradleys or other vehicles. And they actually went online, and there are YouTube videos from within Challengers or Bradleys or other vehicles, so you can actually see how it is inside, and therefore I can ask more questions in the end. So the reason I'm reading stuff is to ask questions. I hope that
Thank
that
you.
makes
That's fascinating. I've been wondering for months. Did Audra really get to drive a Bradley? You know, the great thing too about what you said is the Ukrainians have shown that they're extremely adaptable. They've got a ton of ingenuity. So myself, and I know a lot of us, are just kind of really excited to see what they do with those Bradleys. For some reason, I'm focused on them more than the Leopards. I just have this picture in my head of Bradleys going in and just creating chaos on those front lines. And I'm really looking forward to seeing that.
they're actually going together. So what Angry Ants explained us during the so we have a segment on Saturday, which is today, in the afternoon. It's called Truck Ruts. So he explains how all the equipment work together. Also, you can come up and ask questions about a particular equipment, but he focused his threads and his explaining on how the vehicles work together. And this is how I learned, for example, that when you go in a mission, you will have, for example, for a recon mission, you can go with one Leopard and 2 Bradleys, right? And depending on the terrain, you will have a different formation, and you will, in order to know what to do and not to depend on comms every day and at every moment, there are drills. So there are schemes, like in if you ever played football, American or European, doesn't matter, or any other team sport. You know, you have schemes with your team members in order to know what to do, um, to get uh, the point right. So it's the same. This is what I associated with in the army. Um, you will say, okay, if you do this, I will do that. If we have an enemy which is in a ditch at this distance with this blah blah blah, we will do this and that, um, and we will repeat and repeat and repeat all the schemes in order to be fluent um, when we need it, not to think about the scheme but to think about the final objective and how to obtain it. So um, to this point, I need to bring one more thing up, and um, then I will shut up and let mockers speak. We had here Konstantin, which is a Ukrainian. He's a veteran from the 2014 and 2015. Right now he is in the States and he's helping his old unit, raising funds for them and helping them with equipment. But what he said was his old unit got got people who were trained during the last year. So they had newbies which were already trained in Europe, and he said that they adapted really fast because they already knew the drill. They just needed to feed the team. So they basically the team didn't need to train them on the job, and the training didn't for the team to work properly together. It didn't take 3 or 4 weeks. It took 2 or 3 days, and that's a really the purpose of the training that we're talking here in the space that takes place in Poland, in Germany, in UK, in US with the Patriots, right? This is the bottom line. This is the purpose of it, for them to fit together, to know how to work, because you know your trade and you just have to figure out the people that you're the new team that you're in and learn how to work with them because they are all different, right? I hope it makes sense.
It did, and I hope you rest your voice for a while now and take care of yourself. Feel better. Thank you, Anda.
Thank you.
Thank you too, and good morning from the UK, folks. So here I am, and I have coffee. I have fed my cats. It is all of the good things this morning because I also have the numbers. Would you like to hear some numbers there, Prince?
Yeah, I was doing something. Sorry. Yes, please.
You're all right. Feel free to wander off. Go on. You wander off. I'll give you the numbers. So this morning we have we've hit 4 figures again, folks, with the top numbers. So we have 1,010 liquidated personnel. We have 10 tanks. We have 20. That's right, 20 armoured personnel vehicles. Sorry, I get excited when numbers get double like that, double figures. 8 artillery systems, 2 MLRS. These are things that we keep seeing being taken out, and I'm pleased to say we've taken out. Well, they've taken out some more. 1 anti-aircraft warfare system. Only 7 vehicles and fuel tanks again, but 2 special equipment. And I'm pretty sure somebody sent me something about special equipment. And I can't remember what the item actually was. So I'm going to say, yeah, it's too early for me to remember that. When I find out what it was later, I'll let you know. Yeah, too early right now for none of that nonsense. So, good morning from me, and I will be bringing you some lovely MOD report when it's out. We know they like to have a little sleep on the weekend, so sorry, that was coffee. No, we like to have a little rest on the weekend, so they don't always come out straight away. But I do have a few other bits and bobs I can bring you this morning. However, good morning, Will, from the UK. I'm sure it's way not morning over there. And just wanted to ask, what do you think of those numbers? Did you hear them?
Well, I actually did some investigation before you came up, and I found a couple of those numbers particularly interesting. There's a group called the 95th Paratrooper Brigade, I believe, and they had video that you might have looked at online that they killed a total infantry group, all with anti-tank guided missiles. They knocked out 5 tanks, including a commander's vehicle, which is one of those special vehicles. So it was a command and radio vehicle. So 2 for 1 there. Basically, they said they killed the commander of this group of tanks. I think 4 or 5 tanks is a platoon. So they knocked out an entire platoon of tanks and their command vehicle with the radio set. So boom, I gotta like that.
That's the one. I couldn't remember what it was. I remember seeing a video of this vehicle literally being hunted, and well, it lost the hunt, and Ukrainian team were indeed able to take that beastie off the battlefield. And well, every piece of EW equipment, whether it contains an important person or not, really valuable to take those off the battlefield, definitely. So how are we all this Saturday morning? It is Saturday, isn't it? Yeah, it is. Oh, I don't have to start work. It's great.
It's Friday night. It's Friday night. Just telling
I
you.
have no idea what you're talking about. You must live in a different world to me.
It's Friday night.
Friday night for me, you mean?
It's Friday night for me. For you, it's getting close to Saturday night, isn't it?
Yeah. It's Saturday night here in the Workers' Paradise of Perth, and it couldn't be night for you then. It's got to be morning for you if it's night for me. That's just the way it works, Prince.
No, it's 10:18 p.m. on Friday, March 10th. Telling you, that's what it says on my stuff.
Well, you're all
down
weird.
under. You're down under and twisted, Will.
Yeah, Will lives in the upside down. Don't worry about it. And that's what I call it anyway. Talking of living in the upside down, I like to follow our friend Chris Owicki. I love his insights and what they call tweet threads. That's the one. He always has a source, and he always likes to make a good, thorough analysis of what's going on. And he last night I spotted that he'd been analysing these complaint videos that the Russians keep sending out, that certain types of Russians, usually those conscripted or mobilised by, what's the other one? By dragging you off the street, that's the one, yeah. So, yeah, usually these people who have been scripted to the regular army, but then have been used to fill in the gaps in
Mockers.
Mockers. I can't hear either.
Uh-oh. It seems that Mockers has been infected with the pox.
Oh no, Twitter
Anda,
pox.
did you do that? You're
Yes, yes, it's my fault. It's my fault. It's my fault. I gave her the box. Mine is
Yes.
physical, and her is a virtual one, and she cannot speak.
Oh, you spread it through the interwebs.
I don't know if I can drop her. I can't drop her when she's co-host.
It's gonna fix. We're gonna fix it. Let's talk about something else while we have this fixed in the
Do that.
background.
I'll send a couple of messages.
Or we
Yes,
could steal her thunder, because I know the very article she's talking about.
Well, we'll steal her
Steal
thunder.
away.
All right, we're going to blame it on Anda, though. So what she's talking about is an article by Chris Owicki. He does really good stuff. He does compile really good source things, and he's talking about in particular the mobilized people, especially those folks that go to the Donetsk and Luhansk People Republics armies, and the number of mobilizations that they've had. So he identified 16 different regions of Russia, mobilized people from 16. Sorry, I was getting a message to mute something. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
I can hear you. Go ahead.
Sorry. So there are 16 different regions of Russia who've had mobilized troops that have made these pleas to commanders or their family or someone about lack of training and lack of equipment, brutal commanders, mistreatment, all that sort of stuff. And that it bodes back to a time when troops did have the ability to appeal right to the Tsar. So they used to do that, and one time in particular they did that in 1905. Tsar Nicholas II shot 200 to 1,000 of petitioners. So it has a history, but not a great history, which makes it kind of interesting that these folks are making these petitions to. Is making a petition to the commanders that they need training, need equipment, need something. So those had been posted initially in September, but as even Chuck has spoken about multiple times, they've become increasing in number, and in the last few months have actually become mutinous. Good. I see Mockers is back. You can pick up from there, Mockers. I've just named the numbers and talked about a little bit of the history you got to.
Fabulous, thank you. You know what? I was proper on a roll. I was chatting away there, and then someone sent me a message in the background and said, "We can't hear you, by the way." And I was just like, "Oh, sucks to be me." I have no idea what happened. Anyway, Matt, yeah, I was going along with this sorry tale, and yes, you're right. They were indeed from these regions. And what they're doing is they're perpetuating something which has been part of this society for a very long time, the appeal to the Tsar. Now, it's a deep tradition going back centuries, and there's even a name for it, Shelobitni, apparently. And it literally means forehead beating documents reflecting petitioners. So it's a ritual bowing of their foreheads to the ground before the Tsar. So this was particularly ritual and is probably now unconsciously just part of their society. And reflects why they would appeal directly to Vladimir Vladimirovich. Appealing to the Tsar, in the past, there would be a specific way you would do it, and you would say, "Sovereign Tsar, my grand prince," the name, "your slave humbly beseeches you." Now, obviously, they've lost that language because they have. But this was regarded as a personal right of any person who was under the Tsar. The Tsar was considered the father of the nation and would respond as anybody would to a child asking for assistance. However, in January 1905, that kind of was proved wrong. Because revolution broke out when Tsar Nicholas II's troops gunned down between 200 and 1,000 petitioners in St. Petersburg, purely for appealing to the Tsar too loudly, by the sounds of things. Obviously, modern Russia isn't quite the same as that. But these tropes are still there to quite some degree. And, well, we know that Putin absolutely loves the idea of being the complete omnipotent leader. So that's sort of where these please Mr. Putin videos come from. It is actually part of their historical, cultural makeup. Coffee. So the first wave of these videos were posted around September, October, when they were all being rushed up to the front lines to plug some serious gaps because the Ukrainians had torn them a new one in a number of places. So the themes of the videos are all very similar, and this is the same for the ones that we're seeing now and the ones that we were seeing in September, October. So they complain that they've been sent to the front lines without proper training. Big shocks there. They were told that they would be assigned to a territorial defence unit in the rear, or they'd be a border guard, or they'd be guarding some stuff. And they found out they were just guarding themselves on the front line. Their commanders are like will o' the wisp. They just disappear and are generally absent. They lack equipment and armoured vehicles. Big shock there, because most of them are smoking in Ukraine. They do not receive fire support at all, apparently, which is, well, I'm sure as many military types will tell us, it's kind of pretty essential, unless you're committing suicide on the battlefield, that is. They are not communicated with properly, or they do not have proper communications equipment. Their orders are unclear, or they're only given part of the orders and not any other information that they might need to know. Unnecessary casualties. Well, guys, you know, if that's how you want to do it, you carry on. And of course, medical help and evacuation is not always available. In fact, in some cases, they are literally just left because somebody will take a look at them and decide that it's going to be too difficult to try and get them medical help. I would say if you're on a battlefield and you receive a shrapnel injury and you can still run, get the heck out of there because nobody else is going to help you. So one of the things about, oh, go on. Did somebody want to talk to me? No, I heard a noise. Sorry, I thought you were trying to get me to shut up. I shall continue. So, one of the things they don't protest in any of these videos is the war itself, because that would be considered outside the bounds of their legitimate, allowed discussions. They are pretty much required to proclaim their loyalty and willingness to fight, and not question the premise of why they're fighting in the first place, although we have seen one or two recently that have started to do that have said, what's going on? Why are we here? Why are we being wasted in this way? So maybe the penny's starting to drop. The current wave of videos, there's no complaints about lack of food and water like there were last autumn. Last autumn they were surviving on puddles and eating unharvested grain. So the very fact that they're not complaining about things like that suggests that that issue has probably been solved. However, a consistent theme they have at the moment is they're being ordered to carry out assaults despite having no training as assault troops. The circumstances in previous videos, they did complain about similar things, but not in the way they are now. So basically, we thought, or at least the Western militaries thought, that over the winter the Russians would slow everything down and use that time to train all their remaining mobilized. But it would appear that they didn't bother. They gave these people a minimum amount of training as a territorial defense unit, and then they retasked them with little or no additional training as soon as they arrived in Ukraine to basically fill in gaps that had been made in other units. So they complain they're disbanded, and they are put into other military units for these two republics, apparent republics. Now, these people, these LNR and DNR people, were issued with 80-year-old Mosin rifles. So, you know, you can imagine what else they've been supplied with. So they are, however, these LNR and DNR people, they have actually made them officially part of the Russian army and thrown out their commanders. And unfortunately, because approximately 50% of them have been wiped out, the Russians felt they had no choice but to do that. In some cases, these people were literally snatched off the street at gunpoint and impressed into the army. So there's also those people who aren't very happy. And the DNR and LNR seem to believe that these guys are just so that they don't have to go into battle themselves, by the sounds of things. They are literally pushing any new mobilized to the front, and there's even been talk of, we didn't need you for the last 8 years, so we don't need you now, kind of thing. Right, I could go on, this goes on, but basically the point is they're having a terrible time. Sucks to be there, yeah. Amanda, my lovely, please go ahead.
So I had so many ideas during your talk about the article that I forgot 90% of them. 90, you got away with without being asked like 90 questions. I will let MS go first. I want to bring up the last idea I have. It's a I'm sorry, it's a completely different topic. So two actually. So I will go back on them after MS if she wants to ask something on point.
Okay, go ahead, MS. Thank you.
Well, I'm not on point either, and so I think I'm going to queue up back behind you. Or I could just say my request and then Mockers can get to it when she has a chance.
Yeah,
If that's okay. So Mockers, you are famous for reading the numbers. And I know somebody just read them because I chimed in just when you logged on. And I heard someone say, we've done the numbers. And I was like, no, I've missed the numbers. But
Would
Mockers,
you
the
like me
numbers.
to read them out again? It's okay, don't worry. I understand.
And only you should read the numbers. You're the number lady. Okay, so when you get a chance, and not too far off in the distance, because I might fall asleep. I'm in Canada. Okay, thanks, guys, and have a wonderful night. And I'll be listening.
Well, just for you, MS, and anybody who's joined recently, because we have had some additional people join us since I've arrived, I will just run through the numbers for you because they are quite impressive today. So, on the top of this list, we have 1,010 liquidated personnel. We have 10 tanks. We have 20 armoured personnel vehicles, which I think is lovely. 8 artillery systems, 2 MLRS, 1 anti-aircraft warfare system, that one. Only 7 vehicles and fuel tanks today, but still, that any is better than none. And 2 special equipment, and we know one of them was that electronic warfare truck. So we're the commander in it apparently. So how was that, MS? Was that good for you?
That was lovely. Lovely. Thank you so much. And I read somewhere that there's going to be really good news coming from the 92nd Brigade, I think, or 93rd Brigades. Someone from Ukraine said that we'll be hearing about it tomorrow. So I don't know if that got captured in these numbers, depending on what timeline they're referring to, but really good news, and I really like those numbers. Okay, have a good night, everyone.
You too, MS. Thank you very much. And yes, we do believe that there may be some good news coming out over this weekend. So that should be, uplifting, something for us to celebrate over the weekend. A free Ukraine would be what I would prefer, but any good news is good for me. Amanda, my lovely, please go ahead before I lose my voice.
All right. We are, in Romania, we will say pick and pock. So, yeah. Because you spoken about you spoken about the numbers, I wanted to point out that unfortunately Russia was not. Russia is Russia, right? So they hit civilian targets again, and one of them was in Sumy Oblast. I think they have an obsession with Sumy Oblast. Like every day, I hear something about Sumy Oblast. Yesterday, they hit 7 communities in this oblast. It is in the north, bordering Russia and Belarus. And Basically, what's happening is that they use grenade launchers, machine guns, and artillery to attack these settlements. Right? There were 64 strikes recorded, and fortunately, no casualties. But this is like a daily occurrence. Like Sumy Oblast is one of the oblasts that really had to suffer a lot. They were occupied at the beginning of the war, at the beginning of 2022. They were freed, but they are not free out of the woods, right? Just like Kherson, Russia is taking care of destroying everything they left behind. Like, if we cannot have it, you cannot have it. And basically, it's an ongoing process that never ending. Russia is pushing on 5 areas as a front line. In Liman, Bakhmut, Adivka, Marinka, and actually they lost Vuledar. I don't see Vuledar. That's, if someone knows anything about Vuledar, I'm really interested, because today the 5th name is Shakhtarsk. So I can come back with details over this one, but I see also Prince with her hand up.
Yes, I actually wanted to ask Walker if she is hoping that the British intelligence report will be a little bit more sassy again since it's the weekend. Because last weekend was a little bit of fun, and then they got all uptight when Monday came around. So it's just a question. And yeah, I know it's sort of. I'm really waiting for that to come. I want to see if it's sassy, and I will look for some stuff on some other regions, very specifically. And I saw that same thing that you saw about Sumi, and I'm gonna try to follow the regional summaries a little bit closer from the heads of the actual individual regions, from the actual oblasts themselves, because they, I just like, not that one. Where did it go? I just had it. It was the head of there it is. Head of the Kherson region. It's a very short one, but for the information on enemy shelling for the past day of March 10th. So a lot of the different oblasts will put these out. Specifically, according to the information of the Kherson OVA, the Russian invaders shelled population areas of the Kherson region 71 times. A total of 335 shells were fired. Enemies opened fire from mortars, MLRS artillery, tanks, and UAVs. The army of the Russian Federation struck the residential quarters of Kherson 4 times. Enemy shells damaged private apartment buildings. In the last day, 3 people were killed and 5 residents of the Kherson region were injured in various degrees of severity as a result of the strikes by the Russian military. So I'm starting to find these places where there's the official spokesman for the different oblasts, and a lot of them are putting out short summaries like this every day, and similar to the one you saw for Sumi too. So I think having those available will be something that will be good for us to be aware of what's happening in these different regions a little bit more closely. So ones that aren't necessarily, frontline battles like Bakhmut, but different areas that we really should pay attention to. So I thought I'd throw that in there.
Yeah, just to come back on what you say about the MLD report, I wonder if on a weekend it's just that the guy gets to have a little bit more of a free rein with his sense of humour. Because yes, you're right. During the week they were a tad more sober, and so we'll see what happens when it comes out. But oh, sorry. Ooh, morning. But what you were saying about Kherson Oblast there, about how many times they were shelled during the day, that just proves how people get used to it. Because by the 70th time of the day, you'd get to the point where even the loud bangs wouldn't bother you anymore. You'd just be like, again, you know. And it's a hell of a thing to have to get used to in your everyday life. I must admit, it's not something that I would like to get used to. So it's amazing, though, what people are able to deal with. And still, people in Kherson get up in the morning and go about their business and try to rebuild their lives on a daily basis, no matter what. Now, if that isn't a sign of serious resilience, I don't know what is.
Well, it
And
looks like a lot of. I don't see her hand. Was her hand up or? Oh, there's her hand. I got the co-host chair. Andy, you need to keep quiet anyway. Your voice is sounding better, but I know your voice is hurting. But I will say that in the Kharkiv area, they have restored. Currently, 65% of consumers in Kharkiv have been restored. More than 90% of consumers have been restored to electricity in the entire Kharkiv region. So they're making some good progress on getting the electricity restored in Kharkiv after the big missile attack a couple of days ago. So I just and they're just saying that they're working hard to get them back to 100%. So that's all good.
And you know, as soon as the electricity is on, there will be people posting just for the Russians to show them that electricity is back on, and just how wasteful and useless their missile attack was. I do love that as well. They do like to troll the Russians so badly, and find it really fun. So, Andy, my sweet, you did have your hand up. Did you take it down, or did you have something you wanted to add?
I want to add more. So I have some pieces of news that I wanted to bring up. And some of them are on military topics and some of them are on economic topics. Basically, so I will stick to three of them, right? In order to be somehow contained. So Ukraine fought back as every other day, launching strikes on enemy clusters. And one of them was on a Russian air defense missile system position. And also they shut down Orlan 10 drone. That one I think you counted already. And the Ukrainian missiles and artillery units hit 5 enemy personnel clusters and 1 ammunition depot. So you're gonna love that part. Just 1 second.
I think I might have seen a video of something that looked like an ammunition depot going a little bit supernova. Lots of fireworks, so yes.
Awesome. So the 2 other topics that I wanted to bring is a change in the center of command in the NATO task force in Romania. I can talk a bit about that. And on economics, an interesting piece of news is that Canada is banning aluminium and steel from Russia. So we can talk about that one also.
Excellent. I will pop those to one side for a second because Aaron has his hand up. So go ahead, Aaron.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, not too bad.
Might be a bit of a glitch.
Yeah, you're all right. I can hear you now.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to express my appreciation for the ladies hour when you all get together, and it's very, very professional the way you all research and come to the space with really relevant information and obviously a good sense of humor. And I was just wondering, I haven't been listening for a while. There was a resident wrestler we had called Ryan, I think, who was working for Renegade Relief Runners. Is there any update on how his progress is going, or where he's at, or how he's going? I haven't heard anything.
So Ryan, yeah, our friendly fella from MriyaReport, has indeed he reached Kharkiv yesterday, and then of course there was a lot going on in Kharkiv yesterday. He's sent us a message to say he's alive and well, but he's got a lot of stuff that he's up to. So that's all we know really at the moment. He's alive and well, and he'll be in touch as soon as he can. He did send us a couple of photographs, which I won't share right now. But yeah, he's all good. Don't panic.
Thank you. I was thinking about him, so yeah, that's good. Cheers.
Yeah, when he gets some stable internet, no doubt he'll come and tell us all about it. But I don't think there was anything too dramatic that he came across. I think it was pretty much a case of he made sure that he was safe. So, and as everybody should when they're in that situation. You can't be heroic against bombs, can you? You just have to get out of the way. Now, we do have the MOD report. So before we have a chat about Romania, Anda, if you don't mind, I'm just going to go to the MOD report because I am. Well, because I am. There you go. Here it is. So, the Ministry of Defence MOD report, intelligence update for the 11th of March 23. So, over the last 4 days, Wagner Group have taken control of most of the eastern part of the Donbass town of Bakhmut. In the town centre, the Bakhmutka River now marks the front line. We knew this anyway from what Chuck was talking about yesterday, but it seems the British MOD were listening last night and decided that they would take this information. Ukrainian forces hold the west of the town and have demolished key bridges over the river, which runs north to south through a strip of open ground 200 to 800 meters wide. Now, I'm sorry, we're British, so we do meters. My apologies. Between built-up areas. With Ukrainian units able to fire from fortified buildings in the west, this area is a killing zone, likely making it highly challenging for Wagner forces to attempt to cross and continue any sort of frontal assault westwards. However, Ukrainian force and supply lines to the west do remain vulnerable to the continued Russian attempts to outflank from the north and the south. So obviously, still very tense situation, shall we say, in Bakhmut. However, we know for a fact that, one second, I'm just going to cough. Better. So we know for a fact that Bakhmut is entirely a holding position at this point. It is just somewhere to trick the Russians and take out as much of their men and equipment as possible. And as long as the Russians keep wanting to pull people into Bakhmut, the Ukrainian armed forces, I believe, are quite happy to let them, because they have pretty much the whole place pre-sighted. They have second and third lines, which they could step back to if they want to. So, you know, that they have prepared defences which are further back and on higher ground. But if they're able to hold the positions that they're in for the moment, well, they can always save that option for later. Bakhmut has become a bit of a symbol now. You know, it's had a song written about it, for goodness sakes. You know how bards in the past, you used to have bards that would go around like inns and things, singing songs about famous places and battles and things like that. And well, I don't know about you, but the fact that songs have been written about this war, and quite a lot as well. You know, I went on Spotify yesterday just to have a look specifically at Ukrainian war songs, and there's a lot, and some of them are hilarious. I wish I understood more Ukrainian, put it that way, because I think some of them are more scathing than I believe. And yeah, so they like a lot of upbeat stuff. I've noticed that. Yeah, very dancey, but the sense of humour that comes across and the determination, you know, even in the music. But the very fact that songs are being written about it, it does sort of, yeah, take me to this sort of folklore almost situation where, you know, there are certain battles which will indeed be made absolutely famous, and people who will continue to live on through the songs. And well, when I was in college, I was absolutely forced to read war poetry, and at the time I thought it was a bit grim and a bit boring because I wasn't very into my poetry. However, as I've got older, I've learned to appreciate a lot more what this was. And this was an outlet. It was something that these people could do to produce something that was good, or produce something that was able to teach others, and pass the story along. And I think, you know, through folklore and song and word of mouth and legend, these things will continue to live on for a great many years. I mean, sometimes I think history only lives in the past, and yet we see it being created on a daily basis. We see some huge historical events that are starting to happen, and it gives me hope, actually. It gives me hope for the future, that we may not be complete idiots after all in some cases. Oh, we have been plenty of times, but I think maybe, just maybe, we might be getting a handle on what it is to strive for freedom and keep it. And unfortunately, that requires an awful lot of weapons. And I'm glad that we've probably woken up to that fact. So, right, I've waffled for a while now. Anda, my lovely, please go ahead and tell me about Romania. All right. So, what I wanted to bring into attention, let's put it this way. So we have in Romania 2 NATO centers. One is based around aviation, and it's at Cogălnicianu Airport, which is near Constanța. And the other one is in Cincu. Cincu is a settlement in the middle of the country, literally. So they found it's a hill area, and it has a lot of terrain that is really good for training tanks, and not only. So last year in October, I'm sorry. All right, we're all full of coughs and colds, and yes, I'm sorry. I should have muted myself. So last year in October, there was a battalion which is called Eagle 3, which arrived in Romania. They arrived to perform exercises with Romanian troops, American troops, Dutch, Polish, and Portuguese. These are the troops which are right now in Romania, and they integrated the training with the Leclerc tanks, which were in country since November last year. And basically, this is a training facility for artillery and not only. And the leader of this spearhead, this is how it's called, was exchanged with a new colonel, which is called Loren Luisetti. And he took over the NATO battle task force from Romania. And it was an official ceremony in Cincu. And I hope he will stay here for at least 6 months. We will see. So I wanted to bring this as a point of order. Why is it important? Troops are being rotated in and out, and I asked. So we have had here General Ben and General Mick Hodges. Ben Hodges, I'm sorry, and Mick Ryan. I'm sorry. So my question was, why is this necessary? Why all this rotation? What's the purpose, right? And they said this is the most expensive way of training, and they basically take advantage of the fact that there are facilities which allow different countries from the NATO troops to change and exchange, to train with other countries, because each country, even if they are all in NATO, has different specific approaches to the same target or let's say goal, and therefore it's relevant how you approach it and how you work together, and it's relevant to start working together
and to see all these differences and to learn what could we improve, and from others to learn from us. Just as, for example, US is learning from Ukraine in regards of the M777, because they learned there is a possibility to protect them with mesh and a very thin iron um, net, a very thin iron net, which actually can stop the loitering munition and stop destroying the M777 when they are on the spot, because you can move them fast enough after a strike in order not to get hit by the enemy, but it's far harder to run from drones. So this was one of the ways in which they defended themselves against drones and protected the equipment they got from the United States. And right now, this is one of the things that United States considers as an important point of order for going forward, if that makes sense. So
Yeah.
basically, learning.
The thing is, when they're actually using them in the battlefield, they've figured these things out, you know, small things that make a big difference. Just for you, Erin, you asked about Ryan specifically, and just to let you know that he will be delivering in the Izium area today. So he's still kicking about, he's still doing his deliveries, can't stop that man. Sorry, carry on, Amanda, my lovely.
Actually, I'm really glad, and I hope he returns back home safely. He has he's really brave for doing what he's doing, and it's not a picnic, a walk in the park. And I'm glad you brought that up. Basically, this was it about Romania and the reason it's important. And I also have topics on other things, but maybe other. I don't know, Prince, or you have something else to bring up, or I will, because I have.
Do you have questions, Amanda?
I have also questions, yes, but I think Will has topics, and I can have questions on topics, and that would be even greater.
That's lovely, and I'm just pouring my second cup of coffee, as you can hear, and so I'm getting to the point where I might actually be awake soon as well, so that's handy. Will, please go ahead.
Thanks, Marcus. So I'm just noting in passing one of the things that I saw earlier today that I find funny, and that is that Prigozhin, of course, now feels like he can speak up again because he feels like they're going to capture Bakhmut, and you know they're on the east bank of the canal and things. So you know he's getting uppity again, and he's talking about how once this battle of Bakhmut is done, he's going to reboot Wagner PMC as an ideological army. I don't know what that means, but I mean they've got I think the news for him is Wagner has already formally been recognized as a branch of the Army. So I'm not sure he's actually allowed to reboot and rebrand his whole organization at this point. But and I'm not sure it needs a new ideology either. It'll be founded on an ideology because the ideology of genocide seems to already be well ingrained. But this is what you see anytime he either feels like he's having a win or having a loss. He begins whining again, as he did again today, about the amount of ammunition they have. Right, that Wagner's not getting enough ammunition, and that's why they're not succeeding as well as they could. It's laughable, but yeah, he's always there.
Yeah, I specifically saw something last night, and I'm just going to find it again because I thought it was quite interesting. Here we go, yeah. A Russian military analyst pontificating about the lack of munition being sent to the front line. So he refers to the siege of Stalingrad. However, he also states that he believes the criminals in Moscow have either lied about ammunition, which is, in his words, an army on paper only, or they sold the ammunition for profit to third world despots. Gosh, well, that's a shock, isn't it? And he states that if the millions of rounds of artillery Russia claims to have actually existed, they would already be on the front and there wouldn't be this discussion at all. So he goes on to give examples and blah, blah, blah. But basically, he's saying that the fact that the Russian military themselves, the MOD, and Prigozhin are complaining about lack of ammunition seems to suggest that it's a general problem. And we've seen these boxes of ammunition which appear to have been stored really inappropriately, and they're all rusty and manky. And it does make you believe that maybe, just maybe, anything that was worth anything got sold off some time ago, and they've left themselves with the dregs because it didn't matter, because they didn't need them, but now they do, and they're thoroughly hosed. The missile strike that they did, specifically that, seems to have been tied to the amount of missiles that they can actually produce. And we know that that is a massive reduction on what they were producing previously, or at least what they were able to produce previously. They seem to have been as bad as the rest of us for producing new ammunition. That, you know, maybe it wasn't the biggest priority, or maybe they were producing it and selling it off to other countries, and maybe not replenishing their own stocks after reducing them. And you know what? Thank goodness for that. Thank goodness for that, because if they did have all the ammunition that they were supposed to have, if they did have all the tanks that they were supposed to have in working order, this would be a very different situation. So we are thankful that they are so crap at looking after things. We are thankful that they are so corrupt, because a different situation it might have been had they been a bit more organised and honest. However, had they been a bit more organised and honest, they probably wouldn't need to have started this war in the first place. They'd probably be living slightly better lives. So, yeah, it's all relative, isn't it? It's all relative. So, if anybody wants to come up and talk to me, you're always very welcome. You know how it is in the morning. It's nice and early, and my brain doesn't work too well first thing in the morning. I'm not a morning person. So count yourselves very lucky that I'm even speaking to you, because when I used to get up in the morning, nobody could talk to me for the first hour because I was like a bear with a sore head. And yet here I am, chatting away with a lot of you, like I'm really cheerful. I can assure you it's going to be another hour before I actually feel alive. Will, my lovely, go ahead.
Yeah, it reminds me of my mom. She could be turned around and, cursing us out incredibly, like just going at us, rah, 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 and then the phone would ring and she'd say, hello. But I note in relation to Prigozhin too, that it's very interesting that these sorts of people always project, right? They project their own failures onto others, because the very first thing he does is complain about corruption and fraud and things, or people selling off state assets like ammunition, and that's the reason he can't get them, when he himself has been cited for shorting government on contracts multiple times and fined for it, and has also gone to prison before too. So it's just funny that these incredibly narcissistic and venal idiots always assume that everybody's just like them, and if there's something bad happening to them, it's because of this corruption there, or this failing other people have, because they know they've got it. Of course, everybody else has to have that same failure and fault. But it's interesting that Prigozhin now too does the two things at the same time, which seem a little bit opposite, but they're actually. I think he does it by design. Every time now since he was first caught out for really bad mouthing the general staff and doing things that could be considered seditionist, I suppose, in an army or in an organization. He now he now goes out of his way to praise, like in heroic terms, Russia and the leaders of Russia in getting ammunition, because he notices, like, the production date on this ammunition is 2023, so he lauds their incredible resource and capability to be able to produce ammunition, but he's still worried about the fact that they don't have enough. Uh, and as you said, it is a good thing that they are relying on a lot of ammunition that either wasn't actually in the magazines, or is in condition that it is in poor shape, that allows them to have shortages of ammunition. Because I'll note that Russia still fires significantly more artillery rounds every day than does Ukraine across the entire battlefront. So we're not there yet, right? Clearly, the biggest deal on the West, as you alluded to, is that we have gone to a just-in-time sort of capability of producing things, and nobody has enough ammunition on hand. So clearly, ramping up has begun in America and other places in Europe to produce lots and lots more 155 and the other larger shells to replenish what is all going to get used up. And I suppose on Russia's part, it's either incredible hubris to think that they would not need all this ammunition, because they, to start a massive war of attrition when nobody thought we were going to be fighting this sort of war again, is hubris or folly on the part of Russia, probably a bit of both. But now, yeah, you're definitely right. The entire arsenal of democracy around the world needs to lift its game and produce all the ammunition it possibly can. I'll tell you, as I've said before, I don't think it would surprise me at all if at the end of this war, the summing up gets done, and a significant amount of the ammunition that allows Ukraine to win this ends up getting produced in explosive factories in Japan or Korea. Wouldn't surprise me at all.
Yeah, well, that's it. If they've got the capacity to ramp it up and provide it, then obviously Ukraine won't say no. They'll quite happily take anything that's offered to them that's useful, I'm sure. So yeah, absolutely.
And it might end up being a real shared activity, because the shell manufacturing that's ramping up in Pennsylvania and that may end up being married up with explosive that comes from Korea or Japan, based on their larger capacity to produce that rapidly. So it could be a real good sign, that essentially the arsenal of democracy will have expanded beyond the United States' capacity at the end of the Second World War to now include all the new liberal democracies around the world that have come up since the end of the Second World War. And in this thrust back and forth in the world for autocracies and democracies fighting for dominance, the rise of, although there are massive threatening autocracies in the world, the number and power overall, if you look at it, economic or industrial capacity, or the only thing that the liberal democracies don't outnumber the autocracies in at present is human bodies. So it still bodes well for the end of this war that the liberal democracies will gather together and make sure that Ukraine has the things that it needs to win, albeit a few months later than we all would have liked.
Yeah, you hit the flipping truth there, didn't you, mate? Yeah, very much so. I would have liked to have seen these things there 6 months ago, but I can't complain too much because they are actually being sent, and we have indeed seen pictures of Bradleys, and perhaps the odd snippet of a possible leopard somewhere in Ukraine. So, I'm sure that as soon as the ground is hard enough, we're going to start seeing these things do some of the work that they're supposed to be built for. I mean, let's face it, we've been harboring these things and training on them and what have you. And if there's nowhere for them to ever be used, it seems a bit bonkers. When we've got them, somebody else needs them, and they would quite happily use them, and we have no proper use for them. Yeah, that's where I see the sense. It just seems to slot together easily, doesn't it? We can provide them. We don't need them. Somebody else does. Yeah, exactly.
Or even if we do need them, right? We've got them. We need them, but you need them more. So let's get busy replacing ours and give you the, wear a bit of short-term risk to make sure that this war can finish early, rather than wait. I mean, the approach of Denmark in just handing over all of its self-propelled artillery. Now, of course, people would make the argument, yeah, Denmark, it's fully surrounded by friends and things like that, but it makes a very good sign that somebody says, yeah, you know what, we will replace these faster than we need. And I was having a discussion the other day when Mick Ryan had suggested that every one of the 61 M1A1 Abrams that Australia fields right now, every one of those, he said, could be packed up right now and sent to Ukraine. And the people, and I agreed with him, right? But I didn't get attacked, but I got argued with about people. Oh, but we need those to protect ourselves, and I had to say, yes, that's true, but do you not believe that if we took, let's just say half of our M1A1 Abrams, send 30 of them over to pack them up and send them up today? Do you honestly believe that China could land tanks in this country quicker than the U.S. could replenish our tanks? Everybody has to face the same supply chains and production issues and lead times for things. So some of the delays in sending things around don't seem to make sense to me. For like the all the discussion we had on tanks, and there just seems absurd to me that there are pilots without planes to sit in Ukraine, and the longest lead time item in any of that is always the pilot, right? So to have pilots sitting around because they can't get a seat in a plane and having next door MiG-29s that are ready to be handed over by Poland. They've said they're willing to do so, and not somebody not saying, yeah, you know what, send those. We'll run more air patrols out of Romania or Germany or anywhere to cover the loss of those planes for Poland in the short term, so that Ukraine can have them today. The only reason why I would think that they wouldn't do that, the only reason I could think, is that the MiG-29 that they would get from Poland would not be survivable enough to allow that pilot to use that plane for a while with a reasonable amount of survivability until such time as he could be retrained and get into a better aircraft. The MiG-29 is what they're flying now, and you can't make me believe that they couldn't use 20 or 30 more of those right now, even though I don't know the exact number of pilots. But that indication, that issue right there, if you have got more pilots than you do aircraft, it's a real upside down problem from what anybody in the West normally faces at all. There is literally equipment sitting around waiting for people to be trained in it and get into it. So I still don't understand some of the delay, and I get very frustrated with it because I'm sick of talking about it. I wish it would have happened months ago. But as you noted, Mockers, every day now we see this new vehicle pops up, that new vehicle pops up in Ukraine. So it is arriving. The vehicles from Spain have arrived, and they're not talking about them, but I'm certain a number of those Leos are already prowling around in the back or being trained on inside Ukraine. And clearly there have been videos and pictures of Bradleys that are in the country now. So it's filling up, but boy, has it been a frustrating wait.
Oh yeah, I know. I am a terribly impatient person, and during all of these long talks about whether or not it's possible to give these things that are sitting around in large numbers, not being currently used for their intended purpose. Yeah, very frustrating indeed. However, at least it's not the situation that the Russians have found themselves in when they've gone to pull out tanks from storage, which they already have had billions of, well, lots of. They found that they're missing engines, or they're missing optics, or something else entirely that, like, for example, they've been stood outside in Siberia with their top hatches open for oodles of years.
With thieves just across the fence, ready to come steal all the electrical cabling and radios and other little bits out of it that they might sell down the local market.
Absolutely. And, well, I can imagine that those things are just rusty husks at this point. But, if you take a video and you alter the colour a little bit, it looks like there's a big, long warehouse, big, long storage area full of tanks. But I would suggest that none of those tanks are going to be moving anywhere soon. They're literally just for show. And again, it is exactly what Russia is. They have all this for show, but when it comes down to it, when you scratch the surface, there's real problems there. We know that they have indeed emptied a lot of their stocks of weapons, shells and things, ammunitions, in certain parts of the country, and are now transporting from further afield. We know that they're very limited with what they can produce with regards to new missiles, but of course they can churn out these dumb bomb shells. Anything more sophisticated is much more difficult, however. But I suppose these dumb shells. It would appear that they've been purchasing some as well. However, as we heard off a guest in the space yesterday, Iranian ammunition, which we believe they've purchased. Iranian ammunition isn't very good. There's a possibility that out of 10, there's a possibility 2 of those shells might not work, or the ammunition is not of a suitable quality to be reliable. And so if that's what the Russians are starting to use, well, good luck to them is all I can say. It would be a terrible shame if something happened when they were using that ammunition and it blew up in somebody's face. I'm sure it would be a terrible shame. Oh, sorry, that was just me.
I did not die. I am here. I did not fall asleep while co-hosting, but I did eat my dinner.
Oh, but
and
she
I
does
appreciate
protest too much.
No, I usually, as soon as I'm done co-hosting, I eat dinner, and so I decided to stay because sometimes Mockers has trouble bringing people up, so I decided to stay tonight. So I went and made my dinner and ate my dinner, so I'm good for a little bit more, but I'm gonna have to go to bed here soon. And boy howdy, there's a lot of stuff coming in this morning, and I'm trying to track it as I'm eating my dinner here. So there's a couple of really interesting ones, I thought. See, now's the time of night my computer starts to slow down again. Oh, President Zelensky. President Zelensky has become Person of the Year, according to the Financial Times. The president of Ukraine has become the flagship of democratic world in the global fight against authoritarianism that could define the course of this century. That is the quote from the Financial Times when they announced that he was awarded their Person of the Year. So I felt bad because I've been here just doing nothing but letting people up when they ask, and I just wanted to chime in for a minute because Mocker's just been talking, but she does so well at it, and I really could listen to her voice forever. I was thinking that if I could make my Siri sound like you, I might actually use my Siri, but I hardly ever use that thing.
Oh, that's it. I'm going to get somebody who does them like voice apps to do one with me, so that when this war is over, you can all still listen to me on your sat navs. That's perfect. I like that. That means
I
I
think
don't
that's
have
a
to
brilliant
keep
idea.
coming on spaces and talking to people randomly.
Yeah, and every morning at 8:35 or something in the morning, the car will just automatically read out the MOD report for you.
And drop in the occasional boom.
Or the rare thing that, did you see this video of the Russians taking a missile down with a machine gun?
No, what was that?
No.
Yeah. I'm sure I shared the tweet. Let me open it here. I can throw it up in the nest probably, but it links to a CNN article of them taking down a missile with a, oh yeah. It's simply just a link to, let me do that real quick. Simply a link to the CNN article, the Russians taking down a missile with a machine gun. So yeah, it's crazy. Totally crazy. I'll put it up in the nest.
Do you reckon it's real or is it a fake?
I reckon it's real if CNN. I reckon it's real if CNN did it. I mean, they're fairly good. They don't typically post BS. So give me a minute and I'll have it in the nest.
Well, whatever it was, that's a shame.
Speaking of voices, her voice isn't fantastic right now today because she's got a cold. But normally, I could be having the worst. When I first came in and was listening to Maria Report, I I used to find Anda's voice so soothing. I could have the most anxiety prone, shitty morning, with all kinds of troubles and hassles, and then round about this time of day, or maybe a little earlier, I turn on Maria Report and do my work in the afternoon, and Anda's voice and her cadence is just so soothing and and even the interesting, like I have questions is hilarious and goes so perfectly with this new avatar that it's hilarious. So I'm wishing Anda a speedy recovery so we can get her pleasant voice back up to scratch and speed and hear more of her. But very happy to have her around feeding information in and offering bits when her voice can handle it as well. It really shows a dedication that she shouldn't do. She should go to bed and take care of herself.
Well, thank you. Well, and I will go to bed and take care of myself, and prepare myself for the evening when I want to hear the segments that are prepared during the evening, especially the track ruts. I always have a difficulty pronouncing that one. It always sounds like tank rats, rats or something, which is not really nice from me. But uh, I I I try. I try to pronounce it correctly and not to move too fast. So thank you very much,
You're
Will.
welcome. And tank rats, those are the ones that are in the former Soviet tanks that are being taken out of storage. Plenty of tank rats.
I think you're probably right. They didn't have batteries. That was for sure. So one tank in 10 had a battery, and that battery was not working. So this is why they had problems bringing tanks on the front lines. Basically, some parts of them were stolen, and batteries were probably one of the first that were stolen. So rats.
And also because they are stored outside, they literally would have rats and vermin hosting in them and probably chewing out the cabling and doing even more damage. So yeah, it's funny, but it's probably also true.
Yep. We've seen one of the things which I've seen recently was photographs from the inside of the Admiral Makarov, and let's just say, don't think their maintenance is up to snuff. I don't know if anybody else has seen those pictures. I don't think they do maintenance. So one of the things, I never mentioned this in the space, but one of the things that were said about Russian stuff during the 80s here in Romania, it was that they are built in order to last, right? Therefore, they didn't need maintenance. Maintenance was a bad thing because maintenance costs money and people. And given the fact that they don't actually train their personnel, I don't think they perform maintenance on the tanks. Like they
run with them as long as they can, and then yeah, they are broken, they are left there, and that's it.
Sort of disposables, yeah? Disposable tanks. Quite expensive, I would imagine. Well, one of the things that I have noticed is that there were complaints from tank crews that, or you know, tank groups, whatever they want to call themselves, that they had 10 tanks and 5 of them were able to move and 5 of them were able to shoot, and none of them did both. And it was, well, it just goes to show that, yeah, the levels of maintenance is obviously not trained into them. And I think you're right. I think they probably don't perform any maintenance. They just keep rolling. Prince, I see your hand is up.
Yeah, I put that video or the tweet with that video in it in the nest, and I just watched it, and it's sort of hard to see exactly where the machine gun gets the missile, but you know it did. And it talks about how they're using the Gatling guns, which I think is really cool. And I think it's a video worth watching when you have a minute. And then my other question in the Russia on Fire files, did you see the plastics factory that burned down in Russia?
Yes, I certainly did.
Yeah.
It looked quite impressive.
It is a beautiful one. The only thing that may have made it better if there was a big, huge boom involved.
Well, hopefully it started with a boom because it was certainly raging. I believe the entire roof collapsed of the building, so it also sounds like that won't be something that they can be using again in the near future.
Yeah, I think it's pretty dead. I think it's dead. So yeah.
Insurance job?
Very possibly. I mean, you know, I think we see a lot of those insurance jobs. But you know that burning of the airplane yesterday by the I'm starting to lose my words, but I know what you know what I'm talking about. That burning of the airplane was partisans, Russian, but they were Russian guys, people, and that plane going up was a beautiful sight. And you know that had to have some bangs. At least when the tires popped on that airplane, that would have made a nice noise even.
Yes, it is certainly good to see them losing their aircraft. Let's put it that way. Irish, you've come up. Say hello.
Hey guys, good afternoon from Australia. An interesting fact about tanks is when the Germans went to Stalingrad, the field mice got in all the electrical wiring on the tanks, and that was one of the main problems that led to their defeat. Is all their tanks, the wiring was all shot just from the rodents getting in and eating it. So I'm sure the tanks that have been sitting around could have similar problems, you know, where all the wiring would be just destroyed by rodents and etc.
Well, and the fact that they've had to fit T-80 tanks with much older optics that were meant to upgrade the T-62s. I mean, that in itself just goes to show that they wouldn't be doing that if they had anything better to use. So yes, there is a serious retrograde in their abilities just because they're losing these things on the battlefield. They brought up, I think, to Vuhledar a whole bunch of T-90 tanks, which, you know, supposed to be some of their best, and we saw them get taken out quite quickly. I think there was 5 claimed to be taken out in one particular battle. and I would imagine that's quite a thing to lose. And yesterday, we've had some new videos released, showing that there was a lot going on. We had videos released probably from a few days before, but we had a nice one of a Russian BMP-1 being hit from the side with what would appear to be a shoulder-mounted weapon. We saw some nice explosions in the Bakhmut area, where they were destroying Wagner soldiers, apparently. And, well, sucks to be them. The video of the AD system being taken out, the 406 Artillery Brigade claimed that one. And we also saw a video of a boat on the left bank being targeted. There was some nice footage there. And field ammunition depots. We've seen a couple of videos of those too, because that's what the Russians are doing now. They're not putting their ammo in big storage places. They're popping it around in piles in this sort of field storage. But if you pop a bunch of shells together in a pile, it doesn't take much to get rid of them. So out in the open like that, a little bit silly, because they're going to be spotted by drones, surely. There was also cotton on the Kinburn Spit. So whatever was going on there, the Russians were obviously having quite an unpleasant time. We saw a video of the artillery units of the 14th Brigade taking out a convoy. All of these things, you know, Russia's not going to be able to replace quickly. It makes a real difference that we see these things being removed from the battlefield. So in general events, the Finnish Prime Minister, Sanna Marin, visited Kyiv yesterday. And obviously she's very supportive indeed of assisting Ukraine. So it's always good to see her. The UK and France pledged to give Ukraine an advantage on the battlefield. Now, the UK and France talking together about giving Ukraine an advantage. Is this the storm shadow that we've been waiting for? Because we do know that the French have some input on the storm shadow. So maybe that was what that discussion was about. Norway have pledged an additional 2 NASAMS firing units that will come in addition to the 2 that the US are providing. So that's fabulous news. We can go through a very quick overview of the battlefield in a minute, but I will go to Will first.
Yeah, I'd just like to note particularly the Prime Minister Senna, when she was there for the funeral and everything yesterday, then immediately went into a meeting, and Finland has now announced their 14th package of aid, military aid, is getting ready to be on its way. Which really shows again how much Finland's committing to their part in this, and I'm just so impressed with that Prime Minister Senna in her entire, just her whole act and this whole thing, the whole thing. Everything she said has been spot on, correct, and appropriate for the time. And I'll note that in disinformation, that the meme that I use that says the way out of this conflict is for Russia to leave Ukraine. That's the way out of the conflict. That tiny little blurb she put on, that meme alone has probably been my most, or shall we say, least popular response to people. I think more people have blocked me after me hitting them with that one to shut their argument up than any other, I would say. It's very impressive.
Well, that's it. She doesn't waste her words, does she? That was succinct and exactly the right thing to have been said at the time. Yeah, I am thoroughly impressed with her messaging and general approach. Yeah, she's certainly impressed me. Look, I'm quite a bit older than her, and I wouldn't like to be in charge of a country because, crikey, that's a lot of responsibility. And yet here she is, smashing it. So good for her. Yeah, love her to bits. So I will do my quick overview of the battlefield. This is very quick and dirty because somebody else has compiled it for me. So I apologise if it's not perfect. So in Bakhmut, we know that it's very intense. Despite the fact that they've got a river between them, the Russian troops in the north have managed to reach the industrial zone. We have seen pictures of them there. They are also appearing to make a small amount of progress in the south, near the forest, and they really are throwing everything into this battle at the moment. They're not actually gaining much, but you know, just through sheer mass, they are making some sort of creeping progress. So more in the north, Russian forces try to bypass Krumova and directly attack Bodanivka. It's continuing with the direction of attacks they were making the day before. And fighting takes place on the northeastern side of Bodanivka. Ukrainian troops are continuing to repulse those attacks. The north of Soledar, the armed forces of Ukraine repulsed an attack on Rozdolivka. No new information is been received about any renewed attacks. And Avdiivka, Russia has intensified airstrikes in Avdiivka in connection with the absolute failure of their Russian assault groups. It would appear that Russians go here just to lose people. And around Novobakhmutivka, crikey, these names get longer. There are indeed local battles. The armed forces of Ukraine have repelled a further attack on Nivelski.
Nivelski.
Thank you. In Vuhledar, Russian troops have again tried to attack. Overnight, Russian troops were apparently storming Vuhledar again from the southeast. And in Crimea, there was a change north of Chervonopopivka, crikey. And this is where the 92nd have been working. And apparently they've got some good news from that area. So we'll wait for that today with bated breath, no doubt. And I'm looking forward to seeing what happened. I'm just taking another look at that burning plastics factory. I don't know exactly where it was. Does anybody know exactly where it was? Somebody said Moscow.
Yes, Moscow. Moscow.
Moscow was a very big place, isn't it? So was it front and centre or on the outskirts?
Almost certainly in the industrial outskirts. But all I have to add, Mockers, is just be glad that Russia didn't invade Wales. if you have trouble with long names.
That's very true. Yeah, I just think sometimes, just for fun, Ukrainians just add an extra Y or a K somewhere, just to keep us on our toes. I'm quite sure they just like pop in a few extras.
My favorite is always the word that you get halfway through and it's got a sh sound followed by a ch sound, so you got to go sh 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 sh. Yeah, those are my favorite.
Yeah, those are the ones I tend to skip over, I'll be honest. There's only so much I can get my...
Today in something, there was bombing, yeah.
Yeah, I've done a bit of that in the past. People like to send me, like the list that the general staff release where they say all these places have been shelled today, and they give you a big long list of all the areas and the names of all the towns and villages, and they just get longer and longer. And I think people send me these just to torture me, don't they?
Well,
just
sometimes.
So they can laugh at me.
But the other day when I had to go through all the list of towns that were hit by the 81 missile strikes, I was thinking, "Oh, I better be careful here," because I thought I was good at it, but then you get through going through that long list, like you say, and sometimes you can easily get stumbled. And I know some people, once they stumble on a word, also lock it into their brain because I still notice that Chuck Ferrer still says Savatova rather than Svatova. But because you get used to the cadence of saying names like that once you're do them for a while. So you'll be a big pro at it by the end. You'll be able to do the news in Ukraine in the last 24 hours. When we run the station at the last 24 hours, you can be over in the Ukraine and host your segment from over there and probably get them all right by that time, and then go to doing the weather for the local news after that.
I'm usually not up in time to do the normal weather first thing in the morning. Although you guys are training me into getting out of bed early for some reason. So yeah, maybe, you never know. I think I might have a career in radio at some point.
Okay. Your voice is lovely, and someday I will figure out exactly where it's from. I thought maybe it was from this area that is fictionalized in a TV show, but is actually really an area in the UK. Anyway, not long ago, I brought up the fact that President Zelensky finally responded to this petition to rename Russia to Muscovy. And Muscovy, or Russia as they're called at the moment, responded very, very quickly. So here is their response. The Russian Foreign Ministry immediately reacted to President Zelensky's instructions to the Prime Minister to work out the renaming of Russia to Muscovy. And here is the response. The bunker every day proves we are right. Here is another evidence of the attempt to create anti-Russia from Ukraine, said the odious press secretary of the Foreign Ministry, Maria Zakharova. Yes, she called Zelensky the bunker. So I don't know if that's new or not. We know that President Putin, Vladimir Vladimirovich, is that what you call him, Lockers?
Vladimir Vladimirovich.
Vladimir Vla. I'm too tired at this point. All I'm going to say is blah, 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 blah. We know that it is actually Vladimir Putin who has the affinity for underground protective structures. So, it goes right along with this meeting that of the Security Council that Russia has called for complaining that Ukraine is causing Russophobia, which is just, yeah, makes me laugh too. So I thought I would bring that quick update from the Russian Foreign Ministry to President Zelensky, taking into consideration the renaming of Russia to Muscovy, which I think is very appropriate.
Well, some people already use that, and yeah, it is very appropriate. Muscovy didn't exist before Ukraine made it, created it. So yeah, why the heck not? Anda, my love, go ahead.
So it was the Duchy of Muscovy, right? The Grand Duchy of Muscovy. That was the thing, and that was the name, actually. So I don't know why they are upset.
Well, yeah, you're exactly right. Why would that be upsetting? It's just the truth. They don't seem to like it, do they? The truth. They seem to avoid the truth at all costs. Will, go ahead.
I
Oh, go on.
would not back down from the fact that, for example, the lower part of Romania was called Valahia, and it was hard to pronounced by others, but that was how it was called, right, by others, how it was named. So there are some ancient names of the regions, and I find it absurd to deny them, and quite hilarious. I don't know how to put this differently. Like, it's simply, it brings a smile on my face. It's like denying a reality, denying that outside is raining or it's sunny. It is what it is. That's your history, and you used to be named like this. There's no need to have this big anti-Russian blah blah blah. It's not anti-Russian. It was their ancient name. But I think it brings them back to when they were created as a vassal state of the Golden Horde, among others. So yeah, they were not always independent. So yeah, I wanted to bring this topic up. Thank you.
Yeah, it's a very good point, and it kind of goes to what Marker said, that they don't like being named Muscovy. Although it's weird that they don't, because if you see the propaganda that comes on channel Russia, Channel One and INT and the other main channels that focus or that are based in Moscow, they go out to all the regional areas. They are so arrogant and so crass in talking about the regions, and they talk about Moscow and the Moscow region and the St. Petersburg region as if the world spins around them to them. And so while they are very arrogant about Moscow and what we could call Muscovy, they don't like to be reminded at all that of history that goes that far back, because if you start talking about Muscovy, it takes them back to a smaller area before all of this massive imperialist expansion took place. And I don't think they like to be reminded that they're small and insular, even while they themselves talk about themselves inside the Russian Federation as if it's a special place. But it's the special first place that, if you tied it, as Anda did, to the Duchy of Moscow set up by the Golden Horde, and that far back in history, and you look in parallels, it reminds them in this particular case that Ukraine and Kiev are far older than Moscow, and then it gives a lie to a lot of their greater Russia talk But they definitely don't like to be reminded that they're small, or they were small, and they like to talk about Greater Russia as if they own the whole show.
Don't they just? And there's a quote here from President Zelensky that I think sums up the situation. They proposed a peace formula to the Russian Federation, and the Russian Federation responded with missiles. And Zelensky says, therefore, the decision will be on the battlefield. Our heroic soldiers have already made the Russian army cease to be a global threat right before our eyes, and we have to finish this job. And I think that's very well said, and I think that's what we're all hoping and aiming for, especially here in this group. We would definitely like to see that. We know that Wagner is getting absolutely trashed in Ukraine, partially because of the losses of convicts. However, Wagner have now decided that because of the issue of losing so many of their cannon fodder, they're now going to start a new recruitment drive, opening up new recruitment centres. Will, do you think that people are going to be lining up at these recruitment centres to sign up?
Well, I don't know, but I can report from Australia that it is happening. Two Russian Facebook groups, Russians in Australia, have been reported to the ASIO and the federal police for openly trying to advertise for recruits to Wagner in Australian social media groups. So yeah, they're trying it, and they're selling it as, oh, join now and be part of the group that finally completes the liberation of Bakhmut.
You know, it's a kind offer, isn't it? It sounds great, but yeah, I've seen what's happening to Russian forces in Bakhmut, and I'm not sure I'd want to be signing up for that anytime soon.
Yeah, anyone who would live in Australia and see the news and then go do that would frankly deserve their fate, really. And they're also that same group is also doxing any Australian who has gone to Ukraine to assist the Ukrainian forces. They're naming them all and doxing them here. So they're just nasty people.
It would appear they don't know how to make friends wherever they go. They really don't know how to make friends, do they? It's an odd situation.
Well, I find it particularly bizarre because, having lived in Russia, been in Ukraine. I mean, these people that come from Russia, they don't come to Australia because their life was fantastic. They come to Australia because they want a better life, and it just amazes me that they can't give up this tie and this mentality from where they're from and assimilate to the place they are, because Australia is just absolutely full of immigrants. We're even more diverse, I think, than America is. If you look at the numbers of people that you see around and all where they're from in the world, and to think that you'd come here as an immigrant, like me particularly, come here as an immigrant and then go, oh, it's so much better where I lived, and I wish everything was like there. I turned this place into the place I was from, rather than adopt where you're from. How could you move to Australia and have all that's given on offer to you here and pine for Russia and complain about conditions here? I just don't get it.
Well, you're absolutely right. They must be wearing some seriously rose-tinted glasses. It does seem that if they're not paid to have these views, and yet they're living in the West and appreciating what the West has to offer. You would think that it would be obvious to them what the real situation is. But yeah, I think there's not going to probably be massive queues at these Wagner recruiting centres. I'm not instilled with confidence in them, especially as we watch the armed forces of Ukraine literally cut them to pieces in places. Yeah, they are indeed not the best, are they? And it would seem that yeah, they are absolutely in trouble. The fact that they're trying to recruit more people at this point tells you everything you need to know, I think. And of course, they'll probably tell those people that they're going to be, don't worry, folks. You'll be guarding the back lines or something. It seems to be the lie of the week with regards to getting people to the front, because once you're halfway there, they just, everybody on the bus. Yeah, puts them in a difficult situation when they're already there being shot at. And we already know as well that the situation with the Russian troops is getting to the point where they're quite unhappy with their own circumstances, and more of that to come, please. More of that to come. We've heard through rumours that there may have been fragging of officers, and well, I certainly hope so. That's where it starts, isn't it? The minute you hear of things like that happening, I would say that is a good indicator of where the start of the unrest is going to come from. There's only so much people can take to a degree, and they all have to make a decision as to whether their lives are worth continuing, or whether they really want to just run into bullets like zombies. I know which decision I'd be making.
Mockers?
Yes, my love.
It appears as if Melitopol is loud. Per our friend Ivan Fedorov, who we've had on the space many times, residents report more than 10 loud explosions in the northern part of the city. They are clarifying information. But when something comes from Ivan Fedorov's verified account, I think it's worthy of being passed along. And with that, I am going to have to say goodnight. I've been on here for a while today. And yeah, I will see you all tomorrow. And I hope you have a good day. And I am going to go sleep like a rock. So, Slava Ukraini.
Herom Slava. Have a good sleep, Prince.
Yeah, thank you very much for being a stalwart and holding us together. Because I gotta sleep sometimes, folks. I gotta sleep sometimes. So, in economic news, which, I can tell you about, I just don't know an awful lot about it. But we have heard that this ghost fleet that Russia has bought these Mankior ships, one of the reasons they bought these ships is because they don't have enough storage. And what they've been doing is they've been filling these ships with millions of barrels of whatever the product is. It says diesel here, but I have a feeling it's probably more like unrefined product. And according to journalists, over the last month, the volume of fuel in drifting tankers in Russia or in their waters has increased more than 4 times, setting a record for the entire time of observation. Oh no, apparently it is diesel. The oil companies having a problem specifically with the export of diesel fuel, which is, of course, under the European embargo and price ceiling. This was reported by Bloomberg on March the 10th, 23. So, despite the discounts which they've been offering, sizable discounts as well, which is reported to be what they would call third world prices. Diesel of Russian origin remains in the tankers, drifting around in the ocean, waiting for buyers. Bloomberg writes at the beginning of spring, there were 4.4 million barrels of unsold diesel on these ships. During the last month, that has increased by more than 4 times. At the same time, Russia continues to ship diesel from ports, although they are well aware they're unlikely to find buyers for all of their fuel. If the unsold volumes continue to increase, it is most likely that diesel exports will have to be reduced. Otherwise, they're going to be in a situation where they do completely run out of storage. And that's going to have quite an effect on them, because shutting down that sort of production is very difficult to do. Starting from the second quarter of 2023, Russian oil refineries would have to close down the production of diesel fuel, and the reduction of oil processing would amount to 1 million barrels per day. At the same time, Russia has begun to cooperate more actively with the United Arab Emirates in order to sell its energy carriers. Reuters reports the Russian Federation has found a new sales market after Western sanctions effectively blocked the European market for the sale of oil and oil products. So that is Russia really struggling because of the situation with the price cap. And a lot of people, when they first introduced this price cap, didn't think it would work. They thought that it would not be enough. It was suggested that it was a bit weak sauce, and yet you can see that sanctions do work because they're having this effect. And so it's impressed me, actually, because I also was doubtful that the price cap and the sanctions would have such an effect, and it has taken a while, but that's what sanctions do. They're not instantaneous, but we're seeing exactly what happens when countries get together and firmly put something in place, and it's caused massive issues for them. And I can't say I'm upset about that. Will, your hand popped up at one point then. Please go ahead.
Yeah, just a quick question. Where did you say those tankers of diesel were not stranded, but having difficulty moving diesel out of? What was the location?
It's I believe they're hanging around just off the coast of Russia. I don't know exactly where.
Well,
but
up north, you mean, in the up near the Baltic Sea?
Yes, yeah, I would expect that that's going to be more likely the area, because that's where they would load them up. So yeah, they're apparently just racking and stacking them.
And big trouble up there, because of course there's no easy buyers out of that point. They've got to take them all the way out of there, around around Europe and down to Africa, I guess, to try to sell it cheap. So yeah, sanctions are working, and they better have some worthy ships to do that in, because for those long journeys, unless you're selling it really dirt cheap, you want to have a very big boat. No, unless you're selling it very expensively, you want to have a very big boat, because that diesel fraction is very, very useful. But unless you move a large quantity of it and you get screwed on price too bad, you might not be making that much money. The margin on it is not fantastic. It's good, but not fantastic.
Yeah, absolutely. They really are being squeezed on the margins on this fuel now, and it is fun to see that the buyers have all the power with regards to that now, and Russia is finding it very difficult to sell this at a price that will make any profit, and that they're running out of storage. I just find it all very amusing. Yeah. So that's about as much as I can pretty much say on the economic topic. I am not an economist, I'm afraid. Oh, I do have somebody coming up to speak to me though. And hello, Tom. I did actually have a question for you.
For me?
Pour vous, yes, pour you.
Pour moi?
So, what I wanted to ask was, did you enjoy your bot discovery the other day? I noticed that you did a thread, and it was quite interesting actually to see just how many people you found that didn't appear to be real. It was a shock and a surprise.
Yeah, it kind of surprised me actually. This is probably worth sharing with the space. In fact, I can probably put the tweet up in the nest. Let me find it, because people have been commenting on it still. So basically, I think people are aware that there are other spaces on Twitter other than MriyaReport. It's shocking, I know. And I think people are aware that some of these people are spaces run by people who are, let's just say, conspiracy theory inclined, to the point where some of it is just straight up Russian propaganda. Now, the thing that concerned me isn't the presence of these spaces, but the fact that some of them have got thousands and thousands of listeners. So I'll just share this one in the nest. So that should go up now. So I found there was a nest called Twitter Files. And if people don't know, Twitter Files is like a hashtag to describe the fact that Musk has decided that Twitter has a massive left-wing bias and was trying to suppress a lot of right-wing stuff. I don't know what the truth is about that. What I do know is that the people that generally support this tend to be on the extreme right, not your nice and decent conservatives like we've got here on MriyaReport. I mean, absolute nutters sharing conspiracy theories about vaccines, about George Soros's Jewish extremists controlling the world, that sort of thing, as well as a lot of pro-Russian propaganda. So what concerned me wasn't the presence of the space, but that they had 5,000 listeners. So I thought to myself, I want to check this out. So I went and had a look, and what it does is it shows you host, co-host, speakers, as you know. Then it shows people that you know and follow. Then it shows verified people, and then it shows unverified people that you don't follow. So I scrolled down, and I found that it actually only shows the first 1,000 people anyway. So of the 5,800 people that were listening to this space, it didn't show 4,800 of them. So I thought, right, I'll have a look at some of these unverified ones. And they were just all bots, all of them. And I was like, I'm going to screenshot this. So I screenshotted it. And then I went and checked and screenshotted everyone that was in the space screenshot to prove, look, I'm not just cherry picking here. I'm not just scrolling through until I find one that is a bot and going, haha, look, a bot. Like, out of the 12 people I could fit in the screenshot, they were all bots. And then I went through and just randomly picked some others. And there were some genuine listeners as well. But again, it was just bots. And what concerned me is that of the 4,800 people that I couldn't see, how many of them are bots? Because if the top 1,000 that it's displaying were mostly bots, I guess the bottom 4,800 would be as well. Oh, hold on a second. I've got to speak to my wife.
No, you're absolutely right, Tom. That it does appear to be a theme, it would seem that there's something a bit cheeky going on there, eh? Who'd have thunk it?
So, if Tom's back, good. Well, Tom, carry on, and then I have a question for you about that bot.
Yeah, sure. Unfortunately, I've just woken up my wife, so she's grouchy with me. So I mean, I don't know there's much else to conclude. It's just that, Kim.com, who's one of the people that's in that space, constantly says, oh, NAFO are all bots, it's a CIA bot plot, and I hear this. And just the irony that actually spaces that he frequents are have potentially thousands of bots, because you can't definitely conclude this, but I think there's reasonable evidence that if the bottom 10 of the top 1,000 people were all bots, and a random selection of the top 1,000 people were all bots, I think it's a fair bet that the bottom 4,800 might have a very, very large proportion of bots. I mean, these were all people who'd been on the platform for 10 years, 0 followers. It's just ridiculous. You can't be on a platform 10 years retweeting stuff and get 0 followers. It just doesn't work that way.
No.
So
Tom, tell me.
So go ahead.
We've had this experience briefly here occasionally when occasionally during quieter hours like this, the attendee numbers will jump up to 1,000 or more, something like that. But then drop almost immediately. Do you know if it's capable of these bot farmers to have them all attached to them, so that when they go into a space, all the bots that are attached to them somehow also populate that space? Because as I was browsing through another one of those spaces that you're talking about with Kim.com and some of the others in one time, I noticed, they flare up very quickly, 4 to 6, even 10,000 people there. But then, they don't last, and they must run out of stuff to talk about quickly, and then they disappear. But given our experience here, when some of these, trolls seem to wander through, and the numbers go up, do you know if there's a capability that these things are bringing a train of bots with them?
I mean, the short answer is I don't. I'm not an expert on bot farms. It might be really good if any of our listeners know anyone that is an expert on bot farms. It'd be really interesting to hear about it, because it is the space that we're in on Twitter. I know from what I have seen of bot farms, there's a couple ways of doing them. One is literally dozens and dozens and dozens and dozens and dozens and hundreds of the cheapest smartphones you can get. And I've seen it where literally there's a wall set up with a bank of smartphones, all with their chargers plugged in. And people are just going, hit this like from one phone to the next. But I think that's probably a really inefficient and difficult way of doing it. I'm sure that given you can log into Twitter on a computer rather than a phone, that there must be ways of having programs to log into multiple Twitter accounts and point them all at the same tweet or the same space or the same web page, and then hit a button and you have thousands of people apparently retweeting the same thing or liking the same thing or sharing the same thing or saying the same message. And when people do that, it's more obvious, because if people say exactly the same thing word for word, when you compare it, it's obvious that it's a bot and it's not thousands of people happening to use exactly the same phrase. But in isolation, it can make things, essentially all of this is engineered to try and make an extreme political view or lie to be more popular than it actually is. And they're trying to manipulate us, and they're trying to manipulate us on the very platform we're on, and we just need to be very wise to it.
Absolutely, Tom, and yeah, you're right. I was impressed by your findings that it didn't take you very long to be able to prove that that group was indeed populated very widely with what appeared to be not real listeners, and so that's why we're thankful for every one of our real listeners here. We've got some hands, so I believe Frank was first. So go ahead, Frank.
Oh, I didn't have too much to say other than I hope your mom had a happy birthday, Mockers. And my mom also is 75, although she's about to turn 76. Anyways, I got some news. It's taken a little bit of time to make the coordination, but my next family is well, it's a couple actually is staying with me. They just arrived about 45 minutes ago, and be honest, they were they came all the way from Italy and were dead tired and went right to bed. And I don't even know what part of Ukraine they're from. So, but all I know is they're downstairs right now. So, anyways, they seem very lovely, and I'll leave it at that.
Well, thank you very much, Frank, and that's awesome to hear that you're able to provide a space and safety for those families. It's always good to hear people doing these things, and yeah, it makes a real difference to those people. So thank you very much for that. Nale, good morning.
Good morning, my friends. I'm sorry for the background noise if there is any, but I wanted to comment on these findings made by Tom in this space. Is that a good way to tell if the space is total BS is when they start tying together, for instance, the World Economic Forum, aid to Ukraine, CIA-led demonstrations in other countries, and trans kids. If you can tie all those together in one space, then the space is bullshit, and you shouldn't listen to, or you should listen to it to know what the enemy is saying. So there we go, bots or no bots. Thank you all and have a nice day.
Thank you, Nale. I think Tom has a response to you there.
Yeah, no, I think you're absolutely correct. And I think what's interesting about a lot of those points is that they're actually very specific, what you could call fault lines, as in there's a division of opinion about those subjects. And those are things that the Russians in particular want to do to stoke division in the West. So, for example, vaccines is a good one. Plenty of people want to get their vaccine. Some people, they don't want to get a vaccine. And because the Russians know that these are divisive topics, they deliberately push bullshit on that topic to make people in the West hate each other and argue on the internet. It's the same thing with the trans issue. This isn't a space to discuss a trans issue, but I think we can all agree that some people have no problem at all with people being trans, and other people are not happy with it and think that you can't just choose to identify your gender. I think we can all agree that that is true, right? Because it's a divisive topic, that's why Putin goes on and on and on and on about it. Putin doesn't give a damn about whether people are gay or trans. He doesn't care. He just wants to make us argue with each other, and so they push misinformation on it. That's their strategy. Like earlier, and I mean like a few years earlier, one of the things that they knew that was divisive was the Black Lives Matter movement. Again, it's not something to discuss in this space, but I think we can all agree that some people feel that black people dying disproportionately when they're arrested is an outrage, whereas other people think, no, you need to be thinking about everyone's lives and not just focusing on this. on whatever side people are in that debate, it's very, very divisive. And so the Russians literally infiltrate groups on both sides, not just the conservative side in America. They infiltrate radical leftist groups as well in order to try and stir up anger and hatred. This is what they do. I found months ago, it was last summer, the Russians had started a Facebook group and said that a bunch of liberals had burned Bibles. And then what they did was they tried to propagate this to conservatives in America who, rightly, if you're a Christian and your faith is really important to you, would be outraged by that. But it was a lie. It was a lie intended to foment hatred and anger in the West. And this is what they do. And they have loads and loads and loads and loads and loads of bots, but also people sat at computers literally spreading lies and poisoning our discourse all the time. And it is literally in their manuals. It's their philosophy to spread hatred in the West. That Dugin chap, the one whose daughter died in Russia, he says this is what we should do. And he was saying this in 1997. So this is a really, really long-term strategy. And they're doing it now. Like, look at some of the things that have been said about MriyaReport, okay? That we're full of con artists, okay? That there are grifters. There are all sorts of lies about MriyaReport. And are we surprised when this is happening? We shouldn't be surprised when this is happening. This is exactly the Russian playbook. This is what they do. There's no way that some low-level people in Russia aren't aware of MriyaReport. I know we're not ginormous. I know we're not the biggest charity out there and that sort of thing. But they'll know that the biggest Twitter space supporting Ukraine is MriyaReport, and they want to take it down. We're pretty low on their radar in comparison with all the other stuff they've got to deal with. But they will be trying to take us down, and they will be spreading lies about us. I mean, just for example, the first time I posted about Putin and being psychopathic, I had 20 Russian bots follow me within 24 hours, which was a little bit unsettling. But what can they do? They don't know where I am. They don't know where I live. I think I'll leave it at that for the time being.
Yeah, probably best not to give up your location right now.
Well, it's a very good point, Tom, and it's actually older than you state, because you know in the Communist Party in the Soviet Union and the KGB, NKVD, and the KGB handbook that became the FSB handbook, the spreading of discord for no reason other than to undermine liberal democracies has long been a modus operandi of the communists, but the Soviets, and then now the Russians. They still use those exact same techniques that you're talking about, the same way they use the exact same KGB techniques to take over countries that are next to them by identifying small portions of Russian population and saying we've got to go in and protect them. If you are a student of Soviet history at all, you can't help but recognize all of the times and the methods of operation of Russia in everything it does, including, as you say, this disinformation area. And the area that I noticed most recently, Tom, is there's a massive push now to get these people that identify as MAGA involved in hating on and trying to take out NAFO and report NAFO is a big thing. But it's funny in dealing with those people. The jokes and memes we used on Vatniks actually are too high a level for some of these MAGA people. They don't get the jokes at all. They don't even get that you are joking. So sometimes it just enrages them even more, which is funny. But the level of vitriol that they've got toward people that identify as participating in NAFO is just unbelievable. I think some of it stems from envy, frankly, but also some of it stems from them being fed specific disinformation that they would find really problematic, so they amplify it, as you said.
Yeah, so maybe just last comment, because I can see Daniel's got his hand up. I think one of the things that's really easy to do when someone's been taken in by disinformation is to get angry with that person. I know I get angry with people when they're taken in by disinformation, because the thoughts that go through my mind are along the lines of, how could you be so stupid? Why are you so gullible? If there weren't people like you, these liars wouldn't get away with it. And I get really angry with people. The thing to try and do is, there's a tiny little bit of wisdom that's from the Quran that I quite like. And the expression goes, to hate the sin, but not the sinner. So if someone's making a mistake, if someone's basically being a useful idiot and parroting Russian propaganda and not realizing it, hate the lie that's gotten into their head and not the person that's spreading the lie, because actually those people that are being taken in by this are not, on the whole, bad people. They're people that care about their country, that want to protect their country. They're worried about problems at home, and they think that, you know, getting involved in a war overseas is going to harm their country. And it's not in and of itself a terribly unreasonable thing to believe. It's just that unfortunately these people are vulnerable to being taken in by Russian lies. And so what we need to do is hate the lie, but not the person that spreads it unwittingly. The people that know it's a lie and spread it, you can have as much anger towards them as you like. But I don't know if we can dissuade these people from believing these lies. But I try to take the attitude of, look, I know you're a good person, I know you mean well, but this actually isn't true. At least I would do that with any friends of mine that were taken in by things. Random people on Twitter, I'd probably just ignore rather than hate on them. But anyway. Looks like, well, yeah, Mockers.
I am, yes. Don't worry. People leave me all the time. These things happen. Daniel, please go ahead.
But tell me how well you can hear me.
Too bad.
It's bad?
No, we can hear
Okay.
you. There's just a bit of background noise, that's all.
Yeah, background noise in the mall. That's why. But I want to shout out to Tom for what he's doing. It was very, 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 very important to me. And he helped me a lot, to see a lot. Because I was in that space. And I was a bit worried. I said, look, 5,000 people. How can do this? And his explanation was astonishing good. And also, that quote from Quran is in the Bible also. That's it.
Thank you, Daniel. I didn't know that. I just encountered it from Muslim friends here in Birmingham. He says, giving his location away to the FSB. Too late now. Yeah. No, you're right. I think that was the main thing for me. It was both a relief. Oh, Nale, you've got a hot mic. It was both a relief to realise that actually these people weren't real, or the majority of them weren't real. I was like, oh, okay, thank God there aren't actually 10 times as many people interested in these lies and conspiracy theories than there are listening to MriyaReport. But it also really angered me that someone like Kim.com would stand there and say NAFO were all bots, which obviously is just such a silly lie. I mean, I just laugh at that lie because it's ridiculous. But that they could say the other side are all bots when their side are bots. That really, really infuriated me. But again, that, you know, we talk about going back to Soviet times. This goes right back to Nazi level propaganda, and I suspect that there's been a long tradition of psychopathic lying on this basis. The strategy is accuse the other side of what you are doing, and do that before you are revealed for what you've done. So if you say the other side is fake news, fake news, fake news, it's all a lie, it's all a lie, then later on, when your side lies, and the other side says this isn't actually true, you go, oh well, Mr. Fake News suddenly accuses my side of saying something that's not true, and everyone then thinks, oh well, you can't believe anyone. You know, this is the fire hose of bullshit strategy of lying. You know, accuse the other side of lying so much that no one believes them anyway, and then when you lie and the other side points it out and says, here's the truth, the people that have fallen victim to it go, no, that's a lie. So it's not that people fall victim to lies, it's that when you present them with the truth, they don't believe it. And that's another thing that's absolutely terrible at the moment. Anyway, I've lost the track of what I was saying, but yeah, I'll yield to someone else.
Oh, thank you, Tim. I mean, I was going to say something very similar, you know, that it is that theory of accuse them of what you do. And you're right, if they get in first, who do you believe at that point? And people who are not as well informed may find it very difficult to believe either side at that point. Nale, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Marcus. This sentence that hate the sinner and not hate the sin, not the sinner was used also in these anti-gay circles in America and to justify treatment for their quote unquote condition.
Yeah, I'm sure it's misused as well, but I think it's broadly true. If someone does something you disapprove of, you should try to disapprove of the behaviour rather than the person. Of course, if the person does it again and again and again and again, such that it's clear that it's just part of their personality and identity, that becomes a lot harder to do. I know that I couldn't work in forensic psychology with people with dangerous and severe personality disorders, you know, serial killers, psychopaths, that sort of thing. I couldn't work in that area because I'd find it too hard to empathize with people. But in general, we should try to disapprove of people's behaviors and not think this is an awful person. But I can understand why people do.
Well, I always go on actions, not words. That's where I am, and so I think that's partially why some of this rubbish that comes out of the propaganda doesn't really seem to, you know, it doesn't get past my sniff meter, because I'm all about actions and not words. Good morning, Axel. How's your poodles?
Very wet, because we have snow here and we have fresh snow. Yes, I know this is not northern Lapland, but we have snow. Anyway, I was just yet again captivated by what Tom has been doing, and well, you already alluded to the fire hose of bullshit, but then again, the obfuscation strategy and projection, meaning doing onto them what you do, and also constantly projecting upon them, not just as a psychological defense mechanism, but as a specific strategy, has been around since ages. If you go through both what, shall we say, the Bolsheviks and then the German fascists, the Nazis, came up with, it is exactly that. Whether you look at what Goebbels did out of a sheer extreme belief, or what others like Rosenberg did out of pure nihilistic application of the principle, and the Bolsheviks did it from the very beginning. It is a clear authoritarian strategy in terms of mass communication. And it works. It has always worked. That's why they do it, because it works. It's just that today, in this day and age, and this is why the approach taken in terms of going through stuff meticulously and individually in a digitized environment, we have better capabilities of detecting it. Yes, there's also very good opportunity for them to mask it, again obfuscate, and trying to shield their specific identities, but there is a good way of having a unique ID. So if you now then take this further to the complaint supposedly once issued when inquiring Twitter, the team of Elon Musk had highlighted, like many critics of Twitter for many years had highlighted, that there are so many bots and sock puppets there. And Musk's team argued, not he personally, I'm not aware of that, but Musk's team publicly argued for quite some time that they wouldn't accept the valuation of Twitter because there were so many bots, so many uncontrolled, unidentified users. I think the discussion about the digital ID you can have in a not dissimilar way about Facebook and others. And those have been had, and they actually were discussions with institutional investors in relation to Facebook, which is why Facebook had to take, or whatever it's called now, Meta, had to take a significant amount of identification effort and the likes. The digital ID, the expression of the individual in the media environment, is becoming a relevant part of who we are. And whether Tom has just yet again, because it's not the first time, discussed the fact that he is from Birmingham or around Birmingham, it doesn't really matter necessarily, just because that is the location. Anyone who would ever wish him harm would probably find this out. Anyone who should know it knows it. We've, however, gotten accustomed to the fact that when we're in digital space, we try to not talk about us as much. Pros and cons for that. Yes, because we are no match for, and we are always exposed. We are no match for state actors necessarily at the beginning, unless we are, so to say, a large collective of people or a large swarm of people. Good point, NAFO, thank you. But the digital ID matters a great deal. One of the outcomes of this war will be that people feel both stronger within their rights and within their capacity, and therefore also with a certain moral imperative of declaring themselves. And some people will say, well, I need to be the digital shepherd, such as many people at NAFO, who, for reasons whatsoever, cannot necessarily easily disclose what they're doing, because then some of the stuff, which is outright beautifully silly, could be traced back to them and their digital ID, and then people would probably even make fun of them or would not take them seriously. This is essentially the first digital information war on a global scale, which has captivated audiences whilst digital platforms are being embattled. It is one of the most interesting electronic warfare elements and environments I've seen for ages. And yes, people could go back to the color revolutions and the likes and look at the impact on, say, Libya and Egypt and whatnot, but all of those things are just arcane precedents, an arcane background to what we are now surviving and going through, meaning the frustration of not yet having a perfect system, because we never have. Perfect systems do not exist. But what happens in imperfect, permeable systems is exactly what Tom identified. We can unmask malign actors. As long as, so to say, machine learning, because AI in the inner sense does not exist. We can discuss this, Tom, yes, but it's machine learning. Thank you. As long as machine learning is around and systems such as ChatGPT, where there essentially is a massive amount of algorithms thrown at you with computing power, but it's still just mimicking. It is only composing by mimicking. It is not composing in its own right yet. But even in this time, the individual human being can make a massive difference. So everybody give a big hand to Tom Zimbardo.
Yeah, thank you, Tom, for being our resident bullshit discoverer.
Well, we should give him, I mean, Jeff is here now with us, so a veteran of electronic warfare in the air. He probably knows exactly what I'm leading at. What Tom has done is unique in that regard. It is we are en route to what Bletchley Park once did, where civilians and military work together in order to defeat authoritarianism.
Yeah. Hey, good morning, guys. Yeah, I believe I agree completely with everything you say. Minus, I would push back on one small part, and that was, this is the first time that when you talk about the first time in a digital world where we really need to have some kind of uniqueness or identity, or the individual needs to be able to stand clear. I look back and when I was in the military and working in EW and cyber. One of the things that not just the United States, but every government suffered through, right, was this, as ISPs or internet service providers came out, they found that it was far easier and far more cost effective for their base to actually just assign random IPs, right? So they would have hundreds of IPs, and then when you logged in or tried to do whatever you wanted to do, then you would just be assigned an IP, and it was your IP, and for that amount of time. But at any given time, it could be switched, and governments hated this, right? Because whatever crimes were going on the internet, it was really, really hard to pin down who was doing what, whether that be child pornography or dealing in guns or illegal gambling, and then the permanently assigned IP address now has tried to at least clarify that now there's VPNs, but which is a virtual network that makes you appear somewhere else, which in effect, ironically, helps protect you, right, from really bad people. In theory, it's supposed to help protect you from government overwatch too, but I think that the governments have a way around that. So I would say that that was really probably one of the bigger pushes, at least by governments, right, to actually find a way to get some kind of digital, I don't want to say fingerprint or digital identification, but digital assignment, if you will, to where an IP was being hosted and who was on it and doing what.
Yeah, that's a very good point. That is, I should have probably contained my generalization and say that this is the first time where this happens in a communication space which the public accepts as a forum, because beforehand the understanding of what the dynamic assignment of IPs vis-a-vis this individualized unique IP would mean was not necessarily as perceived. But you're absolutely right.
Yeah, to me it's actually somewhat where cyber law is going, right? And I'm not talking about cyber law in defining policy and legal. I'm talking about how a case is brought forward now when someone does something illegal or illicit on the internet, right? To me, it was just fascinating. I went and I read a case report just because I wanted to see what is the level of evidence that's required to convince a judge to get a search warrant for, let's say, child pornography, right? Like, how do you what evidence is brought forward? And sure enough, I mean, there's IPs assigned to homes that that this packet of information that was downloaded from this other location in Zimbabwe or some crazy place that you don't have oversight on, and let's say the U.S. government, and and then you've got, obviously they don't show the image or anything, but they explain that this image has been used in other cases. It's been clearly deemed as child pornography, and it was downloaded by this location at this IP address at this time, which that IP address is assigned address, and it's owned, and the ISP, according to the company, is paid. The bill is paid by so. To me, it's just fascinating, right? So I found it
Jeff?
probably worth a good read.
Colonel Jeff, if I may interject, there is a catch in the IPs, because there is a possibility that someone else is using your modem and using your IP to do something. the evidence is every computer has a unique identification, and this identification is must be used to catch a criminal in this case, or a bot. That unique ID of the computer is the only thing you can catch someone, because that's the definite ID.
Yeah, so I don't dismiss that. I said I said what was the litmus for getting a search warrant, right? And then once you go into the house, and if you secure the computers, and also get the router and the router history, right? Because once you get the search warrant, you can go and get the router and get the computer, and you can seize all that evidence. And the router is going to show you what that MAC ID address is, right? And what was the MAC ID address that downloaded it? Sure enough, you're 100% correct, right? It could be a MAC ID address that's not in the house, right? That when the FBI or whoever takes all the other computers, that image or any other images are not on the computers. Well, then you have a discussion with the person like, hey, dude, someone's jumping your network, right? So someone's piggybacking and doing some really illegal stuff. You probably want to shore that up. But you're 100% correct. I was just talking about trying to get the search warrant.
Okay. All right. Marcus, shall we go to Chris and round off the cyber topic?
Sounds like a plan. Go ahead, Chris.
Well, yes, I think much of what I wanted to say has been said, and thank you for that. Right, so obviously thanks to Tom, and I'm going to definitely amplify what Tom has said, because as I think you basically said, Axel, right, the implications of this, right, is that, well, if Twitter has a lot of fake people and bots and that, probably Facebook does, probably LinkedIn does, probably the whole of social media does, etc., isn't it? Right? That's the implication of it, and it's like getting that message out, which is absolutely key at the minute. So we really have to push back on that. We've just got back onto LinkedIn. I don't know if she's ever been on the space. A lady called Yana Rudenko, who was one of the great LinkedIn band club, and I think it's known, because I've said it before, that that the way that we have got through the situation is that we've basically got the email addresses of the top LinkedIn executives, and we've emailed them, with the case, if you like, either our own case or other people's case. So, we completely short circuit all the people in the loop that are listening to, the fake profiles and the bots and all the rest of it, and are just in a semi-robotic way acting, on all of those reports and etc. Right? So we get around all of that. We speak to the people at the top. We put our case to them. Guess what? It takes some time and that, but people accounts and that,
Chris, did you just
suddenly.
Did you just say that you spoke to the Tsar and therefore the road got fixed?
That's exactly what I said. Yes. Well, we spoke to some of the Tsar's entourage. I'm not sure that we actually got to the Tsar himself.
Did you know
Axel,
that
actually.
the Tsar also operates and makes his money from those who tax, and he makes has his oprichnina and his boyars work for him, right?
Exactly. Yes. Yes.
So the key thing, Chris, what you're highlighting is both the Kafkaesque structure of some of these social media empires, let's call it this way, and that those who, funny enough, voluntarily subordinate themselves to this, because if I'm not quite mistaken, you have elected to join LinkedIn. You have elected maybe even to pay LinkedIn. So, but you've subordinated your own digital ID to their rules and to their specific form of curtailing your digital freedom. And because you have built yourself your own little information, shall we say, structure there, so to say, your house, your estate in LinkedIn, it had value to you. And as it had value, they could tax it, respectively curtail it. And when they took it away, that mattered to you because you had, from your perspective alone, you had created value there. And therefore you fought for it. This is exactly the concept of why digital IDs matter and digital sovereignty matters. Now, the other part is, just wanted to highlight this, because as you said, we just detected that there is bots and whatnot. Well, this is the question about the advertisement. This is the question about the money, because it's all about the money associated with the power. Power and money go together in this case, quite literally. So if we know that Mario Naval and his wonderful spaces have thousands and thousands and thousands of bot listeners, and they're trying to establish the credibility of a space for information purposes and opinion propaganda, they are also appealing to advertisers, don't forget. They're appealing to people to say, this is relevant. Not only is this a politically power-driven play, but it's also a play as to generating buzz and numbers for advertisers. Because we don't have a set-top box anymore which does Nielsen reports on who switches which channel on that television. The access to the consumer through television is not there anymore in that form. But social media is a taxation base, and it's also the base to gauge interest and therefore market. And when you market, don't forget, what did we say about when a product doesn't cost anything? Then you're the product. If you have built something inside the product and you even pay for it, you're willing to pay for it. It does cost you something, but you've elected to pay for it. Then not only you, but your creativity is the product. And you've elected to pay for it. There you go. Now the bots come and the advertising comes, and therefore you're battling for power in a structure which you helped create. If this isn't Kafka, something is wrong with us.
Well,
Or
yes,
it is
Axel,
Kafka,
right.
and something is wrong with us.
No. Hang on a minute. Sorry, I'm malamuting and the door's going, so bear with me. But I think I can do it. So you know, one of the things, and obviously, Axel, you've referred to this, right? But you know, one of the things that I pointed out to the senior LinkedIn people was that they were banning real people. Thank you. Yeah. They were banning real people, right, which obviously was affecting their numbers. But not only that, what they were doing, right, was, you know, just to give myself as an example, you know, I've been on LinkedIn for 19 years nearly. Nearly all of that time I've paid premium and I've paid Sales Navigator. I mean, some would say foolishly, but anyway, whatever. And also, I've got my sales and marketing teams to do the same. So basically, as soon as they restricted me once, and I realised the vulnerability, you know, of the platform, it has happened before, by the way, during the Trump years. You won't be surprised to know. But as soon as they, you know, basically restricted me once, you know, not only did I stop paying on my own account, but I stopped all my people paying as well. So that was, you know, if each person's £100 or whatever it is, you know, I don't know, let's say that was 10 people or something like that, you know, immediately. And then, of course, it leads to a much greater thing, doesn't it? Right? Because you can't trust the platform. So you're not going to invest your time in it. So which means you're going to go and look for other platforms, you know. So it has like actually a massive effect on them that they're really not thinking about, you know. Now, like you say, Axel, at the, you know, they're always thinking about money and numbers and all the rest of it, right? But maybe they were thinking about it in the wrong way, shall we say? Put it simply.
Well, that's the problem. That is exactly the problem. If you get aroused, so to say, as a chief executive or as an operations manager of one of those platforms, by the sheer inflow of numbers and opportunity and creating new digital structures where there's large numbers accepting, that creates a confirmation bias, that creates a bubble, that creates also certain levels of security, because the herd effect is there. There's many more coming. This is a huge development. This is a great environment to work with. We have this. We roll out this new product, and boop, zack, 1 million people have followed us yet again. And oh God, they're signing up for the service. We must have done something right. Oh, let's test this. Oh, that works. Okay, this doesn't. Well, let's see how it goes. See what I'm leading at? People who've created social media structures are extremely excitable about the immediate impact and the instant gratification impact, and they're very, very closely aligned with the numbers as they come up. But they may not see quite yet what they are doing, as Colonel Jeff highlighted. There are significant issues at hand and at play, both in terms of good old law, criminal justice, in privacy, individual identity, which we're touching upon. And of course, whilst this, I don't know, like the Wild West trek moves forward and innovation is created, I'm not going to go to Mr. Zuckerberg's thesis of that he goes out and breaks things. But there is this tension with Schumpeter's idea of creative destruction, which I'm quite in favor of because it is required. But the problem is not the creative destruction, it is actually what comes after that. What comes out of a creative and therefore destructive towards previously, for example, sclerotic kind of system and preserved structures set up. This is exactly what we're seeing now. We see it in warfare even. We can see exactly that. The way the naval drone attack on Sevastopol showed to the world what this would mean if their autonomous naval assets is there is creative destruction in that idea not only being tested but used. The way we now can see that the application of hypersonic missiles has an impact on the strategic battlefield, but at the same time, their fallibility and the erring ways of this not so easily controllable asset are also in themselves destructive, and they require review as to what kind of systems we can build vis-a-vis the sheer limits of physics on this planet, and what kind of impact does it have? Where do the countermeasures come from? So the creative destruction goes into both the physical application of processes and innovation, but also into societal structures. And we see this all live here. And you here as participants in this, I'd say, relatively bot-free group, because I haven't scrolled down now at the moment. Maybe that is what our friend Tom is just doing at this point in time, scrolling down the list of people, listeners, and see how many bots there are. But if you think about it, what we are here engaged in since now more than a year is identifying part of these issues out of the sheer frustration and out of the sheer humane impetus that we cannot stand idly by when a totalitarian power takes away life, liberty, and sovereignty from other people. Sometimes war is a necessary crucible, and you're all participating in it.
Yeah, and I think Axel, a point that you brought up, which was, I think, very interesting. For those of us that understand company due diligence and valuation and that, right? As you quite rightly say, when Elon Musk and that was doing his due diligence on Twitter, you know, he realized that there was an awful lot of fake people, right? So it's quite and therefore that would affect the valuation, and that's quite interesting, isn't it? Right. And you know, this is it's sort of reality bites, isn't it? You know, and that's what's obviously happened during this war as well. You know, is that, wow, Putin, you've just had a reality check, mate, right? Because because everything that you've been spinning to the world has proven mostly to be completely fake. You've just had a big due diligence done on you, buddy.
Yeah, you're right there. We have been able to, in some cases, very, very easily debunk a lot of these fakes, and yet we still see them going round and round. You know, the spin the wheel game. We still see them popping up from time to time. Colonel Jeff, please go ahead.
Yeah, since we're finally on an Elon Musk love fest, which makes me happy, let's be clear. I was wondering if Axel and I don't want to change the subject too much, but I was wondering if Axel or anyone else saw the tweet last night that went out that suggested that Elon Musk buy out SVB. Which, if you're not familiar with what's going on in the United States, right, last night there was a massive bank run. The feds came in to Silicon Valley Bank and basically shut it down because they ran out of money and they had to liquidate. The feds are in, right? So Silicon Bank is closed. Their stock plummeted. And what's funny is when whoever, I can't remember who posted it, but said, "Hey, Elon Musk, you should consider buying it and turn it into an e-currency or a Bitcoin, not Bitcoin, but a cryptocurrency only banking system." And Elon Musk replied, "I'm open to the idea," on Twitter, which is pretty funny because yet again, I'm sure the FCC or whoever monitors is going nuts with him. You know, these shady tweets. Not that he cares. I don't think he cares one bit what his oversight rules are as a CEO of a company, but it was quite funny.
Well, open to the idea is fine. You can say that. That actually is still good. But then again, the question is now also under the curatelle, which he finds himself on as a CEO. He now also, obviously, since he has acquired Twitter, he is allowed to tweet, respectively, communicate more individually than before. That's the interesting part of it, because now that he is still at the moment the CEO of a media company, which you could say Twitter definitely is, he has gained more freedom for his notoriety than he had before, Jeff.
Yeah, I agree. And look, I don't know how he got out of that last case. I mean, he was found not guilty, and I would tell you that's impressive because I think that the boy's got some really good lawyers, clearly.
Oh, absolutely, and why wouldn't he? I mean, there's a massive amount of intelligence, and he has accumulated a lot of money. But coming back to the SEV case, which is an interesting one in that regard, I'd just like to highlight that whilst evidently this is a consequence of the valuations in the tech industry. We just discussed about advertising, tech industry, and the likes, and bubbles. I was about to get to the word bubble anyway. But if you look at that, the tech industry has suffered heavily in 2022. And it has suffered valuation corrections. It has suffered the impact of clearing house. As so often happens when industries develop. They mature, they go through cycles, there's waves, there's herd behavior, all of this. And SEV is in the business of extending loans and packaging loans and selling loans onwards, creating investment vehicles as well as an arranger of loans they extend to founders, to startups. And to help them scale, but do it as a debt product or as a convertible note product. and have then their depositors, respectively depositors' money for available for that. This is an interesting feature because a large part of the industry is now beholden to that, but the industry is so much more sizable. People need to get a grasp of the sheer numbers. If the asset base, I think the 31st of December, and please people correct me if I'm wrong, but that's what I read off Bloomberg last night when this came up. At the 31st of December, they reported 201 billion of assets, and they had 175 point, I think it's 5.5, rounded just for the fun of it. 176 doesn't matter for the argument. 176 deposits, respective, at hand. Last year, the valuation hovered around 40 billion. Now, that means the capital they had at hand now was a tad less than that, but the perception of the market, attesting to past performance, current state, and current outlook into the future, was that their valuation had dropped. And now comes Peter Thiel's Founders Fund. Peter Thiel, Colonel Jeff, the one who once actually was eradicated in a dispute between co-owners from his own entity by Mr. Musk, by the way, but then seemingly rekindled his appreciation of Elon Musk with him later. Peter Thiel is the one, and who is one who really advocates Schumpeter and Hayek as much as I would do, if not more. But Peter Thiel is the one whose Founders Fund, and not that he must have given them directions, but it could have been that they simply have taken in good advice and input from him as well. Never forget. They triggered the run. They triggered. At least that's what's being said. That's what's being reported. And that goes across the whole news. And I trust that when even on my Bloomberg terminal this shines up, there's a reason for it. They did trigger that part of the run, which led from Wednesday onwards to the recapitalization effort of SAP. If that's the case, then in our little digital world, a digital bank which extended loans to people who could not be valued, meaning companies who could not be valued in the startup arena, now is under pressure for its assets. Coming back to Chris, we are now in the phase of an mark-to-market price discovery, and we will have to see as to how the regulator assesses the prices associated with the underlying tech product, associated with the loans extended to those who are in startups. And if they can actually assess the risks, that'll be interesting. That'll be extremely interesting. And the outcome we'll see on Monday. So it's a very interesting weekend.
Colonel Jeff, do you want to come back on that?
Yeah, I completely agree. What I find fascinating in the whole scenario is, and again, my facts are only from the media, so if my numbers are wrong, please correct me. But as I understood, 90% of the bank's accounts, right, the individual accounts that were held, were over $250,000, right? So 90%. I mean,
yeah.
This bank had some massively big investors, right? And the FDIC, the protections, the federal protections on banks, only goes up to $250,000, right? So you get your first 250 back from an insurance perspective, but after that, everything's gone. And when that came out, that what I find fascinating is when that information came out last night in the United States, there were a bunch of people going, well, wait a minute, I thought all my money was insured, right? So you've got this poorly educated populace in the United States, right, for not understanding how banks work and what FDIC truly means. I'm
you
a
mean,
little.
Sorry, Jeff, really?
Yeah.
People who could invest 250,000 plus are poorly educated.
I'm saying that there's a lot of people. I'm not saying they invested 250,000. What I'm saying is there's people who are, let's say, 45 years plus that have invested a lot of money into a retirement plan, an IRA, right? And are unaware that only the first 250 is protected, right? So I'm not talking about a guy who can chunk down $1 million. Yeah, those guys aren't poorly. They get it, right? They know the rules. But I think that there's a larger population out there that has a lot of money in banks and IRAs and in financial institutions that they believe is completely protected, right? Which there's a lot of chatter going on in the United States over the weekend. I think Monday is going to be a very sporty event in the banking world.
Yeah, I think what happens in such instances is that the how should I put this? The large amount of pension fund investors around in markets where they have invested in smaller, medium-sized, or highly specific banks, for example, but only banks who then lend into riskier assets. That's the key aspect, meaning in this case, tech being the risky sector or perceived as a risky or bubble-prone sector. That's where this goes, and this is why you've seen it. I mean, the first thing which happened on Bloomberg when the SVB came under pressure and the recapitalization was being discussed was, does it have an impact on other commercial banks of such size? And are they having, or did they have in recent years the same kind of focus on the tech sector? And were they essentially packaging the same kind of loan constructs? But they're not. There's very few of them. That's the whole point. Because that specific product was quite unique to maybe 3-4 institutions, and SVB is a leader thereof. So the slight level of panic which always then ensues. Oh God, what does that mean for my investment? Exactly as you just said.
You know, if you save banks, you're saving billionaires. There's no doubt about that, right? You're saving billionaires, which, by the way, are a lot of his donors. And then if you crank off the dollars, you're now heating up inflation again, right? So it's inflation is, you know, too many dollars chasing too few products. A down dollar, you know, cranking out dollars heavily to try and bring inflation under control, and now we have too few dollars chasing banks. So it's an amazing balance, right? It's economics is really hard, and getting all this right. I wouldn't want to be in his shoes, and I'm not trying to criticize him. I'm just saying that from his political platform to where he probably may have to move is going to, I think, frustrate some of his supporters.
Yeah, but Jeff, that's where I would caution. I don't think that this is by comparison, a tiny compartmentalized, segmented banking operation. 200. I mean, there was a number floated a few days ago that they had gained assets, by the way, since the 31st of December, going up to 211 billion. 211 billion in assets by comparison to all the bank assets. I'm just taking bank assets in the US. I'm not taking all the financial assets. Just forget that. Just by bank assets, if I'm not quite mistaken, I looked up the number during the night and I sent it around to our chat. I think it was somebody correct me, I think 25.6 trillion. 25.6 trillion, just bank assets. As I said, we're not talking pension funds. There's a lot more. So this bank, highly segmented, is nothing. Whether it becomes a harbinger for the excess of money available in the market, because we still live at the, so they say, at the tail end, and therefore the inflation tail end of monetary profligacy. We have had QE2, quantitative easing 2, now for many years. And it doesn't matter whether Democrats or Republicans, whether administration versus Congress. We've gone through QE and then QE2, and now we've entered, 3 years ago, we entered QE eternity.
Yeah, I thought QE2 was a ship.
Yeah, but true. Absolutely. But then again, it became quantitative easing too. No, what I'm trying to allude at is that monetary supply is currently not even at issue. This may be a short-termist approach to burn some wood and create a little bit of fire, but it's not what they can actually do. They have to tighten it further. That's the whole point. The question is whether they can find a buyer for these assets and show that the liquidity of the financial sector, which we would associate with a term which is often used, resilience, and therefore is there. I think it seems to be there because people are dissecting whether it is 211 billion in assets. Don't forget, this is a valuation of assets. This does not mean that these are can be valued at that price. And that's what I tried to highlight before in terms of price discovery, because if these are loans to other companies in a growth phase, they may not have yet been able to substantiate. If a critical audit-prone evaluator comes in for a fire sale, they may just mark those assets down. That may or may not be right or fair, but this is an opportunity for people to buy in. You have to make the bride look good in order to, bring her, into the open. And in this case, you will probably see massive write-downs, and these write-downs then impact the depositors, and that is where your argument comes in. What happens to those who are depositors and therefore investors who've given money to SVB? They will have to suffer write-downs. How will it impact them? Who are these institutions? Because most of them are institutions and not individual investors. And how will that cascade through the system? And the regulators, in this case the Fed, will already, since definitely when this appeared on the radar screen. Since Wednesday, they will have, if not earlier, they will have a view as to how this could cascade through. And Janet Yellen, I'm not necessarily a friend of hers, but doesn't have to be. It doesn't really matter. But she is a very professional person. Absolutely, no question. Janet Yellen indicated very clearly yesterday that she continues to believe in what the Fed put out. And I think I shared this, and everybody can look at this. The last financial stability report of the Fed showcased that the US banking system has gained significant reserves and built up reserves, and it has resilience towards crises, which is unparalleled. Now, that doesn't mean that it is perfect, but it is unparalleled compared to other arenas and other times. If you go back to the savings and loans crisis, if you go back to the last one, the mortgage-backed security-induced crisis of trust, this one is probably not the harbinger we need in order to completely decouple from quantitative easing. It is just one which pierces a tech lending bubble, but we'll see. Please, Jeff.
Yeah, I have 3 quick points. Number one, I must always remember that feeding you a financial question is like giving a starving Italian a monster meatball. So that's my first point. My second point is harbinger. Harbinger is a kick-ass word, so thanks for pointing that out. And point number 3 is, please, before we lose another 200 listeners today, maybe we can move on to another subject.
But Jeff, do you know why this whole thing matters? And the reason why we're discussing this, I think you know exactly.
They're leaving.
It's power. No, it's power. The F-16s come into theater when the government can focus on it. This looks like a big distraction. The biggest problem which we already have is that the conspiracy theorists are out there telling us that Peter Thiel has orchestrated this.
Do you not see? Do you not see the comical humor that you're talking about a distraction while talking about a distraction?
Of course I do. But just imagine how you just highlighted that the president of the United States has to face probably briefings on this matter as well with his staff, and it is a national security agenda topic. Whilst at the same time there's a genocidal maniac with this regime attacking freedom. And this is how it goes. And that's what people need to appreciate, that the president of the United States and his office, because it's not just the person, it's his office, has to countenance a fire hose of information, quite literally, and still make decisions which get us further. So let's show some respect to the old man, because it's a tough weekend for everyone.
Okay, so Mockers, what's the next subject, please?
Well, I've got a pile of hands here, so I think we need to clear some hands. Chris, go ahead.
Well, thank you, Mockers. Axel, actually, I'd be interested in your comments on this, right? And I'm sort of going back to Tom's original thing, right? So I found myself, arguing or pointing out to the LinkedIn executives, right? That there were, sort of 2 options that they had. Well, were there 2 options is a question, but I'll tell you which those options are. What one is to restrict or ban people, and the other is to restrict or ban content. Right now, I don't know if those are the only 2 options, but let's say they are for a minute, right? So, which obviously, gave me a lot of thinking about it as well, right? Because I think, like you and I probably would agree, that what you're after here is you're after quality people, right? So at the very least, and by the way, Colonel Jeff, I hope this is of interest to all of the audience and that, because it is about, are the things that are being said by real people, or are they being said by fake people, and by lots of fake people, I think, so hopefully it is of interest. So what I'm sort of saying to you is, okay, so, on people, it seems obvious to me that the thing that should be done which the due diligence, by the way, would do, right, is check the quality of those people, which they certainly weren't doing in my case, you know, because I've got 35,000 followers and a 10,000 subscriber newsletter, right? So certainly they should be checking the quality, if you like, and the, whatever is the word, attractiveness, if you like, of the actual people themselves, right? But then it seemed to me that, you know, rather than restricting people, it's better to restrict content. But then obviously that leads you down a bit of a dark path as well. And I wonder what you thought about that.
Phew. Let me think about it. I don't have a quick and dirty answer for it.
Well, while Axel's thinking, we can go to Table Fox, I believe, was the next hand.
Thanks, Ockers. Yeah, I'm sorry to bring back the conversation a little bit. Mr. M said he was talking about MAC addresses. They can be spoofed quite easily. You can spoof them in any Linux distribution, I think. So using that as a way of, it may not always be correct. I don't know, I think because there's a big thing now in the United Kingdom, I feel like this, I know it's a very emotive topic, but that this child pornography is some sort of Trojan horse to like break cryptography, break privacy. And I don't know if that's the right way. Like most child abuse happens in the family. It's either a father or maybe a mother, but not usually, an uncle, a neighbor, a sibling. Obviously, the child porn industry is a very nasty thing that needs to be stamped out. But I take issue, like, luckily in Germany, the people here are very well aware of the Stasi, and the Stasi were one of the biggest industrial employers in Eastern Germany. And their job was to go into a big, massive building and sort through all the private communications of people in an Orwellian state kind of way. So I'm always very, very worried when people want to, I don't know, this authoritarian, it's just like it's a big invasion of privacy, and it's sometimes I feel it's too much, because when you look at dissidents or journalists in Iran or China, the only way they've got of getting out is to spoof their MAC address, is to use VPNs, and they're not up to nefarious purposes. Yeah, I thought I'd add that, because I know the United Kingdom, Boris Johnson wants to introduce a bill to destroy Signal. Signal are an incredible organization. They're a non-profit organization. And it's the only way you can properly secure communications, because at the end of the day, if you have out-of-state actors or people that are trying to get into your business or whatever, they will want to see your communications for other nefarious reasons. Yeah, that's all I wanted to say.
Oh, thank you for that addition. Laughing Tommy, go ahead.
Hey, Mockers. I wanted to talk a bit about hypersonic missiles. And yesterday and the day before, when the space was discussing the Kinzels, I was at a building site renovating an apartment, so it was a noise environment that wasn't conducive to speaking here. But I have a bit of a gripe with describing the Kinzel as a hypersonic weapon, in that it is, and by the way, John Ridge did a great thread on that a couple of days ago. It inflates the image of the Russian military to call it that, because it's a missile that, like all ballistic missiles, has a hypersonic re-entry, and is a missile that it qualifies, and that this is according to the literature and John Ridge, as a air ballistic missile, which basically is able to correct its course to a limited degree. Now, the difference here being is that what a true hypersonic weapon would be is either something called a hypersonic glide vehicle or a hypersonic cruise missile. Now, both of those are strategic level assets, if you will, which are only supposedly possessed by Russia, China, and the US. Russia has a hypersonic glide vehicle called the Avangard, which is, and here's the difference. It is basically, and I'm simplifying a lot here, but it's basically a flying delivery vehicle that flies like a fixed-wing aircraft at hypersonic speeds, and the Avangard supposedly can reach speeds of Mach 20 to Mach 27, but that's claimed by the Russians, so I'm not overly confident in those figures. Now, the important bit here is that calling the Kinzhal a hypersonic is basically falling for one of their big Russia's great Russian weapons or great propaganda campaigns, because what they do is basically they take a slightly modified Iskander, they truck it up at an almost vertical trajectory with a MiG-31, using the MiG-31's engines to give it the initial speed and to aid its acceleration, and then it flies up. And like a standard ballistic missile, with the difference that it can end its trajectory earlier, not only through, basically it goes up to about 200 kilometers and elects at what point of its trajectory to dive and basically modifies trajectory that way and has limited maneuvering towards the end. This is a capability that a lot of other weapons, not a lot because it's a lot of other countries would have had if they had chosen to develop it, and there are missiles that behave in similar ways, but I wouldn't call it a hypersonic weapon, and I think that doing that continuously only exacerbates a problem that the West has with overblowing Russian ability.
Laughing Tommy, let me just, before we lose Colonel Jeff in the Alps, let me hand it to him. I'm not fussed by the term hypersonic because I know where it comes from, but Jeff, can you still hear us? Jeff?
He's riding through the Alps, I think.
Yeah, he is. Sorry, Laughing Tommy, we have to put a pin in this because I'm not going to dive into the discussion about whether the term hypersonic has any kind of propaganda value. I don't think it has. But we can talk about...
the reason I'm saying this is because hypersonic weapons are revolutionary that they evade most ballistic... Yeah, ballistic
I know what they are. I've been around before John Ridge actually managed to get out of kindergarten.
Yeah, sorry. I just don't want people to be needlessly scared and to give the Russians needless respect.
We're neither needlessly nor in any shape or form scared, but we take it for what it is. It is an escalatory tactic using a weapon against which currently in the battlefield there is very little Ukraine can do, of which fortunately the Russians have very few, but where the destructive capacity of this extremely fast scatter missile is still there. That's what it is. It's an escalatory step. We described it here in quite some detail. Yeah, it is. It has an impact, absolutely, and it's a stupid move by Putin. Sorry, by his regime.
Yeah, I was listening to the discussion yesterday as well. I agree with all of the political and so on ramifications. I just hate it when we give them more credit.
You really think that the term hypersonic makes everybody fall over?
I think that it doesn't make people who understand it fall over and understand what the Kinzhal is. I do, however, think that the media is actively aiding Russia in its essentially marketing campaign and public image shaping of their military.
Okay, then we should probably granted that is a possibility. We should probably take out NATO's wonderful meme capacity and highlight that the Kinzhal is just another V1 or V2 rocket. Whoa! Wunderwaffe! Whoa!
Yep, precisely.
Wunderbar, wunderbar.
Yeah, let's go to the Wunderbar. That's better. Wunderbar at the Wunderbar.
Table Fox.
Thanks, Marcus. Yeah, Axel, I was just going to say, yeah, I was trying to think about it. I didn't think that these specifications were correct, like 200 kilometers, 12 Mach. 12 Mach, maybe not, I don't know. But then I realized it's launched from 50,000 feet. You've got gravity is 1 meter per second or something around there. So I guess so. But yeah, it seems like a lot of this is just to scare people. But still, if it's put so far up in the atmosphere and it flies around, it can be tracked. It's still, I still imagine, if I'm right or wrong, that a missile like an ATACMS would be harder to track because it's closer and has a shorter trajectory. So you have less time to actually intercept it. Whereas this missile seems like you're going to have you're going to know it's there. So you're going to know it's at some point it's going to turn off its engines and start to free fall. Or?
They're both very hard to track. But you're right on one thing. The ATACMS is extremely difficult to defend against.
Yeah, because I think that it's closer. The overall flight time, I imagine, is shorter. There's less way of tracking it. Yeah, and I hope that they respond. Actually, someone made a comment yesterday that this is an escalatory action, and it is. So then ATACMS should be given in response to this.
Yes, absolutely. You're 100% spot on. Absolutely. This is what Colonel Jeff and I and others have argued here. Absolutely. 100%. This is why it is a stupid move by the Russian regime to have done.
Yeah, cheers. Thanks.
That's all right. I didn't mean to shut you down. I'm completely with you. It's absolutely right.
No, I'm sorry. I have nothing more to add. I'm like that. Yeah, we're in agreement.
Marcus, with all this agreement.
Then the other question then is like, if they're being launched by these planes at high altitude, how does Ukraine then defend against that? Will the, I guess the what do you call it, the American made anti-air?
Yeah, that's the key question. So the Patriot system, which is coming into country or has arrived in country, but we do not know whether it came here now, day before yesterday or whatever. There is rumor, indication, it has been inferred, but we do not know, and we have no evidence, and none of which I say here is predicated by any of the stuff. Because, like Colonel Jeff said yesterday, I know nothing. As in 40 Towers, I know nothing. But the PAC-3 missile setup of the Patriot, that technically, potentially could help. However, the Kinzhal is scattery, meaning it is, whilst we can track it, in order to pick it up and kill it, you'll have to be very close to it. And therefore, arranging a flight path for a missile with which to take it down is difficult. That's what we're actually leading up to. So it's difficult to defend against it, but it's also extremely difficult for people shooting the Kinzhal finding a suitable target.
Yeah, that was one interesting thing I noticed about it. The effect that these missiles had was very limited. It was mostly against civilian targets, so it's a Yeah. And the other thing I thought, if it is a high value target it goes after, then the air defense has to be literally there. Otherwise, yeah.
And even then, Yehuda, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. In your case, very good early morning.
Morgan.
Hello. Seems he's still unrolling.
Oh.
Enough. Who's there?
Good morning.
Us.
Goedemorgen, that's Dutch.
Goedemorgen zeg je dan, Jeroen.
Goedemorgen, ja.
Bon dia.
Alsjeblieft, bon dia. That's a throwback to the Spanish Netherlands, I'm afraid. But times have changed, Mr. Mustopheles. You can rejoice in your freedom. It's been 400 years, Spanish succession and all that jazz. But
just look at the images of the people from Brabant, and you know why you don't want it back.
Brabant, yeah, right. Yeah. Listen, Axel. The majority of listeners are not from Europe. They don't get it. You have a very, narrow view of history, and that's fine. I'm a horrible. Oh, Abdullah's coming up. He wants to bug me about Iran. Chi kon mikoni dem, Baba. Abdullah, kifek habibi.
Alhamdulillah. Nine. No, that's. I just wanted to ask you when I saw you before you escaped. What do you think of this?
I didn't escape. I had things to do. I wasn't running from you.
You tend to escape when I come up. I noticed.
Yeah, I mean, Fadl, yeah.
Yehuda, what do you make of this disaster in Beijing? This diplomatic coup by the commies. It's unfortunate.
Sorry, I don't hear you so well, my friend. So, what do I think of what? Say again over.
Can you hear me now?
Okay, go ahead. I can hear you, but you're kind of distant, airy.
Yeah. What about now? Can you hear me now?
Yes. Better now.
Hey, thank you so much. Yeah, I was just going to ask you, what do you think of this diplomatic coup by the Chinese yesterday on the date when President Xi's third term has been, signed into paper? I didn't see this. I didn't expect this from the Saudis. So it's so unfortunate. But I blame the West. This all started about a year ago with the JCPOA talk and all that crap. It's unfortunate. It's not good for the region. So I just wanted to get your opinion on that.
Okay, you started with Xi, Winnie the Pooh president guy, and then you went to MBS, I think. You went to Saudi Arabia. Is that what you did?
I did.
All right, so Xi, third term, sounds like someone else I know. Dictator, wants to invade another country. Not really sure anyone cares about Xi Jinping there, or Xi Jinping. Sorry, I don't know his name. So that's, you got to park that one. When it comes to MBS, look, I find it super hard to believe that after 10, 15 years of détente between the Israelis secretly and the Gulf, Dawlat Arabiya, the Gulf Arab states, that Saudi Arabia would switch gears towards Iran. I just find it super hard to believe. I mean, it would involve Saudi Arabia, MBS, Mohammed bin Salman, ignoring Iranian behavior in Yemen, in Bahrain, in Qatar, all these places. I think it might be posturing. Maybe MBS thinks he can get something out of the West for it. I do not see this as something serious, because you could say a lot of things about Arab countries. However, to make the paradigm shift towards Israel, especially vis-a-vis the Palestinian situation, it's got to be serious. So they're not going to jump I doubt there's anyone in Saudi Arabia that goes, oh my gosh, Iran's changing course, let's be their best friend. No one believes that. I think the spiritual Shiat Ali kind of tone that Khamenei thinks in Iran is something that they're going to throw away because of some upstart crown prince. So I think it's much ado about nothing. I'm not sure where it's going to go, but I don't think it'll impact the region. It certainly is not going to help Russia in its invasion and genocide of Ukraine. It does confuse me. I'll be honest with you, I can't give you an appropriate answer. I think my first instinct is to think it's Hekibalash. It's BS. That's me.
Yeah, I hope you're right. Yesterday, my father and I were just so pissed off. When I was saying about G is that for the Chinese, this is a coup for them to come into the region like that. You know, to get their nose involved. The last thing you want is the Chinese to come here and just take over. You know.
Wow, they've been trying to get in for a long time. You know, they can get into Fiji and the Solomon Islands and other strange locales or parts of Africa. But you know, the Gulf Arab states, especially oil producing states, they're not stupid. I think this is part of a bigger play. Don't know what it is. It could be for concessions. I mean, they already get enough from the United States. I don't know what else they want, but I just don't get it. 100%.
Yeah, I hope the message coming out of the West is that they don't go back to that JCPOA crap. You know. Thank you.
No, but do you think Saudi Arabia for 1 second thinks Iran wants to be their friend? Come on.
That's so true. That's so true. Yes, that's exactly right. It's just a friendship of convenience. I totally agree with you.
All a Saudi preacher, all a Saudi imam or sheikh has to remind the audience is that in Fajr, you know, Salat Fajr, you have Shias cursing the first three Sunni Khalifas, you know, and then that will turn the apple cart over. Does that make sense? Or am I being, I mean, I just think that still, like, the Middle East is still a cultural, traditional place. You can't ignore 1,000 years of history because then, you know, I just don't buy it. That's just me. There you go. Well, Abdullah is in agreement. Did I say any? You're tracking what I'm saying, right? Like, if they want to, they can gin up sectarian divisions between the two, and I suspect that's what they'll do when it's convenient, because it's something that happens all the time in the Middle East, let alone with Israel, but within
Totally.
the Shia-Sunni divide.
Totally. I totally agree with you. The Iranians are not going to change their ways. Their funding of Hezbollah is not going to change. Their what do you call level of terror in Yemen, that's not going to change. So I totally agree with you there. On that. It's just
Yeah, tell me when the Houthis are disabled by Iran, then maybe I'll be more interested in a détente between Saudi Arabia and Iran. In the meantime, it's all BS.
Totally agree with you, Yehuda. Totally agree with you. I was just mad that the diplomatic coup by the Chinese. Totally. And totally undeserved. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, back to Mockers. Mr. Mistopheles. He's the cat from Cats. I don't know if you remember the musical in Broadway. He's now in Holland, living his best life. Go ahead, Mockers, right?
Meow.
I was kind of waiting for that. Laughing Tommy, go ahead.
Sorry, I was a bit far away from my mic. Yehuda, good day. I wanted to ask you. You actually answered, in answering Abdullah's question, answered my question regarding the Saudi Arabia-Iran thing. I wanted to ask you, have you been tracking the force deployment available to the Russians in Abkhazia and South Ossetia, and what their capabilities to intervene militarily currently in Georgia?
All right, so did you say, am I tracking the WHO in South Ossetia and Abkhazia Russian attacks in those areas? What were you saying again, Laughing Tommy?
Not Russian attacks per se, just how many forces they have deployed readily there to intervene militarily should they so decide.
Oh, I don't know the force posture in occupied Georgia. but I can tell you that the Russians couldn't fight their way out of a wet paper bag. They're not doing anything in Georgia. I mean, they're not doing anything in Ukraine. They're about to get completely annihilated. So not something I've thought of too much, to be honest with you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I'm gonna go to Per Sakariasen from Norway. Before we go to him, I just want to let you know I've got a bunch of questions about Bakhmut, about a road, Khormatova, or whatever it is, the access road out. Some people tweeted about it, but I will talk about it in a minute. In the meantime, we'll go to our friend from Norway. Sir, you have the floor.
Hi, thank you. Good afternoon to everybody, or at least in Europe. Maybe.
Morning.
So, I have a question about the Security Council. Is that okay? So,
it sucks.
Yeah, it's a joke. I guess that's part of my point, but yeah, it's
as Mr. M would say, it's a yoke. It's a
grapje.
Anyways, go ahead.
It's a yoke.
Crap.
It goes well with bacon, I guess.
That's right. The best thing about it. Eat it for breakfast, throw it out. Poop it by lunch. Poop it out by lunch. Go ahead.
Yeah, so it's what it's discussing because maybe you discussed this before, but I haven't found a good answer to it. I mean, let's say that Russia is kicked out of the Security Council, and we all celebrate. And then I'm thinking, okay, now what? They're not there, which is correct. But how would that affect the war? I mean, are they going to say, "Oh, sorry, our bad. We realized the error of our ways. We're not just going to bugger on out of here from Ukraine." Well, they have a resolution. Okay, this war is bad. Go away. And Russia's going to say, "Okay, yeah, sure. Now that we've been kicked out and we have voted against us, okay, we're going to leave." Well, how would this work exactly? How does the Security Council affect this war?
It can't affect the war, right? You got the Chinese and the Russians on it. So the Security Council is not doing anything. That's why NATO's there. That's why the EU stepped in. So until there's some more equanimity, or there's more equity rather, in the composition, I mean, India, Brazil, Indonesia, some huge countries do not have positions on the Security Council. Yet, the whole world is supposed to be beholden to what China and Russia say. So I don't think there's anything that'll happen. I mean, the veto from the Russians will be there. I've often dreamed in a dream beyond impossible dream that the American government will restrict access to Flushing Meadows, where the United Nations sits, so the Russian ambassador can't vote and veto anything. But that's just a pie in the sky dream, I just don't think it's in the cards. Does that make sense, Per?
Actually, because I'm just thinking, there's nothing practical they can do. I mean, are they going to show up at the Russian border and say, "Hey, now you stop all your tanks, don't move"? Or like they can't practically do anything. Russia's going to do what they want to do, whatever the Security Council, whoever's sitting there, whatever they vote, if the vote passes or not, it's not going to practically stop the war. But Russia's going to do whatever they want. So it seems that the Security Council is kind of worthless. It's I guess it's.
Well, it's not worthless. It's a symbolic something or other, but it's not going to stop a war. I mean, why would Russia vote to stop itself from murdering people? It thinks it's winning. It thinks so. Mr. Vladimir Putin thinks that he can survive in Ukraine because he cares more about it than the West. Where he was mistaken, just as he was mistaken in the intelligence assessments of his fifth directorate in Moscow, the SVR, FSB, blah blah blah, was that the Ukrainians would roll over. He's wrong. He was wrong then. He's wrong now. The only thing that will ensure world peace at this point is the strength and the indefatigability of the Ukrainian army. And they are demonstrating both in spades, which means a lot. Does that make sense, Per?
Yeah, thanks. So I mean, it's not worthless, like you said. It's not worthless as far as like some symbolic means, but I'm thinking that they can't practically do anything. It doesn't matter. Also, if China goes to war,
Nothing will happen.
nothing will happen.
Nothing will happen. No one cares about Security Council. It's
No.
there are two bad guys on there, and they're going to keep doing the wrong thing. That's it.
Yeah, exactly. So I just wanted to know that for sure, because I thought maybe I
for sure.
misunderstood something.
I
because
promise
everybody's
you.
thinking, oh my God, if just Ukraine or if just Russia wasn't there, then that would make any difference. But it doesn't. It's just academic. It's like
the institution was created with them as Security Council members, so it makes no difference. So it's a bit of a farce. All right, nothing to see here. Keep walking. That's what they said in French.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, thank you very much for answering.
You're very welcome. Thanks so much. And you know who came up to the panel? My favorite, actually the only Air Force officer I've ever liked, Colonel Jeff Fisher. Welcome.
Yeah, you called him out and now he's running away.
Well, apparently the hills are not alive with the sound of music. All right.
That was so daddish.
It wasn't daddish, okay? Do you know why the cookie, the chocolate chip cookie went to the doctor, Axel?
Did it have to crumble?
He felt kind of crummy. And don't interfere with my joke next time, okay? Don't interfere with my jokes. And what was Beethoven's favorite fruit?
No idea.
Anyone? Banana.
I thought you wanted to bring us some updates about Bakhmut or something.
Bakhmut, yeah, okay. Stop being all officious. So the main route to the west of Bakhmut is being interdicted by Russian artillery as we speak. Some crazy people on the internet have said, "Oh my God, this means that Bakhmut will be turned not into a fortress but into a graveyard." Look, there's a difference between Mariupol and Bakhmut. One was 200 kilometers behind enemy lines. The other is not behind enemy lines. So the access route, the exfiltration route for Ukrainian forces, should they require to withdraw from Bakhmut, is in Ukraine proper, and it has Ukrainian forces. It means it has actual combined arms brigades to the northwest, to the west, to the southwest of that road. So what that means is the Ukrainians have much more equipment, men, material. I think it's part of a deception plan. I think that the Ukrainians are more than happy to suck in as many very poorly led and non-led and non-trained or untrained Russians into Bakhmut to destroy them. Because remember, if they were to cut off that road, the Khromova, anyone? Axel, what is it called? It's called the 504, the 0504, I think is what it's called.
0504, yes.
Yes, of course. So that road is interdicted by Russian artillery, not the best Russian artillery, but Russian artillery nonetheless. But let's just say the Russians were to seize the road. And for those who say, including some listeners who don't follow me, actually, I just checked it out. He repeated a tweet by apparently a Ukrainian soldier, and he said it proves that in fact that the Ukrainians in Bakhmut are dead, and it's just not true. It's absolutely just not true, because I don't think the person is a Navy person, so he shouldn't be talking about the Army. It could very well be part of a deception plan where Ukrainian forces intend to suck in as many Russians towards Bakhmut, because maybe the Russians are drinking their own Kool-Aid and they believe that in fact that they could take Bakhmut. But the fact that all of Bakhmut, or all of the territory west of Bakhmut, is in Ukrainian hands, it means that for the Russians to fully encircle Bakhmut, it wouldn't require a company or 2 or 3 BTGs or a brigade. It would require an entire division to push west of Bakhmut, at least a tactical bound 20 kilometers. That's not happening. It's just not happening. So the Russians, I suspect that this is part of a deception plan on the part of the Ukrainians, where they intend to suck as many Russian forces well past the center of Bakhmut and smash them. The Ukrainian armed forces, the Ukrainian army, is not looking to lose 20,000 Ukrainian troops to retain terrain that it doesn't need. So just consider the obvious. The Ukrainians have clearly showed that they outmaneuver, they out-strategize the Russians. If the Ukrainians have said, we will fix the Russians in Bakhmut, we will stop them there, I think we should believe it. So if there are any questions about Bakhmut, please do come up. I look forward to the day where I never have to say the word again. But Bakhmut is not the gateway to Kyiv. It's not the gateway to Dnipro, Kramatorsk, or Sloviansk. Bakhmut is the gateway to Bakhmut. So we got to stop getting all excited about it. Personally, I believe the Ukrainians intend to actually, deceive the Russians, bring them in and smash them. They're not going to get it. I really don't think they will. Hope that helps. Axel Aroni and War Doggo, my favorite Ukrainian, driving down the road, doing his thing. Love him. War Doggo, what's the word on the street? Bakhmut. Am I right? Am I wrong? Where are my pants? What's going on?
Hi, dears. Good day from Ukraine, or good night, depending which part of the globe you are. No particular reason why I came in, just to say hello, as usual, part of like Ruski don't give a hack session. About Bakhmut, look, you know that the city itself is located along the valley of the river Bakhmutka, and in fact is always the lowland, as we discussed many times here. There are the hills on the left, on the west, and on the east from the city itself, and practically as intelligence being writing in the open source, saying that Russia low probably will get from the east to Bakhmut through the river Bakhmutka, and more dangerous is that they cut from the south the road that is used to supply Bakhmut. The overall point of Bakhmut, you know much better than me, that is used as the Russian force concentration and kind of the how to call it, paranoia point for Russians from in their media to throw their meat to capture Bakhmut, while Ukraine is not that style of defense or offense. You could see probably in the media one horrible loss for Ukrainian defense forces. The guy Dmitry from Da Vinci Wolves from
93rd.
Yeah, and you could see and you can make your own perception who Ukrainians are. You saw the chief in command, you saw the intelligence officers, you saw the head of intelligence service, you saw the president of Ukraine
Reznikov.
yes, and minister of defense attending that funeral, and you can see the pictures, you can see the videos of chief in command and whole staff kneeling in front of
For a lieutenant.
yes,
For a lieutenant.
exactly,
They were there.
exactly,
Broke my heart. Yeah.
exactly. And chief in command not only sharing his condolences to the family, but kneeling in front of the family and asking for forgiveness for not saving their man, their kid, their future father, and just a good man, just a good commander. That's what is Ukraine and Ukrainians are about. If you think, in contrary to Russians who throw meat in the meat grinder of the war, and that's about Bakhmut. Ukraine is using it as same as was many other places where Russia concentrate the forces, while in the same moment looking for some weak points that Russia free up and where to build the offense. That's Ukraine playing
Yeah,
smart against the bigger enemy.
Anton, there is no honor among thieves. Okay, the Russians are thieves. The Ukrainians, they're not the heroes of Ukraine. They're not heroes of Ukraine. They're heroes of the free world. They're heroes of the United States. They're heroes of Canada. They're heroes of the United Kingdom, Germany, France, Spain, Portugal, Italy, Belgium, Denmark, the Netherlands, Sweden, Finland, Norway, the Baltics.
Chechnya.
They're heroes of the world. They are literally we here in the West, us talking heads on the internet, we stand on the on the shoulders of giants, and the giants are these heroes. A young lieutenant in his 20s has the head of state, the chief of defense staff, the minister of defense, the heads of the intelligence directorate on their knees in front of his coffin, bidding him farewell for fighting the good fight. I don't know if he had kids. I hope he did. I know he has family, but the Ukrainian army, the Ukrainian military, they're soldiers, they're sailors, they're airmen and women. They fight a scourge, an evil scourge that seeks to destroy the peace and harmony of the world. And you know, I won't ever become desensitized, and I don't think any of us will be desensitized ever to the overwhelming number of Ukrainian men and women who die in the service of their country. And I'm reminded by an interview in March of last year of a Ukrainian soldier, who I don't know his whereabouts, who said, "I'm willing and ready to die to protect my country so my children never have to fight the Russians again." And therein lies the strength of Ukraine. No Russian father who's going to murder Ukrainians in Ukraine says to his children, "I'm doing this for you. I'm doing this so you don't have to murder Ukrainians tomorrow." No Russian says that. And that's why Ukraine will win, because they have history, they have justice, they have ethics, they have morality, they have providence. They have providence, they have God on their side. They really do. They have providence on their side. They will win. And the battle will be deadly, and hundreds of thousands of Ukrainians will die for millions of Ukrainians to survive, for tens of millions of Ukrainians to flourish. And that's the world we live in. And that's why you need to be here. That's why you need to retweet the space. I don't care who you give money. If you have money to give it to anyone who you think will help Ukraine survive. Can't answer all your questions. I don't know about a guy named Sergei or Oleg, who I don't know, but help out. And if you can't help out with funds, which is fine, and even if you can, call your congressman or woman, call your member of parliament, call your legislator, tell them what you're doing to help Ukraine is great, keep doing it. Or you're not helping Ukraine enough, and I don't want to send my kids to fight in Poland or Germany. So help Ukraine win. The Ukrainian victory is a victory for all mankind. And the sooner that the whole world realizes it, the sooner the Russian juggernaut of evil, hate, and genocide is stopped. The sooner the Russian evil empire is eradicated from this planet. We need to live in a world. They talk about the West being satanic. You know, the only satanic force on this planet is Russia, followed by China should they attack Taiwan. So we need to support the Ukrainian people. We need to support the West to keep giving and giving. You got those leopards, free the leopards. And everyone thought we were crazy. They got the leopards. Freedom wings, F-16, F-35s, I don't care. Give them everything. Give the Ukrainians everything. Give them submarines. No one cares. Aircraft carriers, whatever they need. Give it to them. They're using it better than we do. And they're dying in droves. Ukrainian men and women are dying in Ukraine to defend their country. It is incumbent upon all of us, every listener, to say enough's enough. Elected representatives, keep giving. The more you give, the shorter this war goes and the less of a chance that all of our children go to war. And it's sad because we're putting all of the liability, all of the risk on the Ukrainian people. But you want to know something? The Ukrainian people haven't balked. They haven't asked. They have never said, send your troops here. They said, we'll do it. We're done. We're Ukrainian. We have fought. We have been subjugated. We've been starved. Literally, when Churchill said, an isle subjugated and starving, he wasn't referring, I think, to the United Kingdom. Look at Ukraine. Millions of Ukrainians starved to death in Holodomor by Stalin and the Soviet regime. There is no other people on the planet that wants freedom more than the Ukrainian people. Let's help them get there. It costs you nothing on the phone. Help us out. Thanks so much. And I apologize for the soliloquy, the Shakespearean soliloquy. Anton, I hope listen, I don't hope you're safe. I hope you just retain that strength and that inner calmness that you always demonstrate every time you come on, whether it's an air raid, a Russian genocidal missile strike on your house, you're here. And every time you're here and you share with the world that you're not giving up, you inspire the world to continue. So thank you very much. Lots of hugs and love from the world to Ukraine. Thanks, Anton.
Hugs and love from Ukraine to the world. You know, Ukraine is showing a lot by the courage and how smart some things can be used. Look, those anti-radar rockets. I forgot the name. Look, the new smart bombs that probably were provided, but no one knows, and Ukraine will not tell unless it will be safe to say so. But look, we've been repeating here many times that this is the true fight of David and Goliath, true Bible story, and like very evident what is good and what is evil in that fight. That's why Ukraine will win, and you cannot imagine how grateful we are for all the support that the world is giving the one who is standing against such kind of tyranny, evil. Thanks, hug and love from Ukraine.
Thank you very much, War Doggo. I believe Lewis has a question for you. So, sorry, Laughing Tommy. I'm just going to let Lewis jump in.
Thank you, Marcus. Sorry, Laughing Tommy, but I will try to be quick. Anton,
okay.
Anton, good morning. Nice to hear you again on the panel, my friend. I actually have a question for you regarding Da Vinci. I saw the pictures yesterday and the video of Zelensky attending his funeral with how is she called? Maria's son?
Maria Sandu.
Yeah, exactly.
Finnish Prime Minister. And
yeah.
Sanna Marin from Finland.
Yeah, exactly. And I saw the picture also of Zaluzhny kneeling before Alina Mikhailenko, his fiance, from Da Vinci, and that literally broke my heart. Because I started reading a little bit about him, and he was only 27, and he was already fighting since 9 years. So the guy went to the military with 18, and since 9 years he was fighting for us, like Yehuda just said, for every single country in the world, and that's why he's a hero not only in Ukraine but all around the world. So I would like to ask you. He was a hero of Ukraine, of course, but can you tell us a little bit more about him? Why was he? Why is he a hero? I mean, beside of taking arms, but I think in Ukraine itself, he was considered true hero. Was there something happening the last couple of years that got him the medal? I don't know what the medal is called, but can you give us some insights there?
No, overall, is thank you for the question. Is overall the is to continue the story that we were discussing earlier about Maidan. You said the guy was 9 years on the front line. Let's guess what is there for 9 years in Ukraine. That's exactly the war, starting with Maidan, and 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 uh, and the guy simply went to the front lines straight from the Maidan, as many people did, just changing the plastic helmets and wooden shields to the real plate carriers and armored vests, to taking the weapons and going to the front line. Dmitro Kotsibailo is the name of the guy. You can Google Dmitro Kotsibailo Da Vinci. There is the article about him on Wikipedia explaining all the details. I will just say that he was the young kid who simply went to the front lines from Maidan. He was really appreciated in his units and in his brigade. They're called Da Vinci Wolves after him. Still, like being alive, they called the unit after him. He is famous being a great commander, brave guy, and the youngest person who ever have been awarded with Ukrainian Hero Medal. And if you ask me what is the exactly reason why he was awarded, like what was the operation, it was overall the courage and his military how to call it, maybe I just apologize, but maybe I just don't know in particular what was explained when his hero medal was presented, but we can Google that in the Wikipedia. What I just know that he was very famous among the volunteers, among different people who were fighting on the front lines, and he was the member first of the right sector youth volunteer battalion, which was created during the Maidan. He was one of the one of those, as I mentioned, from the right sector unit who went to the front lines straight from Maidan, understanding that just sending away Yanukovych, making him run is not the end, it's just the beginning. Then the right sector battalion was how to call it, emerged in Ukrainian armed forces, being the volunteer battalion inside of the armed forces. The leader of the right sector, Dmitro Yarosh, is the person who leads the right sector, and Wolves Da Vinci were the part of the battalion. I would not mention a lot because I just don't want to speculate, because I didn't know Dmitro in person. It's just like, as usually, friends of a friends. But what friends whom I trust and whom I would really trust my life were saying that you would never met a kind of genius as Dimitro was. I follow also not only their Twitter pages and like social media pages, but I also follow his. I just don't just don't know if Alina is his like, how to call it, legal wife in marriage, or she is like a civil marriage. That for sure she was the beloved person, and mm, and Alina Mihailova is she was part of Kiev parliament. She was a deputy. No, it's called representative, because deputy is a different word. She was a representative in Kiev Rada. She was taking part in political life of Kiev, but she's one of the person who went to the front line when there was the biggest need, and she is one of the leaders of the paramedics group called ULF, which is making which is helping the med evacuation, which is doing the med evacuation. And this group of people, how to call it, who do the right things when the time gets hard, they are always connected. So many people, like for instance, I don't know, Hatabic from Hospitaliers, the whole group of volunteer paramedics who make the medical evacuation, who highly in contact with many people from abroad who are coming and helping with their medical experience or combat experience, helping doing the medical evacuation from by the injured soldiers. And that was exactly Alina's group, so beloved person of Dmitro. And that's a little bit of a story behind the guy, the youngest hero of Ukraine, being awarded hero of Ukraine while he was still alive, for a good reason, obviously. And I believe will be commemorated and joining the big quantity of Ukrainian heroes and creating the Ukrainian legend of brave people fighting for the freedom against the evil. And we would like that those heroes would be still alive, and we would be commemorating alive heroes. But for Ukraine, you can imagine that now is happening something similar, as many wars for freedom in many countries and many heroes that you commemorate in your usual history of your country. That's exactly happening now in Ukraine, and that's exactly that something that Ukraine is creating. Let's call like this. It's legendary heroes that I truly believe many will remember and many will respect through the years and decades and ages. Thanks. Hugs and love from Ukraine. I hope that that answered my question, that your question. Sorry for such kind of long monologue.
All good. Thanks, Anton. I can tell you why this touches me so much, because my own son will get 17 this year, and if I think about of my son going in 1 year to the military to defend our country, his beloved ones, what Da Vinci did when he was 18, it's just gut-wrenching. And I know this is something stupid, but I am, or something that you cannot compare, but I'm trying to watch a couple of documentaries and videos about Ukraine, what's going on since 2014. And I saw a film also about a true story, I think. It's called Sniper, the White Raven, about a guy that in 2014 lost also his fiancée that was pregnant and killed by sorry, killed by Russians. And you can see there the story of what we have heard the last couple of months, months since the invasion started, and to see, I think 2 days later, after I watched the film, Da Vinci die, and that proud guy that was killed when he was smoking a cigarette and saying "Slava Ukraini," it's something difficult. That's why we should talk about them every single day. We should say their names. We should never forget the wounds that the Russians are inflicting upon us and Ukraine. Yeah, thank you very much, Anton, for speaking about it. I will definitely look more into their stories and try to share a little bit about it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Luis. And yes, it is a very difficult subject to deal with, because nobody likes to think that Ukrainians are losing the best of their people, but it is true. And it's unfortunate, and that's why we need to ensure that this war is over as soon as possible. And fixed-wing aircraft, I think that needs to be the next focus. Luis, go ahead.
Yes, I have one thing more to ask. That is also something that I think Yehuda said it quite well a couple of minutes ago. You, in your daily life, can always support Ukraine, even if you don't have a cent or a dollar to give out in donations. But you simply can be aware of what's going on. And example, something that is also close to my heart is please do not support companies that are still making business in Russia. Our friend Jason shared a couple of companies like Pull and Bear, and I don't know the other names. I have to look up what he posted. Heineken, as an example. They are still doing business. They promised to withdraw from Russian business, but they are still making a fortune with the blood of Ukrainians, and this is despicable. Please, if you go to the supermarket, if you buy something, there is a good website made by I think Yale, where you can look what companies are still in Russia and just stop buying their products. This is also one way to support the fight for the good cause. Because every single CEO in this world should recognize the situation, and that this is a genocidal war that is taking the best ones, and you cannot make revenue on that basis. So stop, please stop buying products from those companies.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Anybody can vote with their wallet, so it doesn't have to be a case of donating millions of pounds or whatever your currency is to Ukraine. We are indeed seeing Ukraine receive a lot of assistance, but more always helps. However, spreading the word and writing to your officials and encouraging as much arms deliveries as possible, we can all do that. Doesn't cost us. Colonel Jeff, are you finally through the Alps?
I am, and I want to report the hills are still, in fact, alive with the sound of music.
And do they have eyes?
They do. They absolutely do. I was looking for the Von Trapp family, climbing through them, but I did not find him.
And on that note, let's revert to some other news. I am seeing actually quite good information that Bakhmut is stabilizing in areas, that it's becoming not quite so difficult in some areas. So that's a good thing to hear. I retweeted a message earlier from somebody who was in Bakhmut, and the message was, "We're doing well, we're kicking their asses." So I think that tells you all we need to know. And they certainly don't want to be withdrawing from there in a hurry. As far as I can tell, they've no real intention to do so. I have a few other bits and bobs which I will bring to you. I don't know if we've noticed recently, but Russian propagandists have been changing their tone a little bit recently. They've been talking about being in NATO's trap and needing to get out of it. They've been quite doomy and gloomy with regards to their prospects in this war. They've even struggled to find arguments against, which, obviously their difficulties seem to be suggesting that at some point they know that they're in serious trouble. They've got people that are now dissenting and throwing up spanners in the works because they're actually starting to think for themselves. I know it's a shock, but they are. They've started to realise that being sent into somewhere in suicidal waves, does them no good at all. And we've even seen complaints that they've been sent in with no proper ammunition and a shovel, which I just think is chef's kiss to that. I see we have some hands up while I've been chatting away. Go ahead, Tim.
Good morning, everybody, or good afternoon, everybody. Have we talked about Rishi Sunak's remarks on the Eurostar yet?
Please go ahead.
Okay, now this is an incident that was quite widely reported and quite sensationally reported yesterday. Now, Rishi Sunak is off to France to meet President Emmanuel Macron. Now, there's a great. Let's just say that Franco-British relations have been somewhat strained over the past few years. Macron and Boris Johnson famously did not get along at all. And this has led to a number of, shall we say, less than statesman-like behaviours from the French government, including essentially weaponizing the crossing of refugees in the English Channel, which is the kind of behavior you'd expect from Lukashenko rather than the leader of a major Western democracy. But that's by the by. Anyway, Mr. Sunak is trying to patch up that relationship. There have been a number of other reasons why the UK and France have fallen out. Another one is the AUKUS Pact. So the French had a very large contract to supply a new generation of submarines to the Australian Navy, to the Royal Australian Navy. And that deal was withdrawn from by the Australian government because the French proposal was essentially crap. And that's the technical industry term. It was the budget doubled over the life of the bid, and the delivery date was pushed all the way back to 2035. There were arguments over the work share. This is one of the things you learn if you partner with the French in any major manufacturing thing, is they will try and get as much of the work share as they possibly can, and invariably end up taking the piss. I had a chat with Gunny about this online, and he said that this work share started off with a majority Australian work share. So Australia has built submarines before. But there is a BAE shipyard down there, I believe, that does or has built submarines, and so they're more than capable of building submarines. This work share slowly went up to 60% French work share, and then it ended up being with the French saying, actually, we don't believe the Australians are capable of doing any of the work involved in this contract. Therefore, we're going to do everything in France. And of course, that was the final straw for the Australians. The British and the American governments snuck in round the back and said, actually, we'll give you much larger submarines, much more capable submarines, sooner, more cheaply, and with a greater Australian work share. So, of course, the Australians said, oh, that's nice. Thank you very much. Why on earth were we talking to the French in the first place? Which is a very, very good question. Anyway, this really, really annoyed the French. They really threw their toys out of the pram. There were a number of very, very unstatesmanlike remarks coming out of Quai d'Orsay, coming out of the Elysee. And the whole thing went horribly wrong. Now, Rishi Sunak is keen to patch up this relationship. So he is on his way to Paris. And he was doorstepped by the press while getting onto the Eurostar. And he made remarks that have been editorialized and falsely presented as a call for a negotiated settlement in Ukraine. Okay, so the Guardian took this and really made hay out of it. And they've been reported. So Pippa Creer, who's the political editor of the Guardian and frankly a bit of a mong, has been reported as has editorialized this in her tweets as saying that actually this is Rishi Sunak moving closer to the French position, or it's even been spun as, Rishi Sunak is moving towards the Corbynite position. This is absolutely untrue. And I'd like to read Mr. Sunak's exact words. What he said blah, 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 blah. We're providing training capabilities. That is all underway, just as well as just helping to defend themselves against the attacks they're facing, particularly on their critical national infrastructure. That should be everyone's focus. Now, the key remarks. Of course, this will end, as all conflicts do, at the negotiating table, but that is a decision for Ukraine to make. And what we need to do is put them in the best possible position to have those talks at an appropriate moment that makes sense for them. At the moment, the priority has got to be giving them the resources, training, and support they need to push forward and create advantage on the battlefield. This has been interpreted as a softening of the British position. Falsely, in my view, it has been interpreted as a call for negotiation. Falsely, in my view, the plain meaning of his words did not mark a significant break from British policy established under Boris Johnson in February 2022. Like, this is an absolute nothing burger, and I do wish the Guardian would stop fucking around. Pardon my French. Back to you, Marcus.
Thank you, and your French is pardoned. And
I'm not so sure it was his French that offended anyone, actually.
yeah, that's true. I fully agree that we need to be very clear on what the statement actually said. Yeah, it does make a difference, and you're absolutely right. Things being taken out of context by the media, well, it's very shocking, isn't it? Tom, please go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to pick up on what you'd read about the conflict being a NATO trap, Mockers. Can you remember sort of who it was that said that, and maybe a bit more about that quote, because it's interesting.
Oh, you're going to make me find it now. You're going to make me find it.
I mean, I can have a look myself as well. It's just interesting because, you know, if it's a low-level soldier saying this is a NATO trap, well, that's because they've worked out that they're screwed. But if it's
a NAFO trap for Tom.
Definitely a NAFO trap for me. Yeah, I'll search for it as well, Marcus. Don't worry.
Here we go. It's Julia Davies, and she's stating here that gloom has enveloped Putin's state TV. Vladimir Solyarovov, him, suddenly set aside nuclear threats, while fellow propagandists begrudgingly admit that Russia cannot defeat NATO. Well, it would seem that they're starting to publicly change the theme of the narrative to, oh gosh, all of NATO, and we can't defeat them because, you know, nobody is backing us up like they should be, because it's not their fault, obviously.
See, that's going to be really interesting if they continue along that theme, because the argument that they're making is this is a trap set by NATO. This is what NATO want us to do. And so we're going to do what they don't want us to do and stop the war. Whereas the argument up until now is NATO caused this war because NATO wants this war and we're going to beat them. You know, we're not fighting against just the Ukraine, we're fighting against Nazis and we're fighting against the West. And I think that lie served them quite well up until now. But if they're going to do that and lose, it's going to cease serving them. So if actually the view is percolating that we're not going to win, if they can argue that this is basically what America wanted all along. America wanted us to go into Ukraine. They wanted us to lure us into this never-ending conflict. They want to kill us, but they know they can't fight us directly because we'll destroy them with nuclear weapons. So what they're doing is they're using the Ukrainians as their proxy to fight us. And if we're smart, we won't fall into this Western trap. We will end the war. Our borders are secure. Russia is strong. Rah. And then they can pull out and try to save face in front of their own population. And it's quite a clever lie, actually, because it basically gives them an off-ramp. You know, people talk about this. I don't think we should give the Russians an off-ramp, but if they want to make up a lie and create their own off-ramp and get the hell out of Ukraine, I'm not going to get in their way. So it'd be really interesting to see if there's more of this kind of talk, because that's the Russians creating an excuse to get out of Ukraine, which is what we all want.
Well, we can only interpret what we hear from them, but yes, it does sound as though there is some sort of shift in what the nightly propagandist news is pushing out. They didn't even argue with him, and usually there's a lot of interrupting an argument if anybody gets any doomy or gloomy sort of concerns about their military. There's always somebody shouting for their victory and shouting them down, and that didn't happen. So it was quite telling in itself, I think. Ioana, please go ahead.
Yes, so I'm very interested in this because I have seen these shifts in propaganda. This idea that, for example, in one video, I believe it was still Solovyov, I didn't have time to search for it now. They said that at this pace, they need at least 10 years to achieve the objectives that they want, basically to occupy those 4 oblasts. So they admit the fact that it's not going well. And also there are talks about not retreat, but consolidating and things like this. Of course, at the level of the negotiations, that they still claim that Ukraine should accept the new reality. This is the mantra that they have about it. The new reality being that those oblasts belong to Russia, even if they don't control them. So it's kind of there is a cognitive dissonance there, I think. And in the same time, I have seen a statement from Russian officials about Georgia, saying that, what's happening now in Georgia resembles what happened in 2014 in Maidan, and we all know where this led to. So they are basically threatening Georgia with the same thing that they did in 2014 in Ukraine. So because Tom is here, I just wanted to, I don't know, explore more this shift in the tectonic plates of Russian propaganda, and if there will be sometimes maybe real earthquake or maybe a volcanic eruption somewhere. Thank you.
So I'll try to answer that. I think someone like Dr. Nick or Rosalie could probably give you a better answer. I think it's fair to say that what goes onto that Russian news program with, is it Solovyov? Am I saying his name right?
Yeah, Solovyov.
Yeah. I think that stuff is vetted, and I think that if people go off script, they fall down a flight of stairs, if not out of a window. I think you'll remember, was it last summer, Solovyov had quite a lot of bruises on his face from some kind of accident involving a staircase. But I think if people go off script, firstly, they get shouted down by the rest of the show. And secondly, they might not appear on the show again. And thirdly, something might happen to them. So I think what goes on there is clearly vetted and intentional propaganda. But I do think that they're ad-libbing some of it. I don't think it's all scripted ahead of time. I think what they're doing is coming up with talking points that they know basically sort of follow the party line, so to speak. So, if people are starting to say, this is a NATO trap, that's very interesting. And as Mock has said, people didn't shout them down, which is also very interesting, which suggests that line of talking is at least tolerated, if not encouraged. Because I think if it was just someone's idea that they came up with, that this is a NATO trap, I would have thought other people would think to go, no, NATO want to fight us, we should beat them, blah, blah, blah. I think if actually they're starting to backpedal a little bit, that's at least tolerated, if not intentional. And what this suggests is that they might be starting to look for a way out of this. And I don't know enough about Russian internal politics to know what extent that comes from the top. It could be that Putin is looking for a more limited set of victory conditions, such as just seizing the, Donetsk and Luhansk oblasts. Gosh, that's a bit of a tongue twister for a non-Russian or Ukrainian speaker. And holding on to what they've got, rather than taking Kyiv and all of Ukraine, which is just totally impossible at this point. But it could be that they're even setting the conditions for a complete withdrawal. Like, I don't think they can argue that they've demilitarized Ukraine, but they could argue in some way that they've denazified Ukraine, and present that as a victory condition to their own people. Because I think what Putin cares about far more than winning a war in Ukraine is holding on to power. I think that's far more important to him. And I think he'd gladly take a loss as long as he could hold on to power. What he doesn't want to do is have a loss that makes him lose power. So if he does start to think about an exit strategy, it's going to be one that keeps him in the Kremlin, keeps him in power. Because if he lost power, I think whoever replaced him, top of my list if I became the next president of Russia, would be killing Putin and seizing all of his assets. Because you can't let a monster like that live. Because if you do something that he doesn't like and he's still got all of his power and contacts, you could be the one that drinks polonium in your tea, or you could be the one that's shot in the head. So Putin isn't someone that's going to give up power easily. And I think that is his number one objective, far, far higher than winning the war in Ukraine.
Yes, and I would, if you can, please, Tom, I'd like to explore this further, because Putin used in the past the conflict as a way to maintain power or increase its power. We remember about Chechnya and Georgia, and actually he never won. We can say that he never won, but he managed to increase its power by rallying all the country to this beautiful purpose. Of course, this is ironical, that Russia should, I don't know, be great again, something like this. And right now, this is very different in Ukraine. Of course, we all can see the failures of the Russian military, but I think a very important part of why this is different is because of social media. Because this is, I think, the first big size war, let's say, that is so reported and so present in social media. And do you think this is one of the reasons that he's losing? Well, his loss right now is more visible, and maybe this will not be successful in him maintaining the power. I don't know if I was clear on this, but I think maybe you understood.
Yeah, I think I get what you're saying. I mean, I think what we've got to remember is that each of us in our own social media bubbles that we exist in are seeing very different slices of reality. There are some people who are spending their time on Instagram and TikTok, and I've got no idea what they're seeing about this conflict. They might be seeing quite a bit. They might be seeing next to nothing. My wife watches comedy TikTok. She doesn't watch war stuff, but she knows it's going on. And then in different languages and different cultures and different countries, people are getting a very different slice of reality. So I think whilst people in the West are getting it both in mainstream media, news, etc., we're also getting it on social media. But I think people in Russia, unless they're on the right sort of Telegram channels, are not seeing it at all. Pretty sure Twitter's been banned in Russia. Pretty sure a bunch of the other ones have been banned in Russia. I'm pretty sure they aren't seeing a damn thing. So in terms of the influence of social media on the Russian people, I think it's fair to say that's a lot smaller than the influence of social media on Western audiences. I do think that the influence of social media on Western audiences is probably putting an additional layer of pressure on our governments to make decisions that are broadly popular with broadly cross-party support, extremists aside. And I do think that means that our governments are providing more help to Ukraine, and I do think that's helping the Ukrainians. So I think I think social media is for the most part positively influencing Western support for Ukraine, not least of which because the Ukrainians are so incredibly adept at their use of it. I don't think social media is having as much of an effect on Russia. I've no doubt it's having some effect, but I think the effect size, I would hypothesize, is smaller simply because they restrict what their own audience sees so much. So I don't think, you know, we're seeing how many Russians are dying every day, and we're seeing people being blown up and, you know, piles of Russian bodies, even if it's from Wagner themselves. But I don't think most Russians are seeing that. And I think when their sons and brothers are coming home in boxes, I think they're quite shocked by it, because I think they're like, what? I thought we were doing quite well, you know? So I don't think social media is affecting the Russian populace as much. Does that answer your question?
Yes, in a way. I think that those who want to see, who have curiosity or a desire to understand the situation, I think that they have the means to see this. Some of the Russian propagandists are, for example, Simonian. She is present on Twitter and on Telegram. So I think they try to use also social media in their way. Of course, I'm not seeing in my bubble, I'm not seeing Russian propaganda, you know. So I don't know how much the presence of it, how much it is present in their circles. But in a way, I think it. For example, Prigozhin. Prigozhin, at one moment, he declared that all the lines of communication with his superiors, maybe the army, were cut, and the only mean he has to address his problems, the lack of ammunition, is posting on social media. So social media is taken into account, maybe even at a higher level. Right, I don't know exactly what they are seeing there, and how much from what they are seeing is the truth, because of course they can manipulate everything. Let's remember that, for example, on Russian media, on TASS, the theater in Mariupol was not bombed by the Russians. They said that Ukrainians bombed it, as well as Ukrainians bombed the Donbass, and so many other things that are manipulated and turned into their reverse image in a way. So I'm not sure about this assessment that the Russians do not know. I think that those who want to know can, but maybe the number is not very large. So that's my only comment on this. But I agree with you.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. I think it's difficult to even get realistic, accurate survey data from a representative sample of Russians, because, you know, we've talked about this before. You can't simply phone someone up in Russia and expect them to tell the truth about what they think, because they're thinking, who the hell is this person phoning me, and are the FSB listening in? I wonder what proportion of Russians have got a proxy so they can see stuff from outside of Russian internet. I literally don't even know that. Is it 10% or is it 50%? Got no idea, but that makes a huge difference. What proportion of them are following Telegram groups that are giving them the truth about what's happening? I've got no idea. And from that, it's really difficult to generalize, what level of support there might be, what level of understanding of the truth there might be, because we just simply don't have that data. I hope our intelligence services have got a better idea of this, but who knows?
Oh, thank you very much for that, Tom. Abdullah, you have your hand up.
I do. Thank you, Marcus. Dr. Tom, good to hear from you. Great work on that, on the Russian bot thing. Yesterday they had another session, so I was watching for all this stuff that you mentioned. Well done, Dr. Tom. Just wanted to ask you, how do you deal with a guy, speaking of the Russian dictator, how do you deal with a guy who doesn't have a reverse gear? Yeah, I've been reading a lot of books about him, and he has never backed down. That's just not him. How do you deal with a guy with that kind of mindset?
So the reverse gear of the human mind, so to speak, is what we call inhibition. And I always think about inhibition in terms of frontal lobe neuropsychology, but that's because that's the kind of psychologist geek that I am. And there's certain areas that if they're destroyed in a brain injury, you have literally no brakes, no reverse gear. You can't stop yourself from doing things. And what this teaches us about sort of normal psychology and people that, you know, fortunate enough that they don't have a frontal lobe brain injury is that there are basically two things that hold us back. One thing is some sort of what we call anticipation of negative consequences, which in plain English is anxiety. Now, we think about anxiety as being a bad thing, but actually, if you've got no anxiety whatsoever, you have no brakes, you have no reverse gear. If someone annoys you, you will punch them in the face. If someone really annoys you, you'll kill them. These kind of people tend to end up in prison pretty quickly. And one way you could describe such people is like a low functioning psychopath. So this is someone that doesn't care about people's feelings, which is the other major thing that holds us back, but also doesn't fear consequences of their own actions. And so they've no reason to stop their own behavior, to inhibit, to brake, to go into reverse gear. Now, Putin, I think, isn't held back by a conscience. He doesn't care about other people's feelings. So he has no reverse gear in relation to, for example, Russian deaths, let alone Ukrainian deaths. He doesn't care about that. He will never, ever stop as long as there are people that he can throw into the meat grinder. But, you know, high functioning psychopaths can inhibit themselves in anticipation of a negative future consequence. And that could be a loss on a gambling test. There's literally a test of gambling that I can do with people and find out if seeing that certain bets are risky and will lose, whether they change their mind or not, whether they go into reverse gear, as you say. I think that Putin, by virtue of the powerful position that he's gotten into, can be better described as a high functioning psychopath, someone who does have an element of self-control and can anticipate negative future consequences. I don't think he's so stupid that he will carry on even when the writing's on the wall and it's absolutely obvious to everybody, and I mean everyone around him, that Russia is losing and can't possibly win. I think there's going to be a time, even though he's surrounded by yes men, even though he's in his own information bubble, that it's going to become obvious that this isn't going to end well for him. And when that happens, I think he will be able to anticipate the negative consequence of losing. And I think he will be able to go into reverse gear. But he'll also be able to anticipate the negative consequence of what is this going to look like? How are people here going to react? How is the population going to react? How are other members of the Siloviki going to react? How is the FSB going to react? How is the military going to react? How is Wagner going to react? Who might use this to try and displace me? This is the sort of Machiavellian evil mastermind stuff that I think Putin's probably quite adept at, purely by virtue of him having risen to become president of such an awful dictatorship. I think if he wasn't good at this stuff, I don't think he'd have got where he was. And perhaps if he had, I think he'd get replaced pretty quickly. So I think that when he does want to go into reverse gear and he does want to back out of Ukraine, which I think will happen unless someone manages to replace him before the conflict is over, he's going to want to do it in such a way that he doesn't lose too much face, and certainly that he doesn't lose power. So if I was going to try and deal with a guy, and I'm not in a position to try and deal with Putin, what I would want to do is try and manipulate the conditions so that I got the behavior that I wanted and the person still maintained some level of self-esteem and the belief that withdrawal was what they wanted to do. I'm not entirely sure how you do that, but perhaps Western propagandists could try to put into the Russian information sphere that this indeed was a NATO trap, that what NATO wants us to do is send our sons and brothers to die pointlessly in Ukraine. But we're not stupid. We're smarter than America. We aren't going to fall into their trap. We've achieved what we needed to do, and we're going to pull out now because that's the smart thing to do. Haha, we're not stupid, America. See, that's how I try and do it.
Yeah, it gives them something that sounds slightly like a win. I do hope that they take that path, because the sooner the better, as far as I'm concerned. It would stop an awful lot of senseless degradation of human beings.
Yeah, most definitely. I think anything we could do to encourage the Russians to go down that path would be fantastic. So that the problem is what at the moment the message that we're mostly sending to the Russians is you're evil, stop doing this, or else we're going to carry on arming Ukraine and lots of you are going to die. And they sort of see that as a threat and they react to that threat with more anger and more aggression. What would be better is if we could send a message to the Russians that, withdrawing from Ukraine is a smart thing to do. But I think if we say that directly, it's obvious that we're trying to manipulate them. So you might want to double bluff the Russians. The thing to do would be to give them the impression that what we want to do is bleed them dry in Ukraine. So that you could almost give a message to the Russians of, yes, keep fighting in Ukraine, keep sending your military here, keep having all your people die, keep losing all of your vehicles and jets and helicopters. That's exactly what we want, Russia. Keep doing it. That isn't what I want, because people in Ukraine are going to die if they keep doing that. But you could almost use a manipulative lie yourself to try and encourage them to carry on doing that, to make it obvious, so to speak, although you're lying, that that's what you want. And then they would think that they were outsmarting you by not doing it. That's just your basic reverse psychology, right?
Yeah, I like the idea. And we can always help to spread a little propaganda, I'm sure. Good propaganda, of course. Because there is indeed obfuscation on both sides. We have heard an awful lot about Ukrainian counterattack that's coming, and we know it is coming. Don't think it's coming right now. That's all I can say about that. If you just look at the mud, and the fact that the terrain is not going to be probably dry enough for heavy vehicles for a couple of weeks yet, at least. They've got to have continuous decent weather and temperatures for that to start to dry out, and so they're in a position where I'm sure they'd love to have a counterattack, but the conditions aren't quite ready for it yet. And maybe that's a blessing in disguise, because it's giving Ukraine armed forces the opportunity to prepare, because I can assure you they aren't just twiddling their thumbs. They'll be doing plenty of preparation in the background. I've read accounts of special forces teams and teams that would go into behind the lines, recce teams, that sort of thing, and they plan and plan and they plan a bit more, and when they finish with the plan and they're ready to go, they check it before they leave, and they go through every contingency, because they know that every good plan disappears out the window as soon as you make contact with the enemy. However, if you've planned for every sort of contingency, you can at least get to the goal of the plan. And I think, that is something that Ukrainian armed forces will absolutely be doing. Will be spending plenty of time that they can't actually act, using that wisely and planning what they're going to be doing next. Pretty sure that they don't waste any of the time they're given. Not right now. Table Fox, go ahead.
Thanks, Lockers. Tom, I just wanted to, something you said I found fascinating. You were saying about gambling when you place a bet, and whether you learn from the loss or not. Yeah, could you go more in depth into that and what type of personality types react in one way or the other? Thanks very much.
Yeah, I could probably go into ludicrous depths on this because I wrote an 80,000 word thesis on frontal lobe brain injury and its effect on people and their families. So there's a neuropsychological test called the Iowa gambling task, and it's a computerized gambling game where you're like picking cards from different decks. And I don't want to say too much about it in case any of you ever have to actually sit this test, which I hope you don't actually, because it's often used with people if you've suffered quite a bad brain injury. And I can explain the results of the test without explaining how it works and spoiling it. So basically, what happens with most people is that there's some high risk, high reward bets that you can place. And what happens is most people start to go, oh, well, I won some money on this, I'll keep doing that. But over time, they realize that they're losing money on these bets. And what happens is your average healthy person over time will start to make safe, sound bets that, whilst they don't win big in the short term, win big in the longer term. Okay. Whereas people with low self-control, people with antisocial personality disorders, people with drug addictions, and people specifically with orbitofrontal brain injuries, part of the frontal lobes that's behind your eyes, fail to learn this over time. What happens is they keep seeing the immediate reward and they don't think about the long-term risks. And so in plain English, they keep making stupid decisions that really bite them in the ass later on. And in my view, it's a really, really important discovery about human psychology. And I think it'll be one of the things that's taught in textbooks along with like Pavlov's dogs and stuff in like, I don't know, 30 years time. But it doesn't seem to be massively widespread knowledge in the psychological community that actually there are people that can make what looks like a good decision in the short term, but in the long term is an absolutely terrible decision. And that we've got a test like an IQ test, but different, that can measure this. And it really distinguishes the decision making of what they call high functioning psychopaths versus low functioning psychopaths. Like the FBI for a very, very long time, I'm talking 50, 60 years, has made a distinction between what they call organized serial killers and disorganized serial killers. You know, disorganized serial killers will pick victims fairly at random, no planning, no cleanup of the crime scene, that sort of thing. And they capture these people for the most part. The organized serial killers are much harder to capture because they plan their killings. They can inhibit, they can back off if they think it looks risky and go for somebody else. They clean up the crime scene afterwards. These people are a lot harder to capture. And then what that means is when we come to study psychopathic individuals, we don't have as good a selection of high functioning psychopaths. We've got a good selection of low functioning psychopaths because they're in prison. But we don't get to study high functioning psychopaths. Now, what do I say this? This relates directly to Putin. Putin has had people murdered by assassination in the United Kingdom with toxic substances that you can only get your hands on if you are a state actor. Like polonium, the isotope of polonium that killed, was it Litvinenko? I don't know if I'm saying his name right. You can only make that if you have access to a nuclear industry. You can't just make this isotope of polonium. And so what he's done there is two things. One, he's killed with poison, which is something you have to plan for very carefully. And two, he's also sort of gone, look, it's me that's done this. In a slightly deniable way, he'll go, oh, I've got no idea who did that. But he's sent the message to the West that I can kill people with impunity and you can't do anything about it. And that's a very, very planned, deliberate, decisive action. That is not the action of an impulsive, like low-functioning, uncontrolled psychopath who will just, pull a gun on someone, get into a fight in a bar, and get arrested. Same thing with the Novichok. I don't know how easy it is to make Novichok. Bizarrely, the chemical formula for Novichok is actually on Wikipedia, but I'm pretty sure you need a really good laboratory to be able to make it without accidentally poisoning yourself to death. And Putin sent his agents over to my country and killed people with it, and nearly killed a lot of other people with it as well. These aren't the actions of a uncontrolled psychopath. These are the actions of a very controlled, high-functioning psychopath who doesn't have a reverse gear due to any conscience or caring about people's feelings, but does have a reverse gear when it comes to him getting in danger. So I think if he can kill someone, he'll do it, but he'll make sure that someone else does it. He'll make sure that someone else is taking the risk, not him, because he doesn't want to risk his own position, because I think he can anticipate consequences.
I guess what you're describing is like American Psycho Patrick Bateman, that kind of personality type. And it's interesting that he likes to make sure you know he did it. That sounds to me very psychopathic. The other thing I wanted to ask is more with the frontal lobe is behind the eyes, right? Is the future planning ability, so be able to plan deep into the future, is that affected by trauma or PTSD?
Less so by PTSD, more so by developmental trauma in childhood. So I don't know enough about Putin's childhood to know if this is relevant, and I don't want to go too off topic. But if you think about the way that we're supposed to raise children, the ideal is what we call firm but fair parenting, where children know their boundaries and they get rewarded if they're good, they get punished if they're bad. It's predictable. This is the key thing for people to develop self-control. Consequences need to be predictable. If you can predict that if you're good, everything will be fine, and if you're naughty, you will get in trouble. And by in trouble, I don't mean a beating. I mean, time out on the naughty step, that sort of thing. Then children learn to control their behavior because they've got a really good reason to do so. But, children that are abused or neglected learn one of two things. Either that, if I hit my little brother, no punishment comes. Or sometimes I get punished even if I haven't done anything bad. Then for them, punishment, which is a negative consequence, is unpredictable. And if it's unpredictable, you don't know whether you're making a safe bet or not. And you never learn whether or not to anticipate those consequences and thus to inhibit your behavior. And thus you can grow up to become quite a nasty person, what we call like antisocial personality disorder, or you could call it low functioning psychopathy, possibly. There's a bit of a chicken and egg with nature and nurture, because if you've got a parent that neglects you or abuses you, there's a possibility they might be a bit psychopathic themselves, and so you may have inherited some genes from them. So is it all environment or is it nurture? We don't know enough about Putin's childhood. I think the story that we get is very stage managed. So I don't think we necessarily know why he is the way he is. But actually why he is the way he is isn't as important as how do you deal with such a person. And for that, you need to look at game theory, which fortunately our military does at the highest level, particularly with regards to nuclear conflict. And that's, how do you deal with someone that isn't acting in accordance with conscience? They're just acting in accordance with wins and losses. Does that answer your question? Because I could go into way too much detail about this.
Yeah, the game theory aspect is very interesting. I know that's also partially involved, like in poker, there's also game theory, and obviously with nuclear weapons, and it's also a very interesting topic. Yeah, if you want, you can go on it. I find it highly entertaining.
I mean, I've mentioned game theory before, but I'll mention it briefly. I mean, essentially, game theory is a bunch of complicated mathematics, which at mathematical level, I don't understand. But at plain English level, I do. Essentially, it's that in certain situations, you can have people that will cooperate with you or renege or betray you. So one that's talked about is the prisoner's dilemma. That's an example of game theory. There are many other games in game theory. That is just one scenario. What you want in a nuclear standoff is for your opponent to agree with you not to use nuclear weapons, right? You don't want a situation where you both start using nuclear weapons because you both betray one another, because, you know, that's World War III and it's very bad. Now, you might think that what you should do is cooperate not to use nuclear weapons and be really, really nice and peaceful, because that makes logical sense. And that's what we do in our everyday lives most of the time. Most of the time we go around being nice people, we cooperate with people, and we're not violent. And most of the time, most people are not violent back to us. This is called like a dove strategy, where if you always behave that way and you're never violent, quite a lot of the time you can go through life without encountering any violence whatsoever. Unfortunately, there are in our population psychopaths, either high functioning or low functioning. And in game theoretical terms, psychopaths are using what is called a hawk strategy, where they are always warlike. The low functioning psychopath would be always warlike because they have no brakes, no reverse gear, no conscience, no anticipation of consequences. The high functioning psychopath can choose to pretend to be a dove, which is actually a different strategy in game theory. Now, you can go through your life being a dove, being a pacifist, being really nice, not fighting anyone, and really be all right most of the time until you encounter a hawk. At some point, you're going to encounter someone that doesn't care about your feelings and doesn't care about the law. Now, for most of us, this person will be a con man or a low-level criminal. And when that happens, you cooperating with them is what they want so that they can screw you over. And normally what they want is something like money or sex or your property or something. Occasionally they want to kill you, but actually that's a lot rarer. And what people come to realize is that the dove strategy of always cooperating doesn't work all of the time. It does work about 80% of the time. That's my rule of thumb. Be nice about 80% of the time. You know, people say, why did we appease Hitler? Why did we appease Putin? It's because actually appeasement does work most of the time. It's actually a pretty good strategy most of the time until you encounter a hawk or a psychopath. So there's another strategy, one of which is called tit for tat. And that strategy is basically be nice, be nice, be nice. Oh, you're going to mess with me. Right, I'm going to punish you. In the US military, I think they call this like being a guard dog, that the US military is there to protect people who, by their own personal philosophy, wouldn't be prepared to do violence. And we need to protect those people from the evil folks who do want to do them harm. So they talk about sheep, wolves, and guard dogs. It's the same thing. It's doves, hawks, and tit for tat players. So
it's called sheepdog, but I know this is Colonel Fisher. Yeah, we call it sheepdog.
Sorry, sheepdogs. I keep saying guard dogs. Colonel Spencer's corrected me on that before. It's sheepdogs, not guard dogs. Yeah, because you're protecting the sheep from the wolves, right? So it's the same thing. It's just different terminology. It's hawks, doves, tit for tat players. It is, you know, peaceful, empathic, dare I say, bleeding heart liberals like I am, you know, fascist dictators, and our military people who protect us from them. So look, the point about tit for tat is that you cooperate most of the time. Most of the time you act like a dove, right? Until you encounter a hawk or a wolf, whatever you want to call them, at which point you see them betraying you and you punish them. And we need people like this. And these people we tend to call police or soldiers. But, you know, anyone can be a tit for tat player. You can be a tit for tat player in your regular life. You can be like, I'm going to be nice to everyone most of the time, unless someone tries to fuck with me, in which case I'm going to give them what they deserve. And you can get through life pretty well with tit for tat. The only problem with tit for tat is you can get sucked into vendettas and cycles of vengeance, where people who are basically quite decent, out of a desire to revenge a betrayal, get sucked into vendettas where you carry on punishing. So there's other strategies like tit for tat, which is where someone's got to betray you twice before you punish them, and that's a little bit more effective. And there's all sorts of complicated maths about really complicated strategies. Now, someone like Putin is at his heart a hawk, a psychopath. He doesn't care about anyone, but because he's high functioning, he knows that if he just immediately went for out and out aggression, he would lose power. So he's able to change gear, go into reverse, like Abdullah was saying. He can apply the brakes and plan when he wants to be aggressive and choose when he wants to be aggressive and pretend to be a dove. He can say, oh, you know, I want peace. It's those evil Americans. And he can deceive people into believing that. So you could argue that a high functioning psychopath is playing something like tit for tat, but not because he's a sheepdog. He's like pretending, he's like a wolf in sheep's clothing, to follow the metaphor. He's pretending to be nice. He's pretending to be the good guy, whereas deep down he's really, really evil. So how do you respond to the guy that is a wolf in sheep's clothing, pretending to be a sheep, but actually doing something like tit for tat? Well, you can do tit for tat yourself. The problem, as I said, though, is if you get two tit for tat players in a prisoner's dilemma type game theory game, you can get into cycles of retaliation. And this is one of the reasons why people say they fear provoking a war, because, you know, if we took direct military action against the Russians and we killed some Russians, and the Russians eventually managed to kill some of our Air Force, even though our Air Force is amazing, they would get some of our pilots. Then we might have to punish the Russians more, and they might have to punish us. And we could get into a cycle of retaliation, which eventually escalated into World War III. And there's people way above my pay grade, you know, in the military, in the Department of Defense, in NATO countries, that have gained all of this out with mathematicians, scenarios that could lead to higher level war. And then they feed that back to the politicians saying, this is what we think we should do. Now, the problem is there's another strategy that you can do in game theory, which is called the madman strategy. And the way to think about this is imagine you're playing chicken with someone and you're like, right, we're going to get in our cars and we're going to race towards each other as fast as we possibly can. And the first one to chicken out loses, right? I mean, you'd have to be a low functioning psychopath to play this game because it's so stupid, right? But like, one way to win at this game would be to pretend that you're crazy and you don't care if you crash the car. And you're such a crazy guy that you're just not going to swerve. And if the other guy really believes that, he'll always swerve the car first because he doesn't want to die, right? You know, unless he's a total low functioning psychopath, in which case you probably both die. So Putin, and actually Soviet leaders before them, were aware of this strategy where you can pretend I'm so crazy that I don't care if we have a nuclear war. You know, what use is there in being a world if there's no Russia in it? I don't care. I'll cause nuclear apocalypse. I'll destroy the world. You know, I don't think Putin is that crazy, but he can try to deceive us to believe that he is that crazy. And if we fall for it, we will back down and cooperate. We will act like a dove because we don't want there to be World War III. So if you utilize the madman strategy effectively, you persuade your opponent that you're always going to renege, and the only thing they can do is cooperate with you, because otherwise you'll cause World War III. And I think that has deceived at least some Western decision makers into thinking we can't send them jets, we can't send them tanks, we can't send them ATACMS, etc., because we don't want to provoke them. Okay. So what you need to do with someone like that, and this is where I'm going into a poker analogy, is call their bluff, right? So the French can be like, we will send them the tanks. And the Brits will go, that's not really a tank, France. That's sort of an armored car on wheels with a big gun. This is a tank. And you just send a small amount of tanks. Do the Russians cause World War III? No, they don't. At which point Joe Biden goes, hey, we can send them some tanks. Let's send them some M1 Abrams. That's a proper tank. A Challenger's a proper tank as well, but it's besides the point. Do the Russians cause World War III? No. What does this prove? That they were bluffing, that they're full of shit, that their madman strategy is a bluff. They're not going to start a nuclear war by us sending weapons to Ukraine. And I dare say they would not start a nuclear war if we sent them F-16s. And I dare say they would not start a nuclear war if we sent them ATACMS missiles or Tomahawk missiles or whatever we sent them. But the Russians want us to think that they would, because they want us to think that they're a madman. And so what we need to do is to continue to call their bluff, tentatively if we need to, but really we need to get all the arms to Ukraine as quickly as possible and call their bluff, at which point they'll realize they're going to lose, at which point the Russians will realize what they need to do is cooperate with us because we are the strong ones. At which point they will get the hell out of Ukraine and return all the people that they have stolen from the country, which is an act of genocide. At which point, eventually, 5 or 10 years down the line, I hope, we will cooperate with them. We will go back to behaving like a dove, and we will buy their oil and gas at its full price again. So that, I think, is the game theory way of how you get out of this. But there may be information that I'm not privy to that I don't know about. There may be better reasons why this isn't happening than I know. But based on what I do know, I think that's the optimal strategy.
Very well, very eloquent. I tend to agree with a lot. I think too, there's the drip effect helped as well, that, you know, to send a tank or this or that it was slowly done, so they got used to it, and it's harder to combat that in a sense in their own media. But yeah, that was brilliant. Thanks.
Yeah, I mean, the drip effect is kind of like calling someone's bluff when the stakes aren't as high. I think if we went all in and went, right, 1,000 tanks, 150 F-16s, 27 ATACMs, if the Russians weren't bluffing, we'd find out pretty quick. Hang on, I think I've got to check on my wife.
He's been neglecting that lady today. Yeah, it absolutely is right that if somebody's bluffing, you've got to find a way to call them out without finding out yourself. It makes sense to me. Abdullah, go ahead.
Thank you so much, Marcus. Very fascinating discussion. I just had a question for Dr. Tom, so I'll just pause until he comes back.
Yeah, I'm back. The dog was just savaging a receipt on the sofa, and my wife didn't know what it was, so everything is good.
Sheepdog?
No, she's a French bulldog. She likes to think that she's a wolf, but actually she's a cute lapdog. So she's probably a sheep in wolf's clothing, if that makes sense.
Dr. Tom.
So the low functioning psychopath, right?
No, I think she's highly empathic. This dog's the most affectionate dog I've met in my life.
Dr. Tom, I had one more fascinating discussion. Just one more follow-up. When it comes to high-functioning psychopaths, and is it better to choreograph your next move when it comes to Western leaders and their response to this war of aggression?
It depends on whether choreographing your next move will encourage a behavior in them that you want or not, which means you've got to have a good idea of how they will react to it. So, I don't know. The sorts of things you can do to choreograph your behavior in this level of stuff is doing something like moving a carrier fleet to a certain part of the Pacific or the Mediterranean. Doing something like that sends a message which your game theory opponent can react to. And if they react in the way that you want them to, then it's great to telegraph is the word I'm looking for, to telegraph your next move so that they know what you're going to do. On the other hand, sometimes you want to telegraph a different move in order to try and deceive your opponent. And the Ukrainians did this fantastically. For absolutely ages, they said, we're going to hit Kherson, we're going to hit Kherson, we've got a massive buildup of forces, we're going into Kherson, we're going into Kherson. And they said it for ages, and it got to the point where, like, even Chuck was saying, and I remember Chuck saying this, I almost think they're going to do something else because they've been saying this for ages, and why the hell would you tell your opponent your strategy ahead of time? And Chuck was right, because they did do something else. They did the Kharkiv offensive, which none of us expected, which hadn't been telegraphed, and it caught the Russians with their pants down. So I think there's times when you do want to be completely honest about what you're going to do in order to get your opponent to cooperate. And I think there's times when your opponent isn't going to cooperate anyway, in which case, if you do telegraph your next move, it needs to be deceit, and your real next move needs to be hidden. I mean, that's the basic strategy of it.
Oh, perfect. Thank you so much. Yeah, just one more thing about frontal lobe. I know a lot of the defense attorneys in criminal defense, they use the frontal lobe defense for their clients. Do you foresee when we bring in the Russian dictator into the courts, do you foresee any chance that he will use, his lawyers might use that as a defense for him?
Yeah, I don't think so. I mean, I've never done this, but I've got colleagues that are involved in medical legal cases, like neuropsychologist colleagues. And, if someone has got frontal lobe injury and they do have problems controlling their behavior, you can argue that, yes, that's part of the reason why they did what they did. But what you're arguing for is that person being placed in a secure hospital, in some cases, for the rest of their life, rather than going to prison. It doesn't mean that someone doesn't have criminal responsibility. Very occasionally, someone could have a different illness, like a psychosis, have no idea what they're doing and not actually be criminally responsible. But in any case, they're probably going to end up in a secure hospital, maybe for the rest of their life anyway. I don't think I've ever heard of a case where someone having had a frontal lobe injury means that they get away with it. I think there is in UK law, we've got a thing called dangerous and severe personality disorder, which isn't a medical term, it's actually a legal term. And that applies to some of our worst and most dangerous serial killers. I've never worked with any of these people, but I've got colleagues that have in Broadmoor and places like that, secure psychiatric hospitals for the most dangerous people. So, yeah, if someone does some horrific crime as a result of like a very, very severe mental illness or a severe frontal lobe injury, the punishment just needs to be different. They just need to be kept away from people because they're too dangerous. It's not that they won't go to jail, they'll probably just go to a secure hospital. At least that's what I think should happen. Where it's harder is, and these are the sorts of people I do work with, people who've gotten addicted to drugs, got involved in low-level crime like thefts and things. I mean, this is still really bad behavior, but they're not the worst serial killers like some of my colleagues have dealt with. When they end up in prison and they have got a brain injury, but no one really knows about it. The rates of brain injury in UK prisons, at least, are about 50% of them, because a lot of these guys get into road traffic accidents. A lot of these guys get into fights, and it's really difficult to know what we should be doing. Should we be helping these people more? I mean, they've still got to be punished for their crime. You can't let them go, but it's very difficult. I don't think that any defense like that will be used with regards to Russia. I do wonder, again, because I'm a neuropsychologist, I've talked in this space before about whether or not Putin has Parkinson's disease, about whether or not his dopamine levels are affecting his self-confidence when it comes to risk-taking. I do wonder if Putin is replaced, if it will be released that he did have Parkinson's disease, and if someone in a future Russian regime will try to use that as an excuse. It's not an excuse, but I wonder if that or what might happen.
Well,
but it doesn't have to be irrational. Tom, wait 1 second, please. 1 second. Let me just carve this into this. The strategy they're pursuing is a strategy of capture and annihilate and Russify and dominate. This is nothing new. It's the same old pattern. They've done this all the time. So Putin, just being one exponent of this, may actually act in the pursuit of this quite rationally, just because we see it differently, because it is definitely different in fact, by any standards which we have in the free world, does not render it irrational for the elite of that culture. It's like dealing with an alligator. So in that regard, whether Patrushev is the one who takes over and sees that Putin is weak and just uses this as a component of an overall strategy of the elite, of which Putin is one exponent, but probably not the only one, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, you know, from the point of view of a psychopathic individual where you don't care about anyone's feelings, there is nothing irrational about, you know, the war crimes, the invasion. I don't even think it was irrational to start a war that he couldn't win if he believed he could win it. If Putin believed that he could win this war, according to the information that he had, much of which was false, he wasn't being irrational. He just made a mistake, right? If he believed he could win this in, you know, 3 days or a couple of weeks or something, he wasn't being irrational. He just made a mistake. His lack of conscience means that he'll be quite happily evil, and there's nothing irrational about that. It's just evil. It would only be irrational if he did have all the information, which suggested that there's absolutely no way you could win this, and then he did it anyway. That would be irrational. But I actually think that Putin, at the time he invaded, believed that he could win this, and he was wrong. So I think it's a miscalculation or a mistake rather than an act of irrationality. And none of the evil makes this irrational. That's just a lack of conscience.
Thank you very much. And that also means that their strategy of stringing it out from their point of view and kinetic, delayed, frozen, kinetic, delayed, frozen, this is their typical wave. That this time around, the West has reacted, albeit that Jeff and I would argue belatedly, incrementally, incomprehensibly slow, utterly disgustingly immoral in that regard, still feeds into exactly that plan. From a Russian perspective, they are still holding Luhansk, Crimea, and Donetsk. And there's most people in the Western elites not quite clear about whether Russia should be crushed and Crimea should be returned to Ukraine. So as such, their behavior, evil, yes, is not even completely mistaken and irrational. It is their way of war. We just need to finally bloody accept it and beat them.
Yeah, so I think the greater mistake in the West was perhaps for us to have not taken more action in 2014. I think that not wishing to provoke Russia and start World War III, the fear of that, whilst not irrational, meant that we didn't act then, and so now we're dealing with a worse conflict. And that means that from the Russian perspective, we did what they wanted us to do, which was to essentially not do very much. I mean, we did put some sanctions in place. You know, we know there were people like friend of this space, Melanie Lake, and, you know, NATO militaries training the Ukrainians. We did act, but we didn't do enough. And I think that might have emboldened the Russians, I think historians might argue this, into believing that when they invaded this time, we wouldn't do enough. And clearly they were wrong, because we are helping Ukraine. But it's not black and white. You know, we could help them more and faster. And I think we should. And I think we should call the Russian bluff much more quickly and send them F-16s and ATACMS and send them 1,000 tanks. You know, don't send them 300. I think we should do that as soon as possible. And I think that's the right thing to do. The only thing that I do wonder is whether some of our military veterans are a bit lower in anxiety than people like myself, and whether that means you're right or whether that means you're wrong and there is a line where the Russians will start World War III. I'm inclined to think let's send them all the help they need immediately. But that's quite a calculated.
War, Tom, that's a good point. But in war, anxiety on an individual level is important. Like fear is important, and you can wax lyrical and go into deep, say, conundrums about it. But you know exactly what I'm leading at. But in strategy and in logistics, and therefore in winning wars, anxiety is death.
Yeah, I think too high a level of anxiety, you're intimidated by your opponent's moves into doing what your opponent wants you to do, rather than dictating the battlefield strategically, logistically, etc., to them, which is what we need to be thinking. We need to think, how do we push the Russians to behave the way we want them to behave? and not reacting to how they want us to behave.
That's what I wanted to express. You did it better. Thank you.
Peter, you've got your hand up. Go ahead.
Yeah, listening to this, I mean, right at the very beginning of this, it was the ex-foreign minister of Russia who said, "What the hell are the West playing at? Putin only understands one thing, and that is coming up against a brick wall." And he could not understand why we were appeasing Putin. I remember that quite distinctly at the start. And Putin played his ace card, which was to appear to be mad and crazy enough to blow up the whole world. And frankly, the West ran like frightened rabbits in his headlights. And there's no other word for that. And ever since, we've kept out, we've allowed all these atrocities. I remember when Mariupol was being bombed to a pile of rubble. You know, I was totally ashamed to be part of the West. You know, I thought, you know, for God's sake, send our forces in, close the skies. We can't just sit back and watch this happen. And, you know, now, I mean, Ukraine should already have F-16s. They should already have all the other jets that they need. They should already have long-range missiles to blast these stupid Russians who are complete cowards. That their only army is pressing a coward pressing a button out of range of anybody and attacking civilians. So all this kind of psychological nonsense but Putin planned this years ago. He planned it, he set it up, he even infiltrated various parts. And the West need to realize if they don't stop him, they are going to deeply regret what happens afterwards. So all this, oh, you know, let's appease him, I'm a dove, or all this, you know, we really need to wake up, and that's all I've got to say on it.
Yeah, so Peter, I mean, obviously me going into the game theory and etc. is to explain why people have been making the mistake of appeasing, because obviously we're in agreement that we should be arming the Ukrainians to the teeth and not standing for anything more from Russia. I think the reason why people use appeasement is that for most of the time in our everyday life, it really works and is actually quite a rational thing to do. You know, supposing Axel and I got into a really heated argument and fell out, you know, and I have gotten into heated arguments in MriyaReport and fallen out with people. Actually, you know, beyond a certain point, appeasing, apologizing, and going back to behaving decently is a really good thing to do if the person that you're appeasing is a normal, rational, reasonably level of conscience human being. The problem is if you're appeasing a hawk or a high-functioning psychopath or someone that's pretending to be tit-for-tat player, when in fact they'd like to betray you at every opportunity, at that point, appeasement becomes a really bad strategy. But the reason why people fall into it is that it is actually quite a good strategy most of the time. So it's about being flexible with this and realizing that we shouldn't. And I think, you know, on a plain English level, like a lot of people have realized that if we carry on appeasing Russia, no good is going to come from it. But I think some people, you need to really lay it out in front of them and go, look, this is what happened. This is what we've done historically. This is what's happened. Here's game theory. This is what it shows. This is what happens. We've war gamed this. This is what happens. Here's a number of scenarios that lead to nuclear war. Here are ones that aren't. Follow these. They're bluffing. They're not really going to do anything. You know, that's sometimes that you need to persuade some people at that level of argument. I think it's okay to use the common sense arguments, but I think the problem is common sense can also lead people into the traps of, say, pacifism, for example, of, oh my God, I know it's terrible what's happening in Ukraine, but we can't join in because what if they fired the nuclear weapons and everyone got killed? there are a lot of people making that argument using their common sense and not thinking about the psychology and the game theory behind it, and they're making a terrible mistake. So yeah, I'm all for plain English explanations, but I think we need to think very carefully about it.
Yeah, but I mean, look, I've flown into Ukraine many times in a small jet, which is very range limited, and I fly from the UK into Kyiv, and we just make it on one tank of fuel, because there's always, every single time, we've had tailwinds. Now, unless Putin wants to drop a bomb which is going to make every Russian east of Ukraine have glowing teeth in the dark, then he would be totally stupid. He has 800,000 people, Russians, he's stuck in Crimea. They're totally illegally a war crime. Is he going to irradiate them all? No, it's all a bluff. And, you know, we have to realize that and actually put our foot down. And, you know, like the ex-foreign minister of Russia said at the beginning, he just couldn't believe that we were allowing Putin to do what he wanted to do. And it's been slow, while all the poor Ukrainians are suffering because of our lack of action. I don't think it's Putin being a psychopath, because there are people in his group who are a lot worse than he is. They're a lot more hawkish than he is. There are people who are less hawkish than he is. But it is a sickness in the whole country there, that they are locked like 50, 70 years back in the past. And in this modern world, it is just totally crazy, and can't understand it. But yeah, I mean, we do really have to toughen up on this. And Ukraine should have had F-16s. They should have had all the other stuff. And we really need to push to give it to them now. Otherwise, we'll deeply regret it.
I think you're preaching to the choir here, Peter. Lunchtime, please go ahead. And hello.
Hi, sorry, you caught me on the hop because, of course. So yes, this is of course a very well trodden subject. Ultimately, you know, I think this stems because, you know, I understand Tom's point of view. We've in fact discussed it on the space before a number of times, and I totally get where he comes from, you know. But the historical context of this, if you go back to 2014, it kind of stems from the American response then. The British advice at the time from Andrew Levi, who's a former diplomat, was, I mean, the British were perfectly aware of what Putin was, the threat he posed, and the fact that, you know, this was not all was as it seemed, you know, despite his sort of overtures of friendliness and reasonableness and so on. And there was sort of a move for a stronger response. However, the Americans, you know, the Obama administration effectively, it seemed like having watched some of the the Putin files interviews, seemed like there were two camps, the sort of hawks and the doves in terms of foreign policy decision making, and the doves won out on the basis that a slow, boil the frog approach is the one that poses the least risk to the US. It's also cheap, you know, in terms of providing assistance and providing, and in terms of risk to American personnel. The American population were kind of exhausted by the sort of the constant state of war that they'd been in for quite some time, and you know, the public appetite for getting involved in yet another overseas conflict, no matter how black and white the morality of it, I suppose was calculated, it was calculated that that's not something they could really do politically. So this is the path that they chose, and sadly, although there has been progress, it's no secret, I'm sure, to this space that, and as you said, Mockers, I'm preaching to the choir in many regards. Yeah, it's frustratingly slow, but this is the course that we were set on all that time ago. In terms of voices warning about consequences and the folly of this sort of appeasement, this sort of slow response, well, I mean, there have been several voices. Kasparov comes to mind, and so many people have warned that this is not the correct way to deal with Putin. But at the same time, those are the constraints we have. And although it used to absolutely infuriate me, MriyaReport, as the previous speaker, was it Peter, mentioned, was particularly hard for me to grasp in terms of the morality that we project, the principles that we claim to have, the history that we all went through in World War II. Despite all of that, we watched that city get razed to the ground, and the atrocities. Well, I don't need to enumerate them here, but the atrocities that followed as well. We had to stand by and watch it. And the reason is, well, the very pragmatic, practical reasons, I'm sure. It's the thing I suppose I'm saying is, Tom, with the best intentions, you're characterizing the decision making as that of one person. And it's not one person. You're saying, in normal life, usually this sort of technique of being reasonable works, and so on and so forth. I would take issue with that because it's not as if we didn't have any previous information about Putin's behavior. We did. We had Chechnya. We had intelligence about how he behaved when he got to power, the apartment bombings in Moscow, and so on, and the sort of kleptocracy that he runs. It's not as if we were naively walking into a situation where we thought, oh well, maybe if we're reasonable, this guy will just. That wasn't the case. We had intelligence, we had information, we knew the guy. However, it was pragmatic to do it this way, and it still repels me a little bit. Well, quite a lot actually. That's the path we are in. But anyway, there we go. I'll shut up now.
Yeah, I'll respond to that if I can. So yeah, obviously, game theories of two players are a massive simplification. I mean, what's really happening is you've got millions and millions of players, each with different information. Some of them very knowledgeable as to what the Russians have done in Chechnya, Georgia, etc. Some of people completely ignorant of that. Some people taken in by disinformation, and each of those people. Oh, Peter, your hot mic. Peter, your hot mic. Can you turn your microphone off? Oh, okay. And in a way, we're all coming to the table with a different ability of political power to push the decision making. So some of us have just got our vote. Some people are in militaries. Some people are in governments. Some people are in high levels of government. Some people are in low levels of government. Some people don't even use their vote. And we've all bring a different level of power to the table. Some people bring the power of the US military to the table. Some of us bring our donations to MriyaRaid to the table. And I think really what we're in, if you wanted to form a more sophisticated model, is a massively, massively multiplayer game of prisoner's dilemma in which the Russians are trying to lie to us to convince them that they're the good guys. Now, unfortunately, they've taken some people in, and so some people are appeasing, whereas other people are saying, no, don't appease, that's completely stupid, and they're trying to convince us of it. I think, supposing we'd taken military action against Russia in 2014 and said, if we don't do this, in 8 years' time, they're going to invade Ukraine, they're going to kill tens of thousands of civilians, they're going to be launching cruise missiles at cities every week, and they're going to kidnap 2 million people. I think it would be really hard to get anyone to believe that. And I think it's really difficult to take action to prove that you've stopped something from happening. But now, because we've got some freedom of press and decent social media. Pretty much anyone in the West can see that the Russians have done that. And so it's easy to justify our response. So yeah, it would have been much better if we'd have stopped them much, much earlier. But I think it would have been really difficult to prove to the electorate, who have got some stakes in this game theory example, that you weren't starting an unnecessary war. And I think, unfortunately, that might have been the situation that Obama and, was it David Cameron at that point? I think it would have found themselves in, let alone the rest of the West. So I think that's the problem that they found themselves in, a really heavy-handed response back in 2014. Whilst I wish it had happened in hindsight, I think it would have been really difficult to argue that this was going to happen now. I, for one, wouldn't have believed this was going to happen. I still thought in January of last year that the Russians were bluffing and weren't going to do it, because it just seems nuts. But, here we are.
See, and I'm quite sure that you can find quotes from the past, from 2014, if you just search long enough, where people cried out that this is not just a test case, this is just a push, and that he will push further. And we've done so publicly. We've argued. Some of us argued academically. Others argued internally, because there was no other way of doing it. And we've done it. And we continue to do it. Now we can do it publicly. Don't you think that many people ask Colonel Jeff, don't you think that people in the military or in, say, political advice from military positions or from business to governments haven't seen this? Don't you think that people in trade chambers and large corporates and investment entities who invest into Ukraine haven't seen this? Don't you think we actually spoke to politicians? Don't you think that we argued against American ambassadors, various kinds, making very diplomatic statements? Maybe Colonel Jeff can say, Jeff, are there arguments behind the walls of that? Wonderful, one policy, one communication strategy government. Are there arguments about these things? Did we see this? Did we talk about this?
I mean, I think both of you are correct to different audiences, right? The U.S. government, I mean, and I should say NATO's, all the governments of NATO, they saw the massive buildup, right? And this was unprecedented, right? It was, and Russia refused to address it and continually refused to address it. So the possibility of it happening was, from a military perspective, was that, it was well above 50%. However, our good doctor, who, by the way, I love listening to you. Your stuff's phenomenal, and I am going to have a question for you here at the end of this, right? I think with the greater audience, no matter what the military or the government wanted to say, was not willing to accept expert advice, and that's not shocking. That's human nature. There's a lot of times when people get diagnosed with cancer, that the doctor was the best doctor in the world, now is automatically an idiot, and now we're going to go get a second opinion, right? because that guy doesn't know what he's talking about, because it's human nature. I don't want to deal with cancer in an aggressive fashion. I want to deal with it less aggressive, and I want something that it's not stage 4. I want it to be stage 1, and I want to survive. But hey, Doc, I love your stuff, and I kind of have a question. I don't know if game theory applies, right? But I'd like to set out a scenario for you, if you're willing, and kind of get your thoughts on it. Are you game for it? Okay, cool.
Sure, go ahead.
All right. So, as a moderate conservative, I have struggled very hard to convince my right-leaning friends, the conservative base, about how important Ukraine is, and these are very intelligent people. They're not idiots, right? They're Fortune 500 company leadership, blah blah blah, this and that, and they're filled in their head with a lot of really bad information. From Zelensky and all the Ukrainians are just a bunch of corrupt guys. Why are we saving a corrupt country from another corrupt country? and this and that. And I've tried to bring many of them into MriyaReport so they can listen. And I don't want MriyaReport to be an echo chamber of this. I would argue that if you're an American and you are in America, you know that the NDAA, the National Defense Authorization, is basically under draft right now, and I'm hoping there's a lot of money in it that goes to Ukraine. But it's going to need bipartisan support. So there's a lot of more right-leaning people in this site. That's fine. I really don't. I don't necessarily really care about politics and what your positions are, right? But I what I'm trying to figure out is what is the right way to talk to a Republican. What's the game theory to get them to come around, if you will, and more importantly, what's the game theory to get the liberal folks in this site to stop saying like effing Trump or MAGA, because to even moderate Republicans, they just come into the site and they immediately leave as soon as they hear that. And look, I don't want to stop anyone from having their opinion, but whenever I talk about Biden, I say the Biden administration. Whenever I talk about Obama, I say the Obama. Whether I like them or not, I don't care. I try to keep it relatively neutral. So I'm trying to figure out what's the right way to attack those two things.
Right. So, yeah, basically, how do we persuade our conservative friends who are not pro-Ukraine to be pro-Ukraine? And I think, we talk quite a lot in this space about the horseshoe theory, about, extreme right and extreme left seem to be coming around to this similar decision that we shouldn't be supporting Ukraine so much. But I actually think it's for very different reasons. I think when someone on the left makes the mistake of thinking we shouldn't support Ukraine, I think it tends to be based on a misplaced empathy, which is the belief that all war is bad because it causes people to die and suffer. And liberals generally don't want people to die and suffer. But they're making a mistake because they think there will be less suffering if we don't help Ukraine, whereas in fact, there will be less suffering if we do help Ukraine. And the fact that a great many Russian soldiers need to die in order for less Ukrainians to die is sadly a very utilitarian calculation. But what you asked was about the conservatives. Now, generally speaking, if people are of a more conservative bent, there is more reaction to threat than empathy. You might have heard the expression, Jeff, given that you're in the United States, of every conservative is just a liberal that got mugged. You're familiar with that one? That's what I've heard from family and friends in Mississippi. And it's that, yeah, you've heard that one.
Yeah, I'll take it.
Yeah. So I think, look, it's kind of like what George Bush was saying with the like, fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice. Well, he said, and you don't get fooled again. But the expression is shame on me. It's that if you've interacted with someone and they've betrayed you once, you know not to fall for that again, right? And so what might persuade some of the conservatives is get one of the old, like, Cold War era maps of the United States with nuclear detonations on cities and fallout maps of the prevailing winds, and point out to them that, look, this is from the Cold War, right? This is like from years back, but the Russians are still pointing nuclear weapons at us right now. Okay, they are not our friends, right? When Reagan said things like "this evil empire must fall," and he was talking about the Soviets, he was right. Get them on board with that, and then say, look, they're doing the same thing now, albeit to our allies in Europe. And if America doesn't help now, they'll do it again, and they'll do it again, and they'll help China. And they want to help China against us. And so what we need to do is win this small victory now so that we don't end up having to fight a much more serious war in the future. Like, I think with liberals, you need to persuade them that actually we're going to reduce suffering by helping Ukraine. But I think with conservatives, you need to say there is a future threat here. And I know that you're smart enough to anticipate this future threat if I explain it to you. That's the sort of strategy I would use with a more conservative person, I think.
Yeah, I like the strategy. I would push back a little bit on the tactic, right? Because The problem is if you show them the Cold War map and the fallout, they'll say, this is exactly why I don't want to support, because he has those weapons. I mean, what do I care about Ukraine, right? That if Ukraine falls, he's not going to launch nuclear weapons at me. If we start, escalating, and I hate, look, I know people don't like to.
Yeah, you cut out a bit there, Jeff, but I got the principle that, like, yeah, it could scare people too much with that scare tactic. Yeah, that's difficult because, Putin is trying the madman tactic. He is trying to persuade people that, look, don't push me too far, otherwise I'll start World War III. And he's literally got his propagandists on television saying that, although they do seem to be dialing that rhetoric back somewhat. Yeah, so, if you've got someone that isn't going to respond to that, and that probably would respond to somewhat older conservatives who did live through that era, sort of like Reaganite era conservatives, that might not work as well with younger conservatives. It would be interesting to know if older conservatives were more likely to support Ukraine and if younger conservatives were less likely to support Ukraine or more likely to hold positive views of Russia. I might need to get back to you on that one, because the problem is you'd need to persuade them that it's a threat, but you would need to persuade them that the threat is smaller by taking action and not larger by taking action. And that's a difficult thing to prove. I might have to get back to you on that one, Jeff. Good question.
It's all good. Yeah, I appreciate it. And I think that I'm a big fan of the moderate middle, right? Whether you're left or right, I'm a big fan of the moderate middle. And I truly believe that if we can avoid the ends of the horseshoe, and we can keep the moderate middle in there, then we can get enough money into the NDAA to actually keep making differences in Ukraine. I think that's really, really important. And what that's going to take is some level of collective effort of both the left and the right, at least in the middle.
Okay.
So thanks, Doc. I appreciate it.
We've generated some hands, and I think Randy can probably give some salient answers on this. So go ahead, Randy.
Hi, I've spent the better part of the last month since the war started working on Republican voters to support aid to the Ukraine. I have to say I probably have interacted with more people than perhaps anybody. Normally at least 150 to even up to 500 a day. So I have some ideas on this. I was a high school and university debater and then litigator after law school, in between being qualified as an infantry officer. But and I've been trying to persuade people and work on people, judges, juries, audiences for over 50 years. And the best way, when you have people who are adamant, defund Ukraine now, or, screw Ukraine, we see in the flags, things like that. The last thing that you're going to convince them is show them a map of nuclear weapons. Frankly, I mean, that would be just disaster. What you normally start with when someone who's diametrically opposed, one of the things that people hate more than anything else is being lied to. And normally, for example, in court, if you catch the other side lying, a witness, lies about what happened, and you stick the document in front of them. They're like, oh, what do I say now? I'm caught. Or the lawyer from the other side makes a big promise about his proof, and then he submits something, document to the court. You prove is actually even altered. It was actually a fake document. What happens is a judge or jury would just turn off the switch. Anything that person says thereafter, they're like, well, this is the SOB who is lying to me. Why would I listen to anything they say after that? So the best way I found to start is to try to identify what their objection is. First, I always look at a profile before I get in a war with anyone, because I want to see what buttons to push. And second, you take what's their issue? Okay. They're all Nazis. Well, then I will produce a couple of photographs that have been expertly photoshopped to add swastikas, like to Zelensky's football jersey, and say, who would do that? Who would have a motive to deliberately alter a photograph in a very sophisticated way to claim that Zelensky, who's Jewish, is a Nazi? You know, and then you start, oh, yeah, well, that is a good question. And then you start, they start evolving and become more open, and then you work into other arguments. But generally, you can't start with the same concerns that you would with a liberal. I'm also a little more than a moderate conservative. I'm a pretty strong conservative. I'm a Reagan conservative. But I go, then you can't use the genocide and the child kidnapping and the rape and stuff as an opener with those people, unless, and I've done this after you breach that initial. Well, another way to start also is some of these people think this is trillions of dollars. They are so poorly informed. They think that we're just pouring the treasury into the Ukraine. So another early point to make is the actual amount of aid, and comparing it to the other countries, and to the fact that most of the U.S. aid is backfilling, and most of that's going to be money that will be money spent in the U.S. creating jobs and people paying taxes. And so you narrow down what there is for them to object to. And then another important point is they assume that the Ukraine is not going to win, and this will be an endless money pit like Vietnam, and ultimately there'll have to be U.S. military advisors and then troops. And so there are several juncture points in an argument that you have to navigate. But the most important thing is, with the conservatives, I do, after I breach the wall, I see if I see a Christian symbol in their profile, or the word Christian in their profile description, then I post the Atlantic Council article on genocide, and say, how do you sleep at night when you're denying people the weapons they need to defend against this genocide? Do you think that's Christian? And I never get a comeback from that. I never get any pushback when I make that argument, but I don't make it at the beginning, and I only make it with certain people. So anyway, that's my approach. I've hewned it to over many weeks and many encounters to be almost scientific. I have on my profile in Twitter a page with all the threads that I use that have links to all the information I use. So if anybody's interested. But I find after I will go right in the middle of a big MAGA group. I will go right to a MAGA influencer that's got 20,000 followers and take them on. And I would say I get more followers out of that encounter than I get people pushing back. But I'm sure you would never get anybody if you just went in and say, "Oh, you MAGA people are damn pro-Putin, supporting murder and whatever." You have to persuade. And I would go back to what Colonel Jeff said: to have a majority, you have to have a majority. You don't get a majority by taking your 45% and saying everybody else is wrong and everybody else is an idiot.
You made the case, Randy, I think 2 nights ago, and I would say add to that, you made the case about Adlai Stevenson, and who famously lost, of course. It doesn't serve Ukraine, and it doesn't serve the pursuit of freedom to end up like Adlai Stevenson. It only serves by setting those who are not yet convinced to set them free by information. And that's our job. And if people, for example, were to say that we're engaging too much, no, we're not engaging too much. We're not engaging enough, because otherwise the F-16s, the ATACMS, and more funding would be there already.
That's really great, Randy. Could you share that thread in the nest? I think on reflection, whilst my a nuclear weapon map might work with some people. It's probably quite a poor idea of mine there.
Yeah. Thanks. I'll do that. I did have something about nuclear weapons. I'm sorry to take too much time, but I think this is worthwhile. For years, for 75 years, nuclear deterrence has worked. And the reason it's worked is what we call the ladder of escalation, which is one side can win at a conventional level, and then there's a tit for tat, and then ultimately the side that has conventional weapon predominance puts the other side in a situation where they either have to yield or escalate to nuclear weapons. And because nuclear weapons involve mutual assured destruction, nobody takes the step. So while we're in the Ukraine now, and with more aid, they will win. We will escalate up the conventional ladder and give Putin a choice of losing at the conventional weapon level or going nuclear. And right now, I think the smart people and all the NATO intel people are saying he's not going to, nuclear weapons won't help him. He won't win the war. It'll just make everything worse. And he's had red lines, and he keeps giving red lines, and it keeps bluffing. The question is, though, if we were to yield to that nuclear threat where we have conventional predominance on the West side, what happens when he then threatens Moldova or Estonia or Kazakhstan or someplace where we do not have on the ground overwhelming conventional force?
You do in Estonia. You have overwhelming conventional force.
Oh, yeah.
You have the Air Force
NATO.
protecting under Article 5. Exactly.
Yeah. No, you have NATO. But then the question goes, and this was always asked in the U.S., and they always used Estonia, would the U.S. go to nuclear war over Estonia? And I thought that used to be a dumb question. But were we to back down in the Ukraine and stop sending aid, that would be a very real question. Now, I think the answer was we would honor Article 5, but what would Vladimir Putin think? Because he just made a threat that worked. This goes back to a Khrushchev story about the Suez Canal. The Politburo was very upset that he was being very belligerent with the West. And they wanted him to shut up and work on what he said he was going to do when he became chairman, which is work on trying to narrow the economic gap with the West. And he got all excited when the French and the British boats were headed to the Suez Canal, and made this big speech that if they landed, the Soviet Union would resort to every means available, to retaliate. And the Politburo was in great shock. Unknown to anybody at the time, I think it was Anthony Eden, the British prime minister, needed help to keep the pound afloat for a while. There was a financial crisis. And Eisenhower called him and said, if the British boats land, we will not support the pound. The British boats turned around. Then the French said they couldn't go it alone, and they turned it around. And poor dumb Khrushchev back in Moscow thought that his threat was the thing that did it. And that sort of set the stage for a whole series of Soviet miscalculations, thinking that they could push the West. Immediately, there was the Berlin air blockade. So when you send this is old Ronald Reagan strategy, but when you send a message of weakness, you invite challenge. And boy, I can imagine a bigger sign of weakness if we stop providing aid to Ukraine right now. Anyway, I thanks for the time.
So real briefly, Randy, that in a nutshell is something that should appeal more to conservatives and liberals. We will look weak. You don't want to look weak. I think that'll appeal to conservatives more than liberals.
Well, and you can't, I have had to button my mouth on Twitter a lot. I still post some Republican stuff because I have to keep my credibility up with my Republican followers, or they'll say I'm a rhino or a disguised Democrat. But I ask tolerance from anybody from the left that's following me because of Ukraine, because they might see some Republican stuff they disagree with. I don't push it, and I'm not a crazy on the subject. I'm a critic of parts of our party quite vocally. But you just can't afford to. I just had somebody today say, all MAGA is a bunch of pro-Putin people, and I had to respond to that and explain that's really, well, we're voting 3-1 in favor of aid in Congress right now. And to Colonel Jeff's concern, that after the House Armed Services Committee hearings, I was expecting there are several members besides Matt Gaetz that have voted against aid to Ukraine. I thought they would try to come out in those hearings and hot dog it. Here they had all the defense people and they could air all their stuff and they could get some media time and get on national media. And only Matt Gaetz came out and he was shooting BBs at a rhino. So I think they're seeing the polling. Everybody in the House is up for re-election. I think they see the polling, and opposing Ukraine aid while the perception is strong that Ukraine is winning is not a good political move.
Thank you very much, Randy. I actually have written down who was next. So, Rosemary, go ahead.
Hi, good morning. 7:38 Eastern Time in the United States of America. I am a poet, a listener. I try to do the best that I can in this world, not to harm any other person. I am on Twitter in case anything happens. I got blocked out last night and everything blanked out on me when I tried to share and invite people from Facebook and Twitter. So if anything does happen and I get knocked off or blocked out, you'll know. My name is Rosemary Neidlinger. My full name is Rosemary Chistakoff Spirko Smith.
Rosemary, are we
Yes.
getting somewhere? Do we have a point that we need to make here?
Yes, we do. I am an American. I am not blue or red. I'm a human being. I am talking to a Ukrainian soldier through quiet means, and he is telling me that he is in need of tents. All I want to know is where the hell are our billions of United States money going if they are not supplying my relatives, my Ukrainian relatives, with basic needs and support? What the hell? Somebody answer me that, please.
There's never enough. The West is doing a lot. It is not doing enough. That's what it comes down to. We should be doing more. You're right, but there's always going to be shortages in any war. And if they need it, if they're not getting tents, that I would have thought would be more something that the Ukrainians should be kind of sourcing themselves, because you can get a tent made in Ukraine, you can get a tent made in Poland, but yeah, there's a war. Logistics are hard. There are going to be soldiers without tents, probably more on the Russian side, but it doesn't mean that the money's being wasted. It's you can always, when you're doing something on behalf of what have the Ukrainians got now? 500,000 men under arms, 500,000 men and women. There's going to be situations like that. That doesn't mean that the overall effort isn't doing well, but you're always going to have people down at the coalface who aren't quite getting what they need. And part of that is putting more money in at the top, and part of it is ensuring that the local supply chains work, that the purchasing is done. But the further away and the lower down that scale we get, the less we can do about it. It's not the responsibility of Joe Biden to ensure that soldiers in a particular field, on the Bakhmut front, have got a tent. That's the responsibility of some logistics sergeant back in Zaporizhia or wherever. So I think we need to keep we can talk about, and we do talk here about some of the details, some of the individual details down at the front, and we can talk about the big picture. But connecting the big picture to the small details at the front is a huge, complex human problem. It's a huge, complex human problem in peacetime. So with a kinetic war going on, yeah, it's going to be like that. And so these questions are going to come to our attention, because the Ukrainian soldiers who are in tents and who have NATO grade winter combat equipment are not calling their relatives in the United States. So there is also what we would call in psychology the availability heuristic here. We tend to see the problems that we see because the people who don't have the problem aren't calling us. So this is not to minimize it. Yes, there are going to be problems like that, but fixing them is, first of all, making sure that the resources are there. And absolutely, we should all be doing a lot more. And I think that's part of the discussion that that Randy's been having. And personally, I think it's amazing that the United States is basically eliminating the threat from its leading military adversary for about 10% of the defense budget. But also, we have to ensure, via all of the other good stuff we do here, that when the stuff gets to Ukraine, that it goes down the logistical chain. But there's only so far that any external influencer can do to that, because the Ukrainians are doing this for themselves. We don't have NATO logistics battalions running around handing out the tents. The Ukrainians have to do that themselves. They're having to learn how to do it under fire. It's incredibly hard. It feels like it ought to be pretty simple to get a tent to a soldier on the front line. I've never been in the military, but I've organized one or two complex logistical things not under fire, and I know how hard it is to make things happen times 500,000. So yeah, there are going to be situations like that, but I think on balance, all we can do, I think, is look at on balance, who's getting the tents, who's getting the NATO quality winter gear, and make sure we get as much of it as possible. And I hope your relative who's there gets his situation sorted out. But it isn't really anything I think that Joe Biden or Ursula von der Leyen can do a whole lot about.
And Rosemary, let me address the false dichotomy by handing it to Randy, because I think he and I have had these discussions before with people projecting zillions and billions and whatnot and trillions in between as being given, whilst they're not, and granular detail. Randy, you want to start, and I can talk about winter gear if ever needed?
Yeah, thank you, Axel. First, all the aid is audited. And to the extent there's any money, it goes into a fund. Axel first informed me about this months ago, and then I investigated. I have some massive big threads on this. It's all audited, aggressively managed, third-party verified. It goes for the targeted purpose, and that's it. The equipment needs are discussed jointly in the Ramstead process, and I don't think the Ukrainians have said they needed tents. I mean, if there was acute shortage of tents, I'm sure Denmark or Finland or somebody would come up with them. But the other issue is one of logistics and war. And on the front line, there are places right now where there's fighting, particularly Bakhmut, where there's a couple of muddy roads are the way in and out. And the command in the Ukraine army has to make a decision. Are we going to send these guys more bullets? Or are we going to send them a truckload of tents? And do we even want them to be pitching tents, in the middle of urban combat? So, yes, there will be trade-offs they have to make on what supplies go to the front lines. That is inevitable in any army. That occurred in the United States Army in the Second World War when we had the Red Ball Express, massive logistics that just amazed the Germans when they saw them. It seemed like we had something, more than we needed of everything. But there were still times on the front when a soldier couldn't get what he wanted, So that happens. But the aid and the weapons are tracked. The aid is audited. It's all very focused, but you sometimes can't do everything else in wartime. And I certainly hope that your relative has enough bullets and he's with a squad that's got grenades and a heavy machine gun or whatever else they need to survive. And I imagine if he had to make a choice, he'd probably prefer to be able to defend himself than have a tent, if that was the issue that his commanders had to decide.
Rosemary, does this answer your question?
Yeah, to a certain degree. Like I said at the beginning of the conversation, uh, we're not necessarily related except through Ukrainian heritage. Um, I was wondering if this was a scam. I was very unsure. Like I said, I had been trying to track down places on how to send money to specifically say to him, how do I get this to you? He didn't know. He said, talk to his commander. I'm on another space talking to his commander when need be. Like I said, I was just very hesitant as an American citizen that I thought I was being played by another soldier of war crying out that he had no money, and I wanted to make sure that this was a safe place to send money from.
We do not
Can I,
know where you're sending money to. That's a completely different ballgame. Private donations, I have no idea where who you're talking to, what you're doing. I mean,
can I
you,
can I make a
yes,
suggestion, Axel?
yes, I was about to hand it to you in a second. But Rosemary, before you go there, Rosemary, the key thing is that person a relative of yours, or do you know the person? Let's start with this, and then
Well, I
apply
don't.
common sense.
Yep, I do not know the person from Shinola.
Yeah, then it's probably not a good idea to directly send money to someone who you do not know. Let's put it this way. Let's start with this, and let me just let's have George talk about this, because George, together with us, has been working on this matter and even organizing funding drives in Philadelphia for quite some time. You can talk to this topic, George.
Yeah. So what I usually do, I get numerous DMs, a lot, from sometimes from people that I do know through through actual relatives of mine in Ukraine, and it, what I do is I usually refer them to people I know on the ground in Ukraine. So one of the organizations I asked them is to reach out is to Ripley's Heroes, which is with Lieutenant Colonel Rip Rawlings, because James Vasquez works with them. I'm in contact with Colonel Rawlings, and I'll forward information. And what they do is they reach out to make sure that the request is legit, that it is a legitimate unit. They have the intel there. They have contacts with the Ukrainian high command and with the people that would know. And so I always forward like direct requests for certain gear to them, and then I'll get a DM back saying, "Oh, thank you, from both parties for getting us, for linking us together." Or I don't hear anything else again, and then I know that okay, that was an attempt to get money. That's the way I look at it. So then I just block that that sender. That's the way I do it. It's worked. I know that units that have gotten what they've requested, or have been given other people that can help them out. There's another aid organization that I forward them to, and they're actually really good at getting stuff to units. So that's what I do. I turf it to two different organizations, and they have the know-how and the means to figure out whether these people are legit. I don't do anything unless that unit or that request is vetted through a second or third source that I know I can trust. The other thing is, sometimes people get confused. There are, there are soldiers, but there are what I call the regular Ukrainian army, and then the territorial defense forces. Right now, because of the way the fighting is, regular defense forces have a priority on a lot of the equipment. That's just the way it is. It is the way it's been in the U.S. military. If you look at our regular army and then our National Guard units, and if if you have limited transport, what's more important, getting bullets and and fuel
and foodstuffs to the guys fighting in the front, or comfort measures. That's the difference. There has to be a priority, and right now we know that a lot of the logistics are limited. Also, it's also limited because of the weather, because we're getting into the mud season and things like that. But in the future, any listeners, please, if you get DMs requesting from people that say they're soldiers or whatever in Ukraine, forward them to request it directly from some of these people that I've mentioned on here. They're better. They're in country. They have the resources to better vet these requests to make sure that they're legitimate.
All right, Marcus, back to you.
Thank you. Well, I have a bunch of hands up here, so let's see what we can find from the hands.
Just a moment, Marcus. Sorry,
Oh, yeah.
just an administrative announcement. We have panel full now and other requests. So, who asked already the question? If you maybe get down to listener, it will help us to bring up new speakers. And amazing talk. Thank you, Nick, George, Axel. Thank you.
Okay, go G-Man.
Good morning, good afternoon. My greetings right somewhere in the world anyway. Yeah, so I was thinking of some things that was back whenever we were talking about the conservatives, mostly in America. I would interact a lot with people on the MAGA side, and I post a lot of articles on Ukraine. I mean, and it angers me. I posted something about MriyaReport, a video of MriyaReport, and you get stupid, ignorant comments coming back, and it's Nazis. Zelensky is gay, or he's a Nazi, or both, and all this stuff. And so I tried to, you're trying to respond to it. A lot of the things that Randy has been posting, I've got some similar places. Somebody sent me the photograph of Zelensky with the football shirt and the swastika on it, and I was able to reverse image search that and find the original. So got there. A lot of the MAGA type people will say things like, "We know there's money laundering," and I'm going, "How do you know that? Where's the evidence?" And then they'll talk about the FTX scandal, and also, and it's clear from my analysis that there is no, Ukraine was not getting any crypto, and there's no involvement in that. But they'll always throw out a few tropes like, money's going to Ukraine from the Biden administration, and there's 10% for the big guy, all this stuff. And it's hard, I can understand where Randy's coming from with his 500 interactions per day. It's difficult to stay level with these people, but I'm trying to, because I have a certain entry with them, I'm hitting them with stuff every day. Information, mostly history. I'm a historian, so amateur historian, I suppose. But this war, this situation in Ukraine has opened up a new field of study that I was, to my shame, quite ignorant of. Eastern European, the history of it, and so it's given me a chance to learn something. I've been through Professor Schneider's online lectures. I think I'm on the third go around on those, and reading books and what have you, so I can then interact and put the history up, because I know that Russia is using, and has done for hundreds and hundreds of years, Russia has basically lied about their history to say that they have this connection with Kiev that they don't really have. and it's justification for their desire to colonize a region, which they then called Little Russia. It's so scandalous, really. It's the sort of thing we talk about the British Empire, and there's a lot of valid criticism of that, but the Russian Empire is on a, it's just on another scale. I was a little bit rambling there, but that's my points for now.
Yeah, thank you very much. Sorry, I'm doing 10 things at once, like you do.
I understand, don't worry. Okay, I'll drop down now.
Oh, thank you. JD Knight, go ahead.
Hi, mic check. Can anyone hear me? Mic check.
You're good.
Okay, thanks. The conversation may have actually changed course, but I wanted to ask this question because we were in a discussion about the brinksmanship in 2014, and the Ukrainian army has changed a great deal since 2014. I was wondering if there are any military people or people that know about the situation. Is if we had called Putin's bluff in 2014 and it had not turned out to be a bluff and he ended up with, say, a invasion like happened last year in 2014, could the Ukrainian army have handled it? Could the West, being fully engaged in Iraq and Afghanistan, have had the logistics capability to give the Ukrainians the materials that they have, like in this conflict, the artillery and stuff like that, or would those have still been in Afghanistan or Iraq? And lastly, would that situation, if Ukraine's army had not been able to perform as well in 2014 as they did last year and currently, would that have put the United States into a position of having to intervene militarily, where we have been able this time to let the Ukrainians pay the price in blood rather than having it be turned into literally World War III, even conventionally? So I just wanted to pose those questions to the panel and see if we could maybe flesh out more of that that scenario. Thanks.
There was no scenario for the United States of America as part of NATO getting conventionally involved at that time. There's nothing to flesh out. That's quite a boneless skeleton, quite literally. I mean, this is essentially what this would require is the United States of America having a full-blown presence in a country which it needs to protect under Article 5. It doesn't work this way. There is no such scenario where Ukraine is already closely associated with the EU. It is now closely associated with NATO, but it's neither a member of one or the other. Therefore, at that point in time, when this was when people were trying to create all sorts of different threads, this was wishful thinking. This is not a game. It has never been a game. This is a real life war. Jeff.
Yeah, I'm finally back up. What's up?
No, I was just dispelling the notion that at any given point in time there could have been a concept for the United States of America to become kinetically active right off the bat and take the bait. And I think we can dispel that notion. There is no such scenario. which was feasible, considered, necessary, and which would not have involved NATO. There you go.
Yeah, no, that wouldn't have happened, and there's many things to point to. That the fact that Joe Biden didn't fly Air Force One into Ukraine when he went to visit Kyiv and took a 10-hour train ride because he loves trains, but he doesn't love trains that much, and that, to be fair, 10 hours for any U.S. president is a long time to be on the ground, and he's dedicated to do something that shows something. But if Air Force One would have gone in, that would have had to gone under U.S. F-16 or F-35 or F-22 air cap, and the last thing that we wanted to do, I'm going to guess, is to provoke or cause a situation which would have put Russia and the United States in a direct shooting match. It's probably one of the reasons that he didn't do it. He also probably didn't want to do it because the surface-to-air missile threat was too great. Again, arguing why we need F-16s, but I digress. But I mean, you could point to a bunch of reasons, a bunch of indications that the U.S. had no intent to do anything like that.
I think my question was misunderstood a little bit because I stated it inartfully. I was more talking about, was the Ukrainian army, did they have the skills necessary to fight off a Russian invasion had they said no and we're going to fight you? Would they have had the skill set prior to the NATO training over the few years to actually fight off a full-scale Russian invasion in 2014? That was really my question.
I mean, to be fair, any answer that anyone gives you on that's going to be very speculative, because I don't know if I can draw an example of where what Soviet. I'm gonna use the term Soviet doctrine. Please forgive me. You can call it Russian doctrine now. It hasn't changed, right? I don't know if there's an example where you truly see Russian doctrine fighting Russian doctrine, and they were both trained to that. So, and I'm talking conventional force on force of that magnitude. The answer would be completely speculative. I don't know the answer to that.
Yeah, thank you. That is a danger of any hypothesis contrary to reality. But I just was curious about that, because whenever you get in a situation of, well, we should have done this or we could have done this, it leads inevitably to that. And thank you very much.
Yeah, sure. I would like to caveat my answer, though, and I would tell you that I think that there's a lot. The correct person to ask your question to would be to any of the senior Ukrainian generals or anyone in the Ministry of Defense, because they would be able to hypothesize far better than I would. And I would also say that many of them have come out and said it's because of Western tactics, techniques, and procedures, Western NATO doctrine of centralized command, decentralized execution, the efforts to continually train, sandbox training, and all the ways in which the West operates for